Some of the content of Patriots Unfiltered may not be suitable for all audiences. Listener discretion is advised.
The world's original podcast.
Welcome to Patriots Unfiltered.
How is the Giants war room situated? It looks like they're at the counter of a McDonald's waiting to order.
Guys, the fryer later's broken. It's just going to be a few minutes, okay?
Patriots select.
They heard you table pounding in the...
Will Campbell.
I'm going to fight and die to protect them with everything I got.
Hey!
We did it, Paul.
See this table?
We call it BTT. You were a bang the table guy.
You banged it before the thing even started.
We'll have him in our studio. We'll do a one-on-one with him, and we'll bring him in here, live and in person.
Great day.
Yeah, so I can gush all over him. Yeah.
What I know.
He took it
I don't know.
in a dark place. The guy that looks like he's going to church.
Dominus Patrum.
Let's get some fan reaction.
Andrew, how many Bud Heavies have you had?
Does it matter?
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
All right, welcome to Patriots Unfiltered. It is Friday, night 2 of the NFL Draft. We're back, and we'll be back until 10 o'clock tonight, maybe a little later, depending on what happens. We'll kind of play it by ear. Things start to go berserk.
Yeah.
We can't just abandon ship, right?
Berserk.
Well, at least wait out our picks, right? 77?
Yeah. It's Deuce, it's Evan, it's Paul, it's me, and we're still glowing with the pick, well, at least I am, of Will Campbell. And we had a chance to sit down with him today, so when we feel like it, we'll play that for you. That was really cool.
When are you going to play it, Mike? When we feel like it.
When we feel like it.
When Fred decides.
But he was making the rounds today with the Crafts, and his family was here, mother and father, brother, girlfriend, a couple other, his agent, I guess.
Two agents.
Two agents.
Co-agents,
Yeah.
I think he called
He's
them.
so good he has two agents. That's
big guy.
something.
You know
Big
what,
guy.
Freddie?
Yeah.
Good kid.
Good kid.
Good kid.
Good stock. Comes from good stock. So we'll play you that interview and see who else they pick tonight. The Patriots have the 6th pick in the second round.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, I said before the show to the guys, I think we're going to go offense tonight. I think we're going to continue
What do you boo?
picking for the offense.
Boo you. Playing into my role of
We average
defensive
like 14
villain
points a game.
on
No
the
boo.
show.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a really important night, though, for the team. Nice
Agreed.
pick with Will Campbell. Filled a major need. But tonight, I think, is where the rubber meets the road, and you really need to hit some of these picks out of the park. This is, day 2. This is where the good teams find the good players, the guys that maybe have some warts or have something that's caused them not to be first-round picks. This is where your scouting staff makes their money, finds the gems, and I hope tonight that they do a little better.
Should it strictly be best player available from now on?
I think so, but I think Deuce just said exactly what I was going to say. Very well said. This is where the men separate themselves from the boys, as Fred likes to say. This is when
Iron sharpens iron.
you got to get picks on day 2 of the draft are huge. Like it's one thing to sit up there and take Will Campbell at 4. Right, a lot of people could have done that. Now this is when you go out there and find those hidden gems and find those guys that slip through the cracks a little bit and be able to hit. Yeah,
I like the way you put it too. It's like the day 2 picks. That's you got to find players. It's a difference between making a good pick in the first round. Like last year, everybody's happy with Drake May. It's a good pick, but they didn't augment it with really much else. You need to find some players tonight.
Yeah.
3 picks. You got 38, 69, 77. Got to hit on 2 of them at least.
Same thing with 2 years ago. I mean, they've done a good job the last 2 years hitting on these first-round picks. They've had some luck. Some players have fallen to them and have picking in the right draft year. But this is where, these aren't the guys that aren't necessarily the gems or the low-round guys that you really need to, sift through so much information. Like, these guys are all pretty good players. These are players that, in the right situation, could be star impact kind of players if they get around whatever their concerns are. They were a little slow. Their physical measurements were a little bit below the standard or whatever it might be. But there's a lot of good. We don't have to go through the list. Every year there are great players that are drafted in the 2nd and 3rd round, and it's time to get some of those guys.
Yeah, Bill Belichick used to talk to us a little bit back when he used to talk to us.
Right.
And he would explain. He explained to Brian and I once 100 years ago the third round in particular was full of first-round talents that, for whatever reason, are not first-round picks. That can be injuries, injury histories, character issues, maybe something from a physical standpoint that doesn't quite measure up. Something like, not just to use something near and dear to our hearts, like arm size for a tackle. Maybe the guy didn't quite measure up to the standard norm.
Yeah.
So he's a third-round pick, but he's good enough to be a first-round pick. And he said the third round in particular was littered with those guys. You got to find them, and you got to find the ones that hit. You got to find the Gronks in the second round, and instead of a guy that maybe you took a chance on, like a Malcolm Mitchell in the third round who came in with injury problems, clearly had the ability to play.
Yeah.
But the injury problems weren't enough. He wasn't able to overcome them enough to be a long-term solution.
Do you think that the ability for players to move around the transfer portal makes it easier or harder to scout them and to judge them and project them into the NFL? Because now they can get to a situation where I can play now. I don't like the reps I'm getting. I don't like where I am on the depth chart. I can move to a team and start or whatever. Is that better for the NFL scouts?
I mean, I've got a lot of different thoughts on that on both sides of the equation, because I think on one hand, you look at players, maybe, they're facing some adversity and they're not really going to have to face it. They're just going to pick up, and go somewhere else. But I also think you have bigger sample size on guys. You have them playing for different coaches, different systems. Sometimes guys are going from small leagues to now they're playing in the SEC. A player had 1 year in the SEC, and now you get a look at him against elite competition. Yeah. So
Jared Verse.
It's a great question. It's a great question, Fred, because I see both sides of it. I think ultimately, though, you want more of a sample size on the player, and you just want to expect that if they face some adversity.
I would not hold, like you mentioned, it faces adversity, just takes his ball and goes home. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as I want to play. I want to play, and for whatever reason, the coach thinks this person's better than me. We've all been through it.
I don't think that's the majority of guys that transfer.
You don't think so?
I don't think they transfer for playing time. They transfer for money. But
really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you don't get the money unless you play.
No, you get more money when you transfer to another place.
Okay.
Like, there's open bidding for these guys in the portal. That's what it's all about.
So you don't think that they do it because I want to, because I'm not playing enough?
I'm not telling you there's a zero. Like, I thought Mike made a really good comparison, guys that transfer up a level. And I just blurted out Jared Verse in the middle. He went to Albany in the CAA, and then he ended up transferring to Florida State, which put him on a much bigger scale and a bigger spotlight, and that worked out for him. I would say it's probably harder for the NFL teams to scout the guys, but it's definitely better for the players because they get more of an opportunity to play, like Freddie is saying. Yeah. Maybe they're not used the right way. Some guys, I'm sure, transfer for football reasons. I think it's a small percentage. I think it's mostly financial nowadays. The last 3 or 4 years since the advent of
NIL.
The NIL stuff, I think they're just going to the highest bidder, especially in basketball, but football too. Quarterbacks. I mean, look what the Tennessee kid just did, trying to hold his school up for hostage. Nico, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the last name. But I think from a scout standpoint, that's probably difficult because you develop relationships with coaching staffs. You're scouting in an area, those teams. Maybe I'm following this guy in my area. Now all of a sudden he's not in my area anymore. So I have all this information on this guy. Now I got to send him to the different scout. He's got to pick it up. Yeah. Right. So I think it's probably harder to establish those consistent relationships with it. How does this guy fit in Nick Saban's system as an example? Now all of a sudden he's not in Nick Saban's system anymore. Probably makes it a little bit more challenging for teams.
Yeah, I would think that it would be harder, to Paul's points. But I'd have heard that there's people that feel like learning how different players are going to assimilate to different situations can be a good way to just see how do guys adjust, how do guys learn new systems, how do they absorb playbooks, like how are they able to get themselves up and running in a different system, in a different scheme, and that can be good from that standpoint. Or maybe you really like the small school guy, you thought that he was kind of like a hidden gem. He's Jared Verse, he goes to Florida State, and now you get to see him against even better competition. But I'm surprised that there are a lot of people out there in the scouting community that actually like it because of the adversity and the assimilation process. And they say it's a lot like the NFL. You're negotiating a contract essentially in the NIL portal, and you have to go. It's basically like going through free agency, but just in college.
Yeah.
And that does maybe help.
And Paul's probably right. Probably a lot of these guys do it to make the money. But for those guys who, they're not happy with their playing time and they want to move to, I get that.
Yeah. Well, I totally get that. I totally understand
I didn't come
that.
to college to spend all my free time being on the sports team to just watch. I want to play.
Yeah.
I want to play.
We are underway, by the way.
Yeah, the Browns have made a pick.
Oh, they have? Okay.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
So the Browns took Carson Schwessinger, the linebacker, from UCLA.
Wow.
It's kind of interesting.
So
You don't like him?
no,
I mean, he's an interesting story. I mean, he was basically a special teams player the last year, and then he had 150 tackles or something crazy like that. I think he led FBS in those. But I don't know, just an interesting pick. Again, defensive side of the ball. You just took Mason Graham. Now you're going to put him in bat. So I mean, they seem really focused on their defense, which I thought was pretty good. And that again, the offense. Who's on the offense still? Jerry Jeudy. That's what we got. We got
David Njoku.
I got Jerry
Njoku.
Oh, David Njoku. Okay, that's a good one too. All right.
So a lot of people speculated yesterday that now that Cleveland got what they did in the first round, they'll take
That's what I
Sanders.
thought, right? That's what I was kind of thinking.
That may not be the case.
I think that they told you in the top of the first round they're not really interested in Sanders.
Well, at the top of the first round.
No, but I think if they liked him as a quarterback, you take him.
Yeah.
I think someone will
But
probably take.
now it's more like a Garoppolo pick.
Yeah, I think someone will take Shedeur Sanders tonight, but I don't think it's going to be like Cleveland.
Yeah.
Well,
at this point too, just there's only so many musical chairs, right? Like there's only so many teams that need the quarterback, that are looking for quarterbacks. And so if the Browns keep passing on them, that's one team that needs a quarterback. Pittsburgh, I guess, is the other team that needs a quarterback.
And they don't pick until the round 3, right?
Right.
But
so
maybe New Orleans? I don't know.
Yeah, New Orleans is a chance, but he could be a third-round pick.
And so if let's say Shuck goes above him, or at
No
what
real-
point do we say, why did we spend so much time talking about Shedeur Sanders
Now.
So
if he's not that good
it's
and
really
he's
funny.
a mid-round pick? And
I was telling you guys, I listened to some of the stuff this morning, the passionate arguments saying the exact same words but with two completely different meanings. We're only talking about him sliding because of his last name, as opposed to the only reason why he wasn't taken was because of his last name. Both sides so dug in that he got snubbed because he's a Sanders, or we're only talking about him because he's a Sanders,
Right.
And who knows who's right, It's totally diametrical opposites.
So the pick is in now for the Texans, so we're moving pretty quickly.
I like the sound of that.
What is it,
Could this
7
be
minutes?
Ursery?
Is it Ursery?
They did not take an offensive
not?
lineman.
They did not.
They took Jaden Higgins from Iowa State.
Oh,
There's one wide
They
receiver.
took a wide receiver.
They
Yeah.
took the guy I like.
So now it looks like Ursery might actually end up being on the board at 38
Wow.
at this point. I mean, we'll see if he goes in the next couple picks, but that'll be one second guess. It look back on it to kind of compare and contrast.
And I think we have a trade. The Seahawks have traded with the Titans.
Yeah, the Seahawks are on the clock. Yeah.
Yep.
So maybe that's Ursery. But I mean, I think you saw Houston last year after they lost Tank Dell really struggled. Stephon Diggs left. He's here now. It seems like they're continuing to stock up. I just always think it's interesting what Nick Caserio's doing with his background here and how he kind of views the draft. Seen some of the trades that seems kind of Belichick, but I mean maybe this is kind of a sweet spot though for Patriots type thinking for wide receiver. I mean I always like this little place right here for the wide receiver. I think it's a good spot for them. Continuing.
So who do you think the Seahawks
weapons.
moved up for?
I mean maybe Ursery. It's as good a bet of any. I mean, it's hard to see.
Some of these edge rushers that are still there potentially too. But yeah, I like where your head's at with Jaden Higgins, Mike. Just Tank Dell goes down. That Nico Collins goes down last year too. You lose Stephon Diggs in free agency. Higgins can play off of Nico Collins as more of like a big slot potentially. Chain mover, possession receiver. Doesn't have to be the downfield guy in that offense. I can see what they're going for. Now they got,
I'm going to stun
got
you.
some size.
I'm going to stun you. Because you know what I think of, the offensive line. But wasn't their biggest problem last year? They could not protect C.J. Stroud,
and
they got rid of arguably their best offensive lineman.
And they haven't. I mean, we all kind of assumed, they're going to just swap them out and put one of these other tackles
So
in.
the
but
pick is in for Seattle here.
Yeah, so they traded number 52 and number 82 to go to number 35.
Okay.
52 and 82.
Any chance that Seahawks are in the Sedora Sanders market?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean,
absolutely. I don't know why you would trade up for him, but yeah, they could take absolutely.
Well, Cleveland is right behind him, so maybe they.
But I think Cleveland is like Cleveland is broadcasting to everybody that they don't want him.
yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you take him if you wanted him?
Yeah.
Because you didn't want to spend. You didn't want him there. I don't know.
So 2 picks later, you want him?
I mean, I'm sure I keep bringing up Garoppolo. I'm sure the Patriots like Garoppolo. They're just never were going to take him in the first round, but we'll take him in the second round.
I just kind of feel
but
bad
they just took a second rounder and didn't take him. This is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
They're trying to let people know that they're not interested.
All right.
Now, maybe that.
I'm just trying to.
I could absolutely see Seattle taking him. No, I mean you signed Sam Darnold.
I'd feel bad for him. Wouldn't you? Like Sam
Oh,
Darnold
no,
gets
Sam
like the free
Darnold's
agent
the
deal.
quarterback.
Like, he's the guy, but now you got this thing hanging over your shoulder.
He's the quarterback, but you take a developmental backup.
Right.
That doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't think that necessarily makes anything bad for.
By the way,
Darnold.
last night's show,
Yeah.
we got the numbers in,
Yeah.
was the highest watched draft show that we've ever done.
Wow.
So I want to thank everybody for watching last night.
Yeah.
The highest draft show that we've ever done. We've done a lot of draft shows. We've done a lot of
I
draft
got to think
shows.
Rivers and Tides was higher, but that's just me.
Well, if people had known we were going to get into that fight at the time, then,
So the Seahawks pick is in. It's Paul's guy, Nick Amenuori.
Oh, there you go.
The safety goes to Seattle. So
Wow, traded up. Gotta have him.
gotta have him. Gotta have him.
Can't not get him.
A lot of guys had a first round grade in him. Just because Evan didn't like him didn't mean no one else did.
yeah, Brugler he was in the top 32.
Number 17
look,
for
yeah.
I will fully be
he's a really
accepting
good
that I could
athlete.
be very wrong about him. Besides the athletic testing, I just didn't see it on the film.
The only
that was it.
So it's funny. I'm going to be in full disclosure here because Evan was so adamant last night. I was like, maybe I missed something. So I read a little bit of stuff about him today, and about the only real negatives I could find was that some people question how he would sort of take some time off, like didn't always play with the same urgency. Mm-hmm. So maybe the motor wasn't always
that's
there.
That's not a Mike Vrabel guy.
But oh Jesus, when we play, because there's a lot of coaches in the league that like players who take time off.
Some are more forgiving.
You know what?
As long as
I
it's the
only
right
need
time,
you in
right?
the second quarter. Don't worry about the first. Just
Some are more forgiving.
pace yourself. So I did read that as a negative, that sometimes he plays like a bat out of hell coming up and stopping the run, and other times sort of allowed himself to get blocked and wasn't quite as noticeable. But when you see him play and you watch his highlights, I thought he was really good.
Yeah, I think that the things that I saw with him were just when he was basically playing in space as like a free safety type, or even in the robber role. The more in space he was, the more rigid and stiff he was as a mover. If you play him in the box close to the line of scrimmage, you play him over the slot, have him cover tight ends, like do that sort of stuff, like almost like a Kyle Duggar or a Jeremy Chin.
Like I saw him matched
like
up
that.
against Mason Taylor in one
I think
highlights, and he was blanketing him.
I think he could do stuff like that.
Good size, good speed.
If you ask him to ball hawk and like play over the top of the defense or play in the middle of the defense as like a zone defender, I just thought that the tape was pretty rough, and I didn't see the open field speed that he tested with really translating. I'll be wrong on him if I'm wrong on him. I think that he got really hyped in this process because of how good of a workout he had at the combine. And I thought that he was kind of in this range more than where he was being discussed.
Do you see like a fit for him in the Mike McDonald Ravens kind of style of defense?
Well, they're
safety's a
probably
big
thinking
part of
that
it.
he's Kyle Hamilton 2.0. And I just thought Kyle Hamilton's instincts and ability to play in space were way better than Amenuori. Like I think like he's more like Jamal Adams than he is Kyle Hamilton. But we'll see.
So do we know who the Seahawks picked?
Yeah, that's Amenuori, right?
Oh,
yes.
Oh, okay.
The player we just spent the last 10 minutes
Okay.
talking about.
All right.
So I really did.
furious.
Cleveland came right back up, and I was really sweating it out after I was so adamant to you that they weren't going to take Sanders, and they didn't. But another strange pick to me, Quinshon Judkins instead of Travion Henderson.
Oh, that's what Cleveland just took?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they took Quinshon Judkins at 36.
That's interesting.
To me, it's almost like I thought they should have taken Genty at 5. You could have gotten Genty light
yeah, right.
at whatever this
don't
is,
even want that.
36, and they went with. good running back. Judkins is not a stiff. I don't
Yeah.
want to make it out to be that I think he's not good, but I think Henderson's the better player, don't you guys?
A little bit, yeah. I think it was a coin flip for a team. Like a lot of people had them kind of neck and neck, and sort of a flavor thing. Like Judkins is more
Kind of like Loveland Warren.
Yeah, Judkins is an angry runner. Like he's a downhill angry runner. He's going to run people over.
Maybe that's what Cleveland wants.
Yeah, he's a tone
like
setter. Henderson's, Breece Hall, Jahmyr Gibbs, like he's a space
Playmaker.
player. He's an explosive player. So if you wanted, more of, I think Judkins can probably fit more in like a volume role as an early down running back and somebody that could probably tote the rock a little bit more. But Henderson's going to be the guy that's going to make the bigger plays. So
who on the Twitter is getting the picks early?
a lot of people are getting them early tonight. Yeah, I think most people try to stay off tipping. On night one to just kind of let the spectacle happen. But now tonight, I think all the gloves are off. Yeah.
Just let it fly.
So the Browns have picked their guy. The Raiders are up.
Yeah, we're in the hole.
And then the Patriots are on deck as we speak. So,
I mean,
Is there a guy for the Patriots, and I know they're only on deck, but guy that you'd really like to see, Jalen Noel?
Ezraku Scorden. Those are the two for
be
me
nice
right
to
now.
take the BC kid.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
going to
that
go
there's
Jalen Noel here.
Yeah, I would.
Luther
I would
Burden's
be
still
fine with
there.
That too.
I assume that Luther Burden's off a lot of people's boards.
I like Burden, but I'm just assuming that
something's up.
He's off.
Yeah. Ezraku makes a ton of sense.
I would rather pick Burden. I just want to state that. Before we make the pick, I don't want to get called a fraud when we pick Burden. I'm like, oh, great.
Yeah.
Because I like Burden better, but clearly there's something about him that's causing
if
him.
you've got a wide receiver room that you think needed some maturity,
right?
Maybe he's not the best person to bring into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say you've added Diggs though, and I would hope that he's going to bring in just an element of setting the bar high and reinforcing some of those expectations.
Yeah, I think Ezraku, makes a ton of sense for them. Boston College kid, they had probably a great intel on him. Tested really well. Had 16 sacks last year at BC. Second in the FBS in sacks. I think that he has the type of play, style that fits them. I actually compared him to Harold Landry. I think they're similar players, the way that they run, they rush, and the way that they win. So I could see that making a lot of sense. When we were at Boston College for his pro day, Bill O'Brien said that Doug Marrone did a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff with Ezraku and was working with him behind the scenes on this is what the linemen are going to do to you, so how are you going to counter what an offensive lineman is going to do to you, that type of thing. So he has a pretty good relationship with the player, knows him pretty well. So if I had to guess if they're going to go edge, I think Ezraku makes a ton of sense. Maybe running back here. Maybe they go Trayvon Henderson.
Yeah, that's what I hope for.
Yeah.
While we wait, a couple emails at podcast@patriots.com. Ryan in Nebraska. Here's what I'd like to see and wonder your thoughts at 38 or a slight trade back. OG, preferably Ratledge from Georgia, but I'm intrigued by Millam and Savanea. Running back, top of the third. My prediction, however, at 38 is an Ohio running back. So despite what he wants, he thinks they're going to take an Ohio State running back.
Henderson.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd be
I
on
wouldn't
board.
I wouldn't hate that pick.
Yeah, I'd be on board with the running back.
I think he's a playmaker.
I think it's a little soon for another guard.
Yeah.
It's just at some point you got to let those guys compete. I'm not against it maybe a little bit farther down, but for right now, I want to take a swing maybe.
Andre in New Jersey, first thing, Evan was on fire. And I'm not just saying about his heated arguments, but the way he dressed yesterday was very sharp. Unlike the rest of you guys, I will say I'm very disappointed with the wardrobe. I know Paul can't afford a new car, but I expected better of him. As for the pick, I loved it. We needed a stud, and that's exactly what we got. As for the fans that call in, why the hell can't you ever be pleased and always whining? Just be happy with the pick and for Maine not to be killed this season. Also, Evan, happy that you get to go to Kendrick Lamar. I'm going next month. He's my second favorite rapper behind Eminem.
Oh,
wow.
Good picks.
Wow.
Good picks.
Morel approves.
Thank you for all the compliments. I appreciate it.
I love the chastising of the people who don't agree with him.
Good picks.
Why can't you just be happy with the pick? I don't know, because some people weren't.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Like, it's not everybody has to be happy about the pick. If you didn't like the player, you didn't like him.
We're all happy with it. Doesn't mean you have to be.
Yeah.
This negativity that's in this town sucks.
right.
I agree, Rick.
Backer from Uvalde, Texas.
The Dolphins are on the clock. They traded up with the
there's
Raiders.
a trade.
Yep.
So the Dolphins traded. Okay.
Yep.
A while back, you wondered how different mock drafts from December, January were to the actual draft. This is a mock draft by Field Yates from December 11, 2024, which means the draft order hadn't been set. Interesting takeaways. Number 1, Giants, Shedeur Sanders. 2, Raiders, Cam Ward. 3, Patriots, Travis Hunter. And 4, Carolina, Abdul Carter. So.
Okay. Yeah, that was the period where you feel like we're feeling out the quarterbacks. And we talked about it a little yesterday where Cam Ward all of a sudden, because I would say after that there was a time when you thought it was Carter and Hunter.
At the end of the football season, it was Sanders, Ward.
Yeah.
And then once you got into combine season, it was Ward, Sanders in the quarterback rankings. Now, Sanders, I think, has continued. Now, once you started getting into the combine and the interviews and then the 30 visits and everything else, I think Sanders has gone even lower.
So Patriots are on the clock. Dolphins have made their pick. They're taking Jonas Savania, the guard from Arizona. So they jump the one up to above the Patriots to take a guard. So the Patriots are now on the clock.
It feels like we're a little all over the place. I mean, I got Brugler's top 100 here just to cross off and kind of keep track a little bit, but you're getting now into guys. Seems like as we knew coming into this draft, a lot of people said it in the lead up that there's just a lot of similarities in this
now it's
second
what flavor
round.
do you like?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's I think you're going to see teams jumping all over.
Fitz draft. Yeah, 100%. I mean, 70 is a perfectly fine player. I think it's interesting in that offense because he's a big dude. Like he's kind of built like Mike Onwenu. So outside zone scheme with a player that's playing at 330, 340 pounds, not typically the type of lineman that those types of offenses like to take. So it's an interesting fit. You know, he's a really good athlete, but he's still built the way he's built. I'm interested to see where they're going with it.
I like that trade because I was worried that the Raiders would take a receiver.
Okay.
So I'm glad that Miami jumped in front of them and took a guard because I don't think the Patriots would take a guard. Right?
Well, I mean, some people think they would.
I guess maybe the Dolphins did.
Yeah.
I mean, 70 is their type of player. He's more their type of player than Miami's type of player. That's why I'm kind of surprised. I think he's a good player, so I'm not trying to kill the player.
I'm not killing the pick. I don't
understand the scheme.
I didn't look at a lot of guards.
Like when you see big and powerful, and you see 324 pounds next to his name, then you're going to put him and have him running in that offense, like with outside zone and trying to get outside the hashes and run the ball to the perimeter and things like that.
Howitz of him. He's a big boy, huh?
Big dude.
So he's one, Ev. Like he's one right tackle in college, and he just going right inside the guard. There's not even a question with that.
Yeah, most likely. I think that if he was in the right type of system, like if he was in a downhill scheme, then he probably could have played right tackle in the NFL. He's got the length, he's got the athleticism for it. But my guess is that he's probably going to be best at guard. But I think he probably could have held up at right tackle if a team wanted to keep him out there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of offensive line. I just saw Burt Breer tweeted, if the Dolphins needed linemen and they were running out of linemen. So maybe that's why they just said we got to go up and get one.
Yeah.
Before they're all gone.
Interesting though with Ursary. I mean, that's another potential option for them that they passed on. But
Patriots are on the clock.
Still waiting.
Rick writes in from Dallas. Fantastic show. It's obvious why the viewership grows every year. You guys are by far the best draft coverage out there. Can you expand on anything you're hearing on the potential for Kayvon Thibodeau being available? If the reporting is true and he might be available for a third or fourth, should the Patriots have any interest?
I don't know about that. I thought I saw reporting last night that they were still planning to pick up his option.
And I know that he was very excited about the pick.
Yeah.
At least publicly.
NASCAR package.
Yeah. I mean, I made that comment last night. The Giants have had a lot of success with multiple edge kind of players.
Yeah. I mean, I can see it. And like I said last night, Abdul Carter is one of those guys that's a chess piece. You move him around the defensive front. He doesn't have to just rush off the edge. He can play off the ball. He can play inline over the guard and center. Like he's a Micah Parsons. He's a chess piece.
Right, and one of the things that people have been critical of Carter about, in terms of his red flags, his character, is that he doesn't, play the run as well.
Yeah.
He's not as committed to playing the run. So, well, maybe you don't ask him to.
Yeah.
At least initially, and you ask him to be strictly a pass rusher off the edge, and you play Thibodeau more on the edge on early downs. I don't think Thibodeau is necessarily known as a run stopper either, but I think you can find a way to get three talented players on the field.
Yeah.
So yeah, the clock is they're letting the clock tick a little bit with this pick.
Seems like there's a lot of activity going on with trades and stuff. I assume they're probably taking calls, trying to measure what.
Yeah, we're under 2 minutes on the clock right now for the Patriots. And
Pedro and Rio, Evan's comments yesterday about some players not getting the opportunity to attempt to play tackle, even though the league doesn't have enough, made me change my opinion about Campbell.
That's what he did to me.
Yeah.
The one thing not about Campbell, but about the whole
changing minds.
The whole history of the short arm tackle.
One thing is for sure, his body is odd. Doesn't look like a tackle. He looks like a chubby kid that got put on a man's 6'5" body, and yet somehow he's one of the most athletic tackles ever based on combine numbers. Now I'm all for it. Evan's comments really hit me. Get me a wide receiver today.
Yeah, I don't think he's chubby at all. I mean, he was in here with us, and that's a tall drink of water.
He does have sort of a cherubic face, though.
Yeah, well, he is only 21.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
yeah.
He's young.
Yeah, but he's every bit of 6'6", 320 when he was in here with us.
The fact that he's like my son's age is really kind of blowing me away a little bit.
Feeling a little old.
He's like 6 months older than my son.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. What have you been doing?
Clock's still ticking.
Louis wants to know what it would.
He blames a lot on genetics. So
Louis wants to know what it would take to move up to get Luther Burden. I don't think you're going to have to.
We're on the
If you
clock.
want him
right now.
If you want him, you can have him.
Oh, there's no socks. Making an appearance on NFL Network.
Oh, no socks. Live.
What are we doing?
You're right. Right in the corner.
We waiting?
I don't know. This is interesting. We're under a minute.
Yeah.
So they're really taking
We're
this
going to
down.
pass. Belichick is back. We're going to pass.
See what happens
So I have
here.
this Google sheet that the NFL maintains, and I can't make any changes to it. It's a tracker, but I can see when the person's about to do something, and he just highlighted the Patriots block for the player. But
Pick is now in.
I don't see any typing yet.
Pick is in.
Yeah.
The red light is on and the madam is in.
Beat. I ain't got
Who it
nothing.
is.
I don't know who it is. Trying to stay off Twitter tonight to not have it broken me by Slack or Twitter, but
There's nothing on it, Mike,
come
so
on,
far.
guys.
Yeah. There's something going on.
So I think that we're going to get some help for Drake May.
Yeah.
Can I just say it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Travion Henderson,
Okay.
running
There we go.
back from Ohio State. So explosive, big play running back. I've compared him a little bit to Jahmyr Gibbs. I don't think he's quite Jahmyr Gibbs, maybe more in the Breece Hall mold, but that similar archetype of those two guys. He's a explosive, big play, loose mover. I mean, this guy can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's going to hit big plays in the run game. This is a really nice pairing, I would say, with Ramondre Stevenson. A little thunder and lightning action going on here. I would assume that he's going to play a lot on third down. His pass blocking tape was pretty solid as well. I love the player. I'm really crazy about the player. I had him on my big board. I didn't know they would go running back this early.
I did.
But I was just so infatuated with the player that I felt like he had to be on there, and I would be really excited about it. So I love this pick for the Patriots. Loved him before the draft. It's a big play machine, so they got some explosive coming to the offense.
Yeah. I like the pick a lot.
Yeah, me too. I mean,
even though it's a running back, Paul.
It's a playmaking running back, though, and this is where, I didn't use the fifth pick or the fourth pick to get him. I'm getting him in the second round. I'm perfectly fine with it. I think it's a really good pick.
We've talked a lot about the running back position in the draft. How do you manage it? Said over the last few days they've got to come away with a running back in this draft, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow. There's a lot of good backs. I like what they did. This is kind of what we talked about with teams at the end of the first round, where you see what falls through the cracks, and then you make a move on what makes the most sense for your team. I think this is, like Evan said, I think it's a slam dunk for them. It's another help for Drake May.
The 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Travion Henderson, running back, Ohio State.
That is a thumper.
But I go back to last year.
Did he say?
With Elliott Wolf saying needed to weaponize the offense, and I feel like that's
weaponizing
happened this year.
the offense.
With Diggs, with this now, with getting protection, feels like they're checking the boxes that they really needed to check. And I still think there needs to be filled, but this is a guy who moves the needle for the team.
See that first thing that he wrote there, Freddie?
What's that?
Elite pass pro.
Okay.
So what does that tell you for Josh McDaniels?
He wants him as his passing back.
Yep.
Speed back, passing
Speed back, playmaker who can pass protect.
I mean, this guy can
Look at
really
him.
make
See
things
that?
happen.
That's a route down the field. It's not just like,
Tell people what you're pointing
there was
to.
a little double move on the outside, kind of reminiscent of James White, where, sort of lining up one-on-one with a linebacker and abusing him with a pass route, not just swinging out of the backfield and catching 65 passes for 68 yards, the way they've done in the past, the recent past, with their backs. This guy's I really like this pick a lot, Freddie. You're not going to make me like.
You're not putting me in a corner.
No,
I didn't like it. I like it
because you already tried to start at the beginning of this show telling me I didn't like the Will Campbell pick, which I did.
Right. Yeah, I think when you watch running backs like Jahmyr Gibbs, running backs like Breece Hall around the NFL, and you see guys that can get into space and just make things happen, and that's what Travion Henderson is. He is a space back. He's a speed back. He's an explosive big playmaker. I really just thought watching him on tape in the college football playoff in particular, the way that he was destroying pursuit angles by really good defenses and really good high level of competition was extremely impressive. And I love the pick. I love the player. I'm pretty excited about what they're doing here offensively because Will Campbell, a really good run blocking left tackle as well as a good pass blocker. Now you get a speed back in the backfield too. Like this is trying to help out Drake May. I know it's not a receiver per se, a classic pass catcher, but all these pieces that they're adding are helping Drake May.
Yeah. So barring any trade, we've got a ways to go. The Patriots will pick 5th in the 3rd round.
If I may, Fred,
if you may.
If I may, the NFL just made an announcement about some new uniforms that are coming this year.
Oh, new uniforms.
If you don't mind, I'm sure there will be many fans interested in this because the AFC East is in fact one of the first teams. I'll just read a little bit about it. NFL and Nike launched Rivalries program with new uniforms and fan gear inspired by communities. What to know Rivalries, the NFL and Nike's new uniform and fan gear program will elevate NFL rivalry games over the next 4 seasons. The first cohort of rivalry teams are from the AFC East and the NFC West will wear uniforms born from local community insights during select home games against division rivals.
Sort of like City Connect for baseball?
A little bit like City Connect. So the Patriots, yes, folks, they will have new uniforms in this rivalry program for this year.
So how often are they going to wear them?
It sounds like over the next 4 years and select home games against division rivals.
Okay.
So Patriots against...
So that's
one
in addition to throwback.
Teams.
Is it in addition to Color Rush?
Well, I don't know if Color Rush exists anymore, but yeah.
Really?
Well,
okay.
Throwback, sure. And it said over the next 4 seasons. So they'll be releasing, I guess, two divisions each year. But yeah, Patriots are first up, and so yeah, guys, we are getting some new uniforms for the 2025
Wow,
season.
that's exciting! I know everyone's been clamoring.
I know. Well, it's some big news there too. So yeah, back to back. Get a running back, you get new uniform.
All right.
Like a whole new uniform?
Or a whole new uniform.
Okay.
It's called the Rivalry uniform, and again, Paul, inspired by the communities. So inspired by New England is
okay.
Is
so we're going to have like lobsters and
right. Just be a giant lobster uniform. There you go.
All right.
Don't tell Will Campbell that.
So the only drawback here is a difficult first name to type. No, I'm not happy with the random capital letters in the middle.
You'll get it. Hey, you got Omana, didn't you?
Eon. It's not that bad.
Thanks, Fred.
Yeah.
I'm going to need a mnemonic device myself. But.
Fred's like, it's not that bad.
So we've added a left tackle and we've added a running back. And that'll be it for a while. We've got Patriots' next pick is at 69. There could be a trade. You never know.
Package those, come back up?
You can come back up. They have 2 picks in the 3rd round. So we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, as I said at the top of the show, we did have a chance to sit down with Will Campbell earlier today as he made his rounds through the building. And Matt Morrell, if we're ready to go, let's watch that. Number 1 pick, 4th overall, Will Campbell. Will, welcome to the Patriots. I know you've been through the car wash, so I know it's been a long day, so we're not going to keep you too long, but we appreciate you stopping in.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm super excited to be here. It's an honor to represent this organization, and I just can't wait for the future.
So it's Mike, it's Evan, it's Paul, I'm Fred.
Yes, sir.
We're in-house, so you're safe here. Don't worry about it.
This is a safe space.
Yeah.
No doubt.
You were. We have what we call BTT guys.
Okay.
Would you happen to know what that is?
I don't.
That's a bang the table guy. So when we were banging the table for Will Campbell before the draft.
Well, I'd like to hear that.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear
we were all sold on you being our left tackle, so we're excited about that. So
Yeah.
guys,
Well,
jump in.
I mean, I got to jump in, Will. We watched you last night, right after you were selected, and we watched you walk to the stage, and you were interviewed briefly, and you got emotional. I think we felt the emotion there for you. I mean, just now you have a little bit of time away from that. What was last night like for you? What a whirlwind it all was.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing. I put a lot of work into, last night, and, for me to be able to hear my name and hear my name called early and, be able to represent, this organization, with the history that's behind this place, the championships, be able to play for Coach Vrabel. It's everything I could have asked for to, be in this best position possible, and I'm just super excited to get to work, meet my new teammates, meet all of them, build that relationship with not only them but the coaches, and just get back to playing ball.
So I'm trying to wrap my head around Will Campbell. How do you describe your play style? I'm violent, nasty, you're a really physical player, and this calm, measured, sort of way that you answer the questions, and you're really thoughtful and just even-keeled. How do you mix those two things on and off the field? It seems like your personalities are very different.
You didn't see that switch under his armpit?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's something my dad always talked about. You got to be able to flip the switch, be the cool, calm, collected guy off the field, but whenever it's time to go, they need to see a different you, and that's just what I try to do. I try to be the guy, that's just a normal dude off the field. I'm just like everybody else. I want to, be able to interact with people. I want people to, know that I'm personable. I can really conversate with whoever it might be, and but on the field, it's time to go, and that's just kind of the mentality.
I got to try that, Freddie. I'm always ranting Raven.
Paul goes from 0 to hot.
0 to hot like that. Yeah.
We've heard the story now a million times about you putting Vrabel on his butt during the workout, which I love. But I remember watching your tape against Texas A&M, and you took Nick Scorton and you torqued him right out of the gap. He's 260 pounds, right? So when I heard that story about Vrabel, I thought of that block. But is there any other blocks that stand out to you in your career at LSU that are some of your favorites, or highlight reels or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I had a couple good ones. I don't really remember, each of them specifically.
Yes, you do.
Not enough, but LSU was everything I could have ever asked for, in a university. I try to represent it in the best way possible, and I'm just super thankful for everything that they did for me and my family, my 3 years there, and, even though I'm a long way from Louisiana, I'm going to still represent the right way.
Yeah. Forget about football for a second. I want to talk about the sporting goods store that you've been in your family for a long time. How cool was that growing up? You just walk in and say, I need a new baseball glove. And, 'cause my father owned a hardware store, so all I could get was paint. So.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, whenever I would go in, and I'd be like, Mom, I need new shoes. She'd
Right.
be like, that's not how it works. That's how it's working today. I need new ones. And she would usually take care of me. But yeah, it was definitely pretty cool. My grandpa started that. I think he had probably about 7 or 8 stores. Now it's down to 1 right down the street from my high school, probably about 3 or 4 minute drive from my house. My mom, a few other people have been working there for a long time, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is. I think that'd just be cool. And you get a lot of friends too. Hey, well, can you help
No
me
doubt.
out? Yeah.
All the drama goes
Oh,
on
yeah,
in there.
yeah.
You hear everything in there.
Yeah.
The high school stuff, I wanted to ask you about Andrew Whitworth. I think he went to the same high school?
No, we went to rival high schools.
Okay, rival high schools. But he was someone you really looked up to, being from your area?
Yeah, no doubt. I think, whenever you're a young, aspiring offensive lineman and, you want to be the best, you look at guys like him and Cam Robinson. Even though they went to the rival high school that I don't really care for too much, I'd probably say some vulgar words about them if we weren't on air.
It's all right.
But, yeah, I mean, they did it the right way. They went about their business from a young age in high school to college, even though Cam went to Alabama. But, whenever you look at guys like that, they've been successful at every level that they played at. They've also been great in the community. And that's something that I wanted to do, so I really looked up to both of those guys.
Will, you were asked about working with Duke Manyweather this offseason. Everybody that doesn't know, he's a very well-known offensive line guru, trainer. Just what have you guys been working on to get ready for your rookie season?
Yeah, I mean, really just everything. He's the best. I think, this past offseason, or this past season, he had 8 or 9 Pro Bowlers that, he trained specifically. So that's something that I want to be a part of. Any way that, he can critique my game and help me put the best product on the field is something that I'm interested in every offseason. So I've really enjoyed the time that I've spent with him so far. He's taught me a lot, just, expanding my game in every aspect, and it's something I continue to look forward to.
I have a quick question for you, kind of off the beaten path. We live here in New England. We have Boston College, but we don't really have what you guys have in terms of college football. You're in the SEC, which is the NFL of college football. What's the best venue, besides LSU? What's the best venue if I wanted to see if I could go down and take a trip to watch a major college football game, which I've never really done? What would you recommend?
Really, honestly, every venue in the SEC except maybe 2 or 3 are,
Okay, Vanderbilt's out.
I'm not going to say any names. But, I played at some really cool places. The most underrated one, I feel like, in my opinion, was Auburn at Jordan-Hare.
Yeah.
That's a pretty electric environment. Florida has a great environment. Texas A&M. I never played at Tennessee, but I kind of figured that Tennessee's probably number 2 right behind us, and then Kyle Field, and then probably Bryant-Denny.
Cool.
So really anywhere.
A lot to choose from.
Yeah.
How much did you feed off that environment? There's so many clips that I've seen of you leading the Tigers out of the locker room, out of the eye black line, going into battle. It just seemed like that really, you were in your element in those moments.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, if you can run out in front of, that many people and not get some chills on your spine, you're not a human being.
That's what it's all about.
And,
right?
Every, Saturday, we just want to represent the state in the best way that we possibly can. And, just go out there and put the best product on the field. But yeah, I mean, it's amazing. Playing in the SEC is everything I could ask for.
So are you going right home after this? Are you going out to dinner tonight? Like, what's the plan?
Yeah, we're actually staying here tonight. I can't remember the name of the restaurant. It's right here in Patriots Place. I'm going to go eat at it.
If it's Davio's, they make good steak.
That's where I actually went there on my 30 visit. That's where I'm going. Went there on my 30 visit. They tried to get me to try clam chowder. I didn't do it.
It's good. You should.
We'll see.
Have you had lobster?
Yeah, I like lobster.
You like lobster?
Yeah,
okay. Oysters?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. All right.
But whenever, Brabo and them came down, I put them on some real char-grilled oysters.
There you go.
They had the butter, the cheese, all that.
Oh,
yeah.
You're making me hungry. All right. Well, listen. Well, I know it's been a long day. We really appreciate you coming in, and we're really excited about you being a Patriot.
Yes, sir. I'm super excited. Thank you all.
Right. Welcome.
Yeah,
Congrats.
no doubt.
Thanks, Will.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
all.
you too.
All right.
Good kid.
That's
Good
Will
kid.
Campbell. Yeah, he's everything they said. He's a great kid.
A little bit of a serious football guy. My SFG rating, which I like about him, certainly an offensive lineman. SFG, serious football guy. I've had that one for a little bit, but you can see the switch in him and I was saying to Paul in between the interview and coming back on the air, like that guy's got to deal with some tough, big, mean dudes.
Listen, every snap is a battle. Every snap is a battle.
Against the toughest guys that there are in the NFL. I mean, a lot of those edge players are among the biggest, fastest, meanest guys out there. So, I have a lot of respect for anybody who's going to go out there and line up against those kind of guys. And he seems like he has the demeanor to deal with it. And excited. Just love that energy that he's going to bring, adding it to that offensive line room.
Yeah, we got to get him laughing, though.
Yeah, you got him a couple times,
little
Fred.
bit.
Yeah, a couple.
Yeah, you
years
cracked him up with the bang the table. I think he kind of chuckled at that.
What's
and
this
then
guy talking about banging
you were
tables?
talking about, all you got was paint at the hardware store. I think he liked that one too.
Yeah.
So, so he's going to be a leader in this locker room, I'm sure.
Yeah, the only question I was, just curious to ask him about, I didn't get a chance, was just wearing the number 7 on his jersey.
I was going to ask him that too.
How did I forget to ask him
Is that the kid? So
it's an explosive playmaker, I think.
It's
is
the playmaker,
what they call
and it started with Patrick Peterson.
Yeah.
When, at LSU, and they have a small 7 on their uniforms, and I just wonder. I wanted to ask him, sort of the history of it. How rare is it to get it for an offensive lineman?
I think he's the first one.
And that's kind of what I was interested in. I know that they have like a lot of college programs. I think the number 18 is sort of special at LSU.
Yes.
In terms of a variety of different positions can wear it, but like for an offensive lineman to get a playmaker designation has to be kind of rare.
So, I go back to like the videos that we had early in Brady's career when he was just starting out, and him going out with the linemen and trying to keep up with the linemen drinking and all that. There's always been this like perception that the linemen hang out together and they go out and they drink, right? And I wonder if that's still true, and if this kid is one of those guys who, like, he's, like you said, serious football guy, but when it's time to, like, go out in the bar with the friends, he has a good time. I wonder. I don't know.
You know what I'm going to say, Fred? I think some of the case with those kind of guys, I feel like, they're there. They're drinking, but you would never know it. They're completely level-headed, and he's had 25 beers, and he's just sitting there kind of enjoying the music.
Yeah. So I'll tell you who he kind of reminds me of is Mankins.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
just
of when I said that.
Low-key, like just.
Yeah, I'll just run right over you.
And then I was just watching somebody in the nuts.
I was just watching Matt. Punch him on the head. Just like no big whoop.
Yeah. So, okay, good stuff. So while we were doing that, we do have some picks here.
Traded up for a defensive tackle.
Luther Burden's gone. He went to the Bears. And guess who's not gone? Shedeur Sanders is still out there.
Guess who is gone, though?
Yeah, Tyler Shugg.
Another quarterback.
Yeah. Louisville quarterback went over Sanders. So that's has he gone from legendary to, just pretty good?
What are we talking about?
Sanders. Like, he calls himself legendary.
Yeah, I feel like his handling of the pre-draft process is what's really coming back to bite him. I don't think this has anything to do with Dion or anything like that necessarily, other than the fact
I don't
that
either.
Dion,
I think if he was really good, they'd pick him.
Other than maybe the fact that Dion is the one advising him. He handled this process like he was a top quarterback, like he was Drake May or Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels. Didn't throw at the combine, didn't work out anywhere, threw at his pro day, and like all these other top quarterbacks do, and didn't interview very well. And so here we are in the second round, and other Tyler Shugg, who's like 27 years old or something like that, is going ahead of him.
And whose dog is very excited that he just got drafted.
Oh, good for the dog.
He wanted in on the celebration.
Good for the dog.
Good for the dog.
Tyler Shugg's 25 years old. I'm sorry, I aged him a little bit.
He is one of those 6 or 7 year college football
7-year
guys,
senior.
Yeah. So he went to the Saints, who was another team that needed a quarterback. So, listen, I don't know about trades and what can happen, but the Jets, I suppose the Jets could take a quarterback in the future if they're not necessarily sure that Justin Fields is going to be there for long. But I don't know that there's a lot of teams that would necessarily look at this and say, I need to take Sanders.
Yeah.
Could be looking at the third round.
Yeah. Isaac writes in, Patriots have chosen, but what's your take on Burden versus Henderson? This is my first draft for my son. Happy to have a new Patriot in my family. And thank you for being so amazing. Greetings from Winnipeg.
I would have been just as happy if they had taken Burden.
Yeah,
I would have. I would have. But I really like Henderson.
I just wanted offense. I want.
But playmaker offense. Yeah. Not like maybe he can develop into a possession receiver. I wanted a playmaker. That's why the more that Mike and Evan talked about Jalen Knoll, the more they were selling me. This is not just like a 9-yard per catch slot guy.
Yeah.
He's a downfield slot guy. So.
Absolutely.
I was wrapping my head around that, too. I wanted a playmaker.
Yeah, we'll see what happens at 69 and 77. Like, I'm not going to come on right now and say what a horrible decision to take Henderson over Burden, because they could take Jalen Knoll in the third round or Kyle Williams in the third round, which are very similar type of players that are going to accomplish similar type of things with their skill sets. So we'll see. But I think the one thing, we were kind of talking about this when the interview was going on, Paul, is clearly Luther Burden had something going on with teams behind the scenes, because he was not the 39th best player in the draft. He was a much better player than that. So let's just put our thinking caps on here for a second and ask ourselves, why did he fall to 39 then? Well, if the Patriots are going to be about culture and they're going to be about these things, then that's probably not the type of guy that they're going to draft.
At least not yet. They're not ready for that yet.
Right or wrong. Like maybe it will be come back to bite them that they didn't take Burden. But that type of guy clearly was not on their board, I would say.
So you know what I think is funny, just looking a couple of things league-wide. So, we talked about Burden, and Evan just talked about him sliding a little bit because of, potentially some character issues. He goes to Chicago. And, there's been a lot of criticism for the Patriots, certainly at the end of the Belichick era. They want to win every game 17-13 or 13-10. Is Vrabel doing the same thing? All the free agent signings, most of them are on defense. Well, Ben Johnson's trying to win games 45-42.
Yeah.
He's taken Colston Loveland. He's taken now Luther Burden. They already had Roma Dunze last year with the rookie quarterback. They loaded up on their offensive line in free agency. I don't know if they're going to stop anybody, but they're going to be able to score some points with Ben Johnson, one of the more creative offensive minds, and a really good cast of skill position guys. They're going to score. That's the way Detroit kind of played last year.
Yeah.
Now, part of it was because of the injuries on defense, but their defense wasn't very good. They got out to leads. They did the old-time sort of Patriots thing. They bludgeoned you with offense and made their defense look better as a result. That's what looks like Chicago's trying to do right now. That's what Cincinnati does. So it's different sort of mindsets. I like those little trends.
It's fascinating because the two teams just took quarterbacks last year right at the top of the draft. So, I mean, the Bears and the Patriots were in the same exact position a year ago. Two teams that needed quarterbacks, and to Paul's point, they've built it differently. And now we'll find out in a year or two, which team is building it correctly. It can go either way.
You could put Washington in that mix too. They've sort of focused a little bit on trying to get some weapons around Jaden Daniels, and we'll see if it works.
It's interesting. I wonder how much of this though is in part motivated from Ben Johnson coming from Detroit and being like, it's stupid for me to try to think I'm going to stop that offense. I know what they're capable of. I've got to play on their terms if I'm going to want to beat those guys. But I wonder how it's all going to come together at the receiver position. You said the same thing with Houston. You're seeing some of these teams that you might look at on the surface and think they got their guys. They seem like they got Nico Collins, kind of a number one. But these teams are continuing to try to stack wide receivers, and it's clearly a prevalent philosophy out there amongst NFL teams that you can never have too much explosiveness at wide receiver. And I think it speaks to a lot of what we've talked about with the Patriots and philosophically what direction should they go. Some teams clearly though are taking that very seriously, and they're hoarding every wide receiver.
I like to look at different ways because I get annoyed with, well, you got to build in the trenches, or no, you need a strong defense. If you can't stop anybody, you can't win. Defense wins championship. Or maybe we're just going to try to. We know we have problems on defense. We're going to try to compensate with just explosiveness everywhere. I think there's a lot of different ways to win.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not telling you one way's right, because I think there's a lot of different ways to win championships.
Yeah, and it's easy to see Bill Belichick might be in that position and really relish the challenge of, I got to try to slow this Detroit offense down. How am I going to build the defense to,
Good pick for the Jets.
What do you got?
Who'd they get?
Mason Taylor.
Yeah.
That's a good pick for them.
Yeah.
No, you don't like Mason Taylor?
He's fine.
Well, if you're trying to buy a car,
is
pick
he fine
Toyota.
because he's a Jet?
And
No,
if you
I
want to
thought
see
it was
Toyota's
overrated.
best offers, including those not seen on TV, go to buyatoyota.com. It's Toyota's official website for deals from the official vehicle of the New England Patriots. Toyota, let's go places.
Oh, there we go. We're back.
Yeah. All right. And you know what's easy?
Bud Light?
Yep. It's easy to drink. It's easy to enjoy. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the New England Patriots. So Mason Taylor, tight end, goes to the Jets.
Yeah, I liked Mason Taylor. I feel like he was a little bit overhyped. There was a lot of conversation about him potentially going in the first round. But looking back on where I had him, like this is a good spot for the Jets to take him
halfway through
here.
the second round.
Yeah, this is about where he probably
approaching
should have
anyway.
gone. There was a lot of conversations about him going higher than this, and I thought he got a little bit overrated during the process. But
10th, not halfway.
this is a good spot for him. What I do like about him is just a natural hands catcher and really good straight line speed. But you see him go through that gauntlet drill at the combine, and it was like you put that on the teach tape of how you run that drill. So he's got a lot of natural talents. Obviously got the bloodline. So good player. Good draft so far for the Jets. Membu, Mason Taylor, not a bad haul so far for the Jets.
Adam from Louisiana says, as an LSU alumni, I'm well versed on the numbers meaning for the football team. 7 represents the best playmaker on the team. It has generally gone to a wide receiver or defensive back. It has never gone to a lineman before Campbell. Number 18 is given to the leaders of the team, going back to quarterback Matt Mauk in 2003. So there you go.
So basically everything that we said.
Everything you said. But now it's confirmed. Spee in Fresno writes in, Can we put a hold on accepting Evan's Skoronski argument at face value? Paul wilted into Evan's soft lawnmower-free hands too easily. While it's a thoughtful, intriguing possibility to pose, I'd like some verification that coaches are really not giving these measurably challenged college tackles adequate shots at that position before shoving them into the guard role. It seems just as plausible that those guys aren't living up to their tackle billing in pro practice situations. Need more evidence and definitely need more frothing at the mouth counter arguments from the former fattest man in town.
Oh, I think that was a compliment.
I don't know.
I just want to state it for the record. Now I'm getting made fun of for not arguing enough.
Right.
And also for being
Can't
skinny.
win, Paul.
I don't mind the skinny because I'm still not skinny. But I'm getting made fun of for not arguing enough. No one's ever said that to me before.
Al from Wisconsin, times like this, I'm so thankful for Fred. You guys spend 5 minutes talking about the guy the Seahawks picked, only for Fred to immediately chime in and say, so do we know who the Seahawks picked?
So Henderson was the fourth running back taken, right? There was 2 in the first round and then the 2 Ohio State guys tonight, correct?
Yeah. I had Henderson. Real quick, I had him as my running back 3. I had him and Henderson and Judkins were really close for me. I thought both those guys were. It's a flavor thing. I preferred the speed and the big playability, but if you preferred the power and the angry run ability, as Deuce's friend Kyle Brand likes to say, then Judkins is more your flavor. But I thought both those guys were top of the second round. I had Henderson 32nd on my board, and the Patriots picked him at 38, so I thought they got pretty good value with the pick here. But yeah, I had him as a top 4 running back, and they took him as the 4th running back.
Joe in Darkness says, "Stop tipping picks. I want to listen to your stream, but this is a buzzkill." So if you're listening to us, you're getting it.
Right.
What else are you doing that we're ruining?
Right.
Yeah, I don't understand how that's if you're listening, I don't. This argument has never made sense to me.
What if you're saying I want to wait until the the TV announces it?
So why don't you yell at the commissioner for tipping picks?
Right.
If you're finding out for the first time, it's not tipped.
Right.
Why do you care where you're finding out for the first time?
If you're listening to us, we're your source.
If we were watching a game right now and you were watching the game on TV, and we were there live, and we were telling you what happened in the game before you're seeing it, that's tipping what's happening.
Right.
That's ruining it. I get it.
Yeah.
You're hearing information for the first time. Why do you care where you get it for the first time?
We're the source. Why can't we be your source?
I also just think it's hard for us to have a show and then to put the show on halt to follow the TV. We would still be on the 5 picks ago if we were matching up with the TV. So to keep the show moving, we kind of have to tell you what's going on.
But I'm open to the reason why this is ruining it for you. I don't understand because if you're listening to us, we're now your source.
Just stick with us.
Yeah.
So
And
it's got to be listening along while watching and just hearing
but
it first. While you're waiting
what
for
are you
the
getting from watching that makes it so? What is that? Why is it better to find out there than here?
Oh,
I just don't know. I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah, and I like I said, if we were ruining something that you didn't know was so we scored a touchdown and you don't know we scored a touchdown because you're watching on TV and we just ruined it for you.
Right.
I totally get that.
Yeah.
I don't know what's the difference if Roger Goodell tells you who the team picked or if Fred Kirsch tells you.
In your example, we're ruaning the action for you. There's no action.
The action is the juice.
This is the action. The action's right here.
What's that from?
Hardy.
Well, I was going crazy when we were waiting for that
Hardyism.
pick to come in because I didn't see it on our Slack channels. I wasn't looking at Twitter. I had no idea. I was sitting
didn't
in
know
the dark
until
too,
Evan told
and then
me.
the show just kind of grinds to a halt for a minute.
Right. Evan got it. Where'd you get it on Twitter?
Yeah.
And I hadn't seen it on my feed, so I didn't know. I learned it from watching.
I learned it from watching you.
Well, that's just my point. Deuce just said the show grinds to a halt. If we just sit here and wait for the pick to be announced on TV, then we're going to be sitting here twiddling our thumbs in between all these picks.
Children who do drugs. Of parents who do drugs.
Right, there it is.
It just comes out of me.
I think it's the other way around. Parents who
these
do
things are
drugs.
just I can make an ocean wave.
wave.
It's like the television from the 80s just built.
I can walk like a penguin.
Kirk
what
from
is going
Burlington,
on?
Ontario,
My name is Karen.
writes in. He says, "You guys give me A-Team vibes or Ocean's 8 like crew. Paul is Face and/or Brad Pitt. Oh, geez.
Oh, wow.
If I had known that I was going to get this reaction, I'd have lost weight long ago.
Fred is Hannibal or
Brad
George
Pitt.
Clooney. Well, I'll take that. Evan is Murdoch or Matt Damon.
Means a lot less now. Fred is George Clooney.
Right. Evan is Murdoch or Matt Damon, and Mike is B.A. Baracus
Hell
or
yeah.
Jet Li. Except I think you all talked Fred out of a tux this year. Anyway, I think Cleveland is trying to tank for Manning next year. That's why they're taking solid role players who aren't win-now guys. Plus, they got the Jags pick next year, and that might be number 2 again.
Oh, see, I think the Jags are probably going to be okay. But I do think that there's some validity to they're playing for the quarterback next year. I think he's right.
Could be.
And I don't, now
That's dangerous, though.
It's very dangerous. And Evan's point is, like Berry and Stefanski might not be around to do that. So it is a roll of the dice. But Ezaraku just got taken?
Yeah, by Dallas. Yeah, good pick.
I think there is risk to that. I think Evan is correct in that. But I feel like they really believe in Stefanski.
Yeah, they do. I know.
And
Yeah,
like
they're
I
not
said,
gonna let him pick a
I mean,
quarterback.
they're 2 years removed from going to the playoffs without a quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? Who's to say Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco can't hold it together for a year and have them win 9 or 10 games?
Yeah.
I don't think that will happen. I'm not predicting that by any chance, by any means. But it could.
I just think that, my whole thing with Cleveland, first of all, like, no one knows if Arch Manning's any good. Like, Arch Manning hasn't played any college football.
No one knows if Arch Manning is going to come out of the draft. It's not uncommon for the Mannings to stay.
Or even be good. Like,
Plus you make more money.
He's played one game at Texas, full game, against, I forget which team it was, but
It was like Texas.
Yeah, it was like a
something or other, San
low-level
Antonio,
school, one
but
of those, like, tune-up
I'm pretty sure
games.
he's going to be good.
He might be good, but he might not be. We don't know.
There's no guarantees.
Hey, there's no guarantees, so I don't think any team is preparing like next year is like the Andrew Luck or the Trevor Lawrence sweepstakes, and we're going to get in on that. And if I was Cleveland,
Yeah, I don't mean necessarily an Arch Manning. I'm saying they're going to be in position to get the best quarterback next
right?
year.
But
It's not necessarily an Arch
wouldn't
Manning.
you want to put that quarterback in a position to succeed and like draft players this year to set
I
up
don't
that
like-
quarterback in 26?
I don't like I definitely don't like the Mason Graham pick.
Right.
And I would have taken Henderson and not Judkins.
Yeah, but that's just
tonight. I think
my
they've
point.
made bad picks. I don't think that their strategy has been bad, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that may makes sense. I just, if you take Travis Hunter, like, he probably doesn't make the Browns a winner overnight, but now when you draft a quarterback in 26, you're drafting him to throw the ball to Travis Hunter. So because you already have that piece in place, you can't throw the ball to Mason Graham.
But
right?
what they're trying to do is increase their odds to be able to get that quarterback next year. Taking Travis Hunter, that leaves you only one opportunity, your pick. They're trying to up the possibility. Like if we're not in position to get that quarterback, now we have 2 picks to get in position to get that quarterback.
Right.
That's what I think was part. I don't hate the trade.
Yeah.
And I know that I am in the vast minority. Everybody is with Evan on Jacksonville made a great move. I think Jacksonville will actually be decent. I don't think that's a team that had a bad record last year. Everything that could go wrong did. I don't think that's a bad team. I really don't. And I think it put a couple of things in place. And if Liam Cohen knows what he's doing, he can fix Trevor Lawrence. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility they win 9 or 10 games and they compete for the AFC South title.
Yeah.
I don't think that's crazy.
The Boston College edge, Ezaraku, went to the Cowboys.
Yeah, nice pick by them.
You like this guy?
Yeah.
I do like JT.
Another
I'm not going to
edge
try to
just
pronounce
went
his
off the
last
board.
name. Yeah, heavy-handed, stout edge defender, good athlete, really good college football playoff performance. I think he had 6 sacks in the college football playoff throughout the couple games that they played. I really liked him a lot. I thought that he would be on the Patriots' radar. A lot of people obviously think that the Patriots are going to draft Jack Sawyer. I kind of thought that JT was a better player than Jack Sawyer.
I totally agree.
Yeah, but I don't know if the Patriots thought that, but I thought I had a higher grade on.
So the other guy I wanted to get
Sawyer.
your thoughts on because AFC East is TJ Sanders.
Yeah, so TJ Sanders, penetrating 3 technique, a little bit of one of those, Milton Williams types of players.
Ed Oliver?
Ed Oliver, maybe.
Okay.
That's kind of like the top of that archetype, if you will. But I thought he was a sturdy player. I thought he had some long arms. I think he can shoot gaps. I think he can penetrate the line of scrimmage. do that type of stuff. But I also think he can win with power and win with speed to
good
power.
pick for Buffalo, you think?
I think this is a better pick than their first-round pick. I thought Sanders was a pretty solid player and fits their 4-3. Whether they play him at 3 technique or the 1 shade. Either way, I think that he's going to be a pretty good player for them.
Andrew in LA says, please stop talking about the draft. I want to talk about Devers' batting average. This is a caller on caller crime.
I'm here for caller on caller crime. I love it. I would also say, at the risk of, I'm going to knock on wood here, I'm appreciating that the picks seem to be coming at a pretty good clip.
They do.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Terrence Ferguson.
What is
to
it,
the Rams.
7 minutes this round?
I believe it's 7 minutes this round.
And then it goes down to 5?
Yeah, but we're already on pick 15 now.
Yeah, we're about halfway through, almost halfway through the round already.
An hour, yeah.
Ethan in LA says, anyone listening to this live, why are you listening to anything else? Keep tipping the picks. I don't want to wait the extra 2 minutes for the pick to be told.
Fair enough.
That's kind of how
And
I
Joe
feel
says,
about
yes, I am. I follow up. Yes, I am watching the broadcast and listening to you. The answer to Fred's questions, it's fun. Okay, well. And Norman says, I disagree with anyone annoyed by tipping picks. I want to know as soon as possible. You guys are doing a great job. Keep it up. Best draft coverage, without a doubt.
I just
Chick-fil-A.
would need a bib for Fred, but I would just wonder, like Fred, I think you put it perfectly. I don't really understand if we're telling you what the pick is, why that's considered tipping it.
All right.
Why?
Because that's not action.
Tipping the pick would be like we knew an hour. We knew an hour ago.
Let's
Like,
just start the show off with who the Patriots are going to pick tonight.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Dan says the drama of hearing the stage announce the pick is on the TV broadcast is much more entertaining than hearing one of you guys blurt out the pick randomly.
Okay.
It's just the way it is. I've
All
learned
right.
to mute you guys for a couple minutes before the pick is in.
Fair enough. Maybe we need
Teach
a little
their
more pomp and circumstance when we announce the picks. Then,
I like this one. Joe says, I can't explain what you're doing is tipping picks. I just know I don't want to hear it from Deuce first. Something about his face.
It's just punchable.
Just kidding. I love Deuce. I'm just writing
right.
to take
Yeah,
credit
you
for
do. Oh, yeah.
noticing Paul
Yeah.
was losing weight months
too.
ago, and also to say there's no shot Tides was a higher rated show. That was a day 3 joint. That's true. That's true.
was it day 3 that you
Yeah.
guys got
Oh,
into
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Oh, I always thought it was in the middle of the draft
that
party.
that was day 1.
Yeah, I thought it was draft
up
party,
in the
right?
draft party.
Because people were looking
You're right.
at you guys like, "Are you crazy?" I've heard this story enough times to know
Absolutely.
this. Like, why are
I have
those
not heard
guys
that
yelling
story
at
enough
each other?
times to know that.
This is supposed to be a draft party. We're having fun.
Yeah.
They're yelling about Tides.
Yeah, so a lot of people tipping picks,
Oh,
tipping
all right.
picks.
Maybe we just put a warning up before we tip anything.
Harvey in Maine, what are we going to do about wide receiver? Do we move up a bit or wait until 69 and 77? Seems to me like we're waiting a bit too long.
We'll see. I think that one of the things that they were trying to prioritize from all the reporting that we heard is players that play outside the numbers at wide receiver. They wanted to get a bigger, one of Paul's guys, a bigger X receiver, someone that can play outside the numbers and complement what they have with Stephon Diggs and Demario Douglas and those types of players. Trey Harris from Ole Miss is probably the best player in that mold that's still on the board. Jalen Knowles still on the board as well. Jack Betch is still on the board. Kyle Williams still on the board. A lot of people like Jalen Royals from Utah State. He's also still available. So there's still wide receiver talent available. I don't think that's there's any reason yet to be worried that they're going to miss the boat on adding someone with some upside and some talent. If they draft Kyle Williams at 69, we're all going to be happy. So let's just wait and see what happens.
Yeah, well, you got 2 guys on offense already, Evan. Can we have some for the defense, please?
I mean, how many free agents did they sign for
you
defense,
got
Mike?
all
How much
the
do you
offense
need? How
last
much is it?
year.
It's never enough.
I need at
It's
least
never
11
enough.
guys.
It's never enough.
For these
11
defensive
players.
guys, I need like 7 edge rushers. Like, no, you'll have your 3 and
Just
you'll
3.
be
I
done.
I need a lot of more. Got a lot of more.
But I always kind of felt like this would maybe be how the board fell at edge, because there's so many talented edge rushers in this class that 3rd, 4th round range, you can still get a guy that you feel like has some developmental upside, some starter upside or maybe it's a guy that's more specialized, like a pass rush specialist, like a Josiah Stewart from Everett, Massachusetts, and also from Michigan. Like maybe it's one of those types of players where it's okay, we're envisioning him in a third down role instead of a full-time role, but you're still so much talent on the board at that particular position that I do think you can get one 69, 77, 106 even.
Yeah, and I'd be okay with that. Like, I think even not Josh Uche specifically, but that Josh Uche type where maybe you don't work out as a 3-down player, but you can come in and bring some juice on third down. So we don't have, you can't rely on Harold Landry and Clavon Chason to play all 3 downs. They need some other rotational piece there, preferably some young, lively legs that can get off to the edge and get after the quarterback.
We're going to really have to remember Josiah Stewart because he's going to be the last one.
Yeah.
He'll be my last Everett guy for a while.
Really?
No.
Why is that? That was when you stopped coaching in the town, and then the talent level just.
I never coached any of these boys.
Paul just recruited.
As far as you know.
Let's see. 855-PASS-500 is the hotline. Let's go to it. Sean's in Vancouver. What's up, Sean?
Sean.
Hey, everyone. Happy draft.
Thanks for holding
Mike,
on.
As you were saying, yeah, thanks. No problem. Mike, as you were saying earlier, you didn't want this to be like the draft the last 2 years where we picked well in the first round player that everyone thought we should, and then it kind of fell off from there. It seems like now, well, no, that's not the case. We got someone in the second round who has a lot of upside, who seems like one of the players that probably fell to us. So that's a good thing. And the other thing that I look at is the free agents. I mean, this offseason there was 13 real needs for this team, and not to say they filled them all, but it looks like they at least addressed 11 of them. And the other 2 needs you can get late Saturday night, fullback and kicker. So right now it's all about building on.
Did I miss the wide receiver filling?
Yeah. Say it again?
Well, Sean, you said the 2 needs are kicker and fullback?
Yeah, those are the.
What about wide receiver?
At all. Well,
guard.
So they, at least I'm not saying they filled it. I'm saying they at least addressed it, right? So yeah, I like that. Like maybe Noel will be there in the third round, and that's the player I'd like to get if he's still there.
Oh, okay. I missed that part. I'm sorry.
No,
okay.
I was getting there. But yeah, I'm
no,
just saying.
Yeah, my bad.
You could get players that are going to help your team that aren't real huge needs, and you can get the kicker and the fullback in undrafted free agents.
Yeah,
so
I don't know.
You guys talk about that.
I don't know if. Thanks, Sean. I don't know if fullback's a need or if it's even on the table of a position on the team. I hope it is. And a lot of people are assuming, it's Josh McDaniels and he likes using a fullback, but
Will Johnson.
I don't know.
Finally.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Oh, Will Johnson just went? Okay.
Yeah, I don't either. I would say that if they had heavy plans for a fullback, there probably would already be one on the roster. You're not going to wait to draft a day 2 or 3 fullback and expect that person to be a significant part of the offense. You look at how long it took James Devlin to even break into that role. There would be a veteran, I think. I think they're going to just go for it with what they got. I don't think the fullback's coming back.
If they really are looking at true fullbacks like Jakob Johnson, James Devlin, those guys go undrafted. You can get that guy in the 7th round.
That's what Sean was saying.
Yeah.
You get a kicker and a fullback, and you get them in as undrafted
in the
free
7th
agents.
round. I mean, I think right now, you're still looking at wide receiver is the obvious one. I still think you gotta tap that class at some point, right on the edge, Deuce. At some
Tap
point,
that class.
you gotta add a defensive lineman in a loaded group like this. You want to do that, and then I think that you could add another offensive lineman,
guard,
guard, but you have 3 more picks in the top 100, right? So,
yes, and those picks, Mike, would be 69, 77, and 106.
Right. So
it's top 100 pick.
We got a top 100.
Well, you know that somebody that is in the top 100 is probably going to slide a little bit because somebody always does.
That's good.
And
That's
then
good
they'll be at
Paulism
106.
right there. That's good Paulism.
So I will say that they made a top 100 pick when they picked somebody in my top 100.
As long as it's in
106.
my that's my chart.
Exactly.
It's like when Parcells used to say about going for 2. That's not what the chart says. It's my chart.
Yeah, right.
How do you know what my chart says?
Owen's in Dublin. Hey, Owen.
Dublin.
Owen.
Fred, how are you doing?
Good.
How are you guys? Listen, long time listener, and about 25 years or so I've been listening to you guys. And I'd like to ask a couple of questions. Really, I'm kind of happy with the pick, but I'm a bit worried that Evan thinks that he's going to need somebody to hold his hand on the outside.
With Will Campbell, you're talking about.
Yes. Well, obviously, we only picked one player now, Evan, in the first round.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Do you know what I mean? I mean, should he have to have somebody to hold his hand on the outside?
You mean like chipping and stuff like that?
Yeah, we talked about it last night. Having
He's number 4 in the draft. I mean.
No, I hear what you're saying, Owen. Like you're saying, if you're going to take him 4th, like just get him in there and play. And if you have to do all this,
I think he should be able to do that stuff, Fred. You know what I mean? He shouldn't need somebody to hold his hand.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
not forever.
Yeah. I don't know if he'll necessarily need it. I'm just saying that the point I was trying to make with that is that there are ways to schematically help the tackles, right? There are ways to do that aren't a total detriment to your offense, whether it's chipping, at the backs and the tight ends or whatever the case may be. And I don't care if he's the 4th overall pick or the 40th overall pick, when you're a rookie offensive tackle in the NFL and you're going week 1 and you're facing, an all-pro edge rusher potentially coming off the edge, like he's a 21-year-old kid that's never played in the NFL before. Like he's going to need to have some, dipping the toes in the water here. We're not going to just put him in the deep end and hope that he sinks or swims. That to me, that's what good coaching staffs avoid. Good coaching staffs coach around that. They help guys like that.
And I get it, but I get what Owen is saying. If we're halfway through the season and we're constantly needing to
that last year, though.
Okay.
Go ahead. What?
No, nobody did anything like that last year to move anybody around, and it was a complete disaster. So do we think the coaching was so bad last year that?
I think that was part of the problem, but I also think that.
I mean, I understand we've got way better coaches this year, but is it going to improve that movement and the blocking so much better now?
Yeah,
yes.
I think the coaching was bad last year. I think the talent wasn't up to par. I think your overall thing, though, I hear what you're saying. If we're halfway through the season and we're constantly having to chip, keep in a tight end, max protect because there's a deficiency there, then that's a problem.
Well,
but I think I think this guy's worth, doing whatever we can to make him succeed, because if he ends up being your left tackle for 10 years, it'll be worth this early type of help that you have to give him. And I'm not saying you're going to have, I was watching a thing with him on Twitter today where he was analyzing his own game with somebody, and he was actually breaking down his own tape. I mean, he knows what he's doing out there.
Yeah,
and he knows what he needs to do, even if right now he needs to work on some things.
Yeah, I hear Owen's point about he's a 4th overall pick. Shouldn't he be good enough to just do it on his own?
Thanks, Owen.
But I think in this league, these pass rushers are extremely talented players. And there aren't a lot of tackles that do it on their own for 4 straight quarters and have no help and have no schematic tweaks or tricks of the trade.
Especially when they first get in the league.
Right.
I was just going to say, if you're going to on one hand say that they were poorly coached last year, and then on the other hand you're going to say, well, they can't, try to help them this year. Well, that's part of the reason why that I didn't think they were well coached last year, is because they too often just put them out there and left them on islands, and they weren't good enough to do it. I don't know if they were poorly coached in terms of teaching techniques and teaching, but when it came time to solve a problem in a game, they seemed powerless to do it. They're asking DeMontre Jacobs to block Nick Bosa, as an example, in San Francisco. Yeah. That's asking for trouble. That, to me, is why they were let down by the coaching.
Yeah.
Not because Scott Peters didn't know how to teach the, hand placement or, the punch and all that kind of stuff.
Well,
I'm sure he understood, the fundamentals of blocking. I just think schematically they had problems and they didn't adjust to them.
Yeah.
I think Josh McDaniels will do a better job of that.
That's the point I'm making as well. I don't think it's as much of a knock to say that, if you're facing Nick Bosa in his 3rd career start, that maybe we'll send the tight end over there and have him chip him on the way out into the pattern every once in a while to try to help him out. That's what smart coaching staffs do.
There was a game that
Ursary to Houston.
Oh, and they got
they came back
anyway.
up.
I waited till the NFL announced it.
Good job, Mike. But there was one specific game sort of later in the year here at home where I think Lowe had to leave the game. And number 72, whose name is escaping me right now, had to go in for him.
Is that Zach Thomas?
Zach Thomas.
Jeez, yeah, he was here for
And it
10
was
minutes.
they were lining up at the bat rack for a chance to rush the passer against him, and there's no help.
Yeah.
Like, I don't look at that as a negative for the player. I look at that as lack of adjusting from the coaching staff.
Right. It's very, I remember back in the day, we'd go up against certain teams that had known sack artists. Clay Matthews is an example for the Packers. And I remember Belichick would say, we're just not going to let him beat us today.
Yeah.
He's not going to ruin the game.
J.J. Watt is a guy that they didn't let kill him.
Right. They'd have a special plan for Clay Matthews or J.J. Watt that included whatever, chipping, leaving guys in, giving help. And it worked.
Yeah,
and it worked.
I'll give you another example.
But if you just leave the guy out there, he's going to, these guys are going to win sometimes.
Yeah. As you guys would know better than me, like Matt Light had a ton of trouble with Jason Taylor. Had a ton of trouble with Jason Taylor, and I don't think I'm saying anything. Love Matt Light.
I'd like to tell you exactly what Jason Taylor did to give Matt Light trouble, but anytime those games happened, I never got to talk to Matt Light after the game because he was nowhere to be found.
Okay, well, he gave him a ton of trouble.
That's what you've heard a time or two.
And I would say Dwight Freeney also gave him a lot of problems too. But those guys are Hall of Fame caliber edge rushers.
And for the most part, Bill made sure that Daniel Graham was locked in.
So what did Bill do? He took his 260-pound tight end. He put him right next to Matt Light. And anytime Dwight Freeney or Jason Taylor tried to come off the edge and turn the corner, Daniel Graham would chuck him. And that's what you do for tackles to help him out. Like Matt Light is a Patriot Hall of Famer. He's a really good player. Those guys were better a lot of the time.
I remember Bruce Smith and Bruce Armstrong would have epic battles. Bruce Armstrong's in the Patriots Hall of Fame, but he would lose a lot to Bruce Smith, and sometimes he'd win, and sometimes he'd get help, in certain games.
Yeah,
but Bruce Armstrong was one of the best left tackles we ever had.
Yeah, another element though to me is just the uncertainty at left guard, and as I said last night, in a perfect world, you'd love to have a veteran there that can be that calming presence next to Will Campbell. Now you're going to be having basically an open competition at left guard for all we know, with Layden Robinson over there, Cole Strange, City So how do you build up some continuity with Will Campbell and help him out a little bit when there might, at least early in training camp, be kind of a revolving door next to him on the right? I think it's something they have to think about, just how to manage, and hopefully somebody's emerged in the spring that they believe in, and in a perfect situation, they're going to start off with, let's just call it Layden Robinson there.
That's a really good point, because as we've been told by, Skarnecki and others, it's all about, a lot of it is cohesion and
seeing
communication.
Through the same eyes, right?
Yeah, and having the same guy next to you snap after snap, I think can only be a benefit. And when that guy's changing in and out, it stunts growth, I think, a little bit. And not just of an individual, of the whole line.
Yeah, point to, Logan Mankins, who, I don't know if he's ever been asked about that, but I would probably consider him being a key part of that transition of going from Matt Light to Nate Solder and helping Nate Solder along the way. I know that, there were some injuries as well that added into that, but it's never going to be perfect. You're never going to have every element that you want along the offensive line, but I do think, as I said last night, it puts a little bit more of a spotlight for me on that left guard position and how they approach it in the spring.
Yeah, I do wonder, to that point, Deuce, there's a lot of talented interior offensive linemen, and I've made that point numerous times, and it seems like they kind of want their guys, Travion Henderson instead of Antonio Gibson, right? Will Campbell comes in. Obviously, that's a little bit of a different situation, but they keep on turning the roster over to bring in Vrabel guys and Vrabel identified people. So at left guard, are we waiting on a left guard pick here tonight? Because it kind of feels like they might not love Cole Strange and City So and Layden Robinson. That's not Mike Vrabel and Ryan Cowden's pick. That's not their guy. So maybe it's going to be a guy that they draft tonight or early tomorrow. That's going to be the left guard instead.
So I know you need bodies in camp, but if you do pick a left guard in a third round here, do you need to clear the decks a little bit and say, okay, he's going to be our left guard, and let's go?
Well, it'd be hard in the third round to think.
The third rounder, sight unseen.
Well,
Like if he
saw his tape.
No, but if he turns out to be Joe Tooney and he just emerges as the best one in camp, by all means. But he's got to win a job.
Sure, but I'm talking
like a starting job. He's going to be on the team as a third-round pick. But as a starting
I'm not saying
job,
you get rid of everybody because you need bodies, you need depth on the offensive line. But right now, there seems like a backlog.
My guess is if they draft a guy in the third round, somebody, probably City So, is going to go.
I would think.
Yeah, they have three guards right now with Robinson, Strange, and So that are all here that are all competing for one spot. So to your point, Fred, if they draft a guard here in the third round, that's a top 75, top 80 pick in the draft that you're probably thinking is a starter. You're hoping that is a starter.
Yeah, I'm just not saying that in year one.
No,
he's not plug and play as a third round pick.
But at that position, you might be.
I think
he might end up being, but he has to win it.
Sure,
he has to prove that he's better than the first round pick that's already on the roster.
Well,
could I share just a few things on Henderson from the Beast that I found interesting, just scanning through his blurbs.
Patriots running back pick.
Yeah, this is 22.1% of carries in 2024 resulted in gains of 10 yards or more, which was third best in the FBS. Speaking to how explosive he is, trusted blocker, consistently puts defenders on their backside. Credits Faith for his maturation, motivated by his mother. He used his NIL money to help her retire. Last piece, unselfish teammate and voted 2024 captain. He told Ryan Day to, quote, do what is best for the team when Ohio State was considering adding Quinshon Judkins in the transfer portal. So that, seems like a leader that kind of, another culture fit. And I just think it adds another element of intrigue, too, as I think about it a little bit more. You guys pointed out the obvious piece of it, which is Antonio Gibson, receiving role. I think last year we just saw more of a balanced rotation, and maybe that's a Josh thing that they were getting away from. Maybe they'll get back to it. But when they brought in Antonio Gibson, I thought, he's going to be the passing down back. But it just seemed like they kind of rotated those guys liberally, and there was no, obvious code like there was when it was, all right, Sony Michel's out there, they're going to run it. James White's out there, they're going to pass it. But I wonder how Henderson's going to push those guys, because I see him pushing Stevenson too. I think he's in the mix for, he can do it all. And certainly the explosiveness is really appealing for this team.
Travis in West Virginia, props Fred on the use of the word cherubic earlier. I'm sure you've addressed this, but remind me again why the Patriots don't have the fourth pick in the second and third rounds like they did in the first.
Yeah.
And who wants to handle
They're
that?
all tied, and it rotates.
Right.
So you get it, the tiebreakers, how it unfolds in the very first round, and then the rotation among those teams that ties sort of flip-flops by round.
So we were at fourth. This round we were sixth. And then we're going to go up to fifth in the third round.
Right, because I think we tied with three. It's a three-way tie or four-way? Is it a four-way tie? No, three-way tie.
Eventually we'll get back to fourth.
Yeah, all the 4 and 13 teams that tied rotate.
Yeah, I just think it'll be really fun with Henderson and Stevenson. I think it's a perfect pairing between the two of those guys. I go immediately to David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Like, you have a guy that's between the tackles, bruiser, a real sledgehammer with Stevenson. And we've talked a lot about the fumbling issues with Ramondre, and I think a big part of that is just how much volume he's taken on over the last couple years of trying to be really a three-down player in the offense, because they haven't had a true change of pace back that can kind of take some of the pressure off of him. So having a fresher Ramondre Stevenson, having less on his plate, does that make him a better player? Does that make him less susceptible to fumbles and having ball security issues? I just think the two of those guys together, it's not redundant at all. Like, you can see how they can kind of fill in each other's holes and be a little bit more explosive in the passing game than Ramondre is.
The home run threat, that to me is the huge piece of this puzzle, and that I think we get in so many debates about running backs and teams trying to build themselves around the run, but having that explosive element to the running game, that's promising to me. I think that Vrabel and this new regime, they understand how they have to win games, and that's with Drake May's arm ultimately, but building a complementary running game that can take a little bit of pressure off him. I mean, these are the things we talked about when we were throwing Genty out there and obviously these are different players, but not that much really. I mean, I think the elements of Genty that were appealing if it all worked out perfectly are a lot of what Henderson will bring to the table.
Did we get our first reach with the Bengals taking Demetrius Knight Jr.?
Yeah, a lot of people sort of talked about that. Obviously a player they really like, though.
My boy.
I think we're at the point, just looking at a lot of these picks, like Terrence Ferguson, I had as like a fringe top 100 guy, probably a little early for him too. But really what we're getting at now is just everybody's board is so wildly different in a draft like this, and like there's not a ton separating some of these guys at this point. So if that's your fit, if that's your type of player, then you're just taking your guy and you're cool with it. The other position that I think is a little bit getting passed on right now is corner. There's a lot of corners out there still. Ben Morrison's out there. Trey Amos, I don't think has been picked yet.
He hasn't.
Azare Thomas from Florida State. I'm terrible with names. Siobhan Revel, East Carolina, is coming off an injury, but a lot of people thought he was like a top 50 guy. So corners are getting pushed down the board by all these edge rushers, it seems like right now on the defensive side of the ball. I'm shocked that Amos hasn't gone yet.
So to be honest, like I expected a lot more of that. Like, someone's top 100 might have 5 or 6 guys taken that weren't in there because of the way everybody talked about this draft.
Right, but it hasn't yet.
It's going to be wildly similar from 20 to 70 or something, whatever.
Right.
But so far, most of the boards have been pretty good.
Yeah. And Mike Green's still out there, right? Mike Green?
Yeah, Mike Green. Well, Nick Scorton just went.
Nick Scorton went. Dylan writes in, he wants to know why we think Mike Green is falling.
Oh, boy.
Sexual assault allegations.
Yeah, he's got some off-field stuff.
I said to Evan, I've never been to the combine where I heard a guy at the podium. I just was walking by, and all I heard him saying was, like, I've never been formally charged with anything. And I'm like, ooh, that ain't going good over there. Have you guys seen something like this? Like, when do we get into uncharted territory where a guy who every mock draft was a first-round pick is now really, when is he going to go? At what point is it worth
I'm sure that,
risk?
I'm sure that the draft nicks would tell you.
Yeah.
But I just can't think of a name right now, but it happens.
Yeah.
Usually, I remember like Nakobe Dean was the guy that all of a sudden, like the draft came around and it was like, what wasn't broken on him? He had like a shoulder problem, the knee problem, and he had a lot of injury red flags.
He was kind of a first round. Some people,
a lot of people thought
him first round potential too.
And he fell. But in terms of red flags, I don't know where A.D. Mitchell was supposed to go last year exactly.
Probably higher than he did.
Definitely higher than he did, but I don't know if he was supposed to be a first-round pick.
Yeah, but this is we're getting further.
We're going 2 rounds.
They took
Mike Green.
Oladejo. Yeah. That's a good pick by Tennessee. We're Mike Green. I don't. At this point, like, is Mike Green getting drafted? Like,
that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I don't know. Just watching the edges fly off the board, like one after another, and it's not him. I just wonder if
there is a chance that you don't see him at all, and then someone just takes a 6th-round flyer on him or something and says, what's the worst if he has what he's on a zero tolerance policy and one strike and he's gone, but you lose nothing because 6th, 7th round pick.
Craig in Central Mass, you guys are peaking professionally tonight. Deuce got new uniforms. Fred got the top pick to laugh at a joke about paint. You're talking football, so Evan is happy, while Paul was only slightly negative about the second pick, complaining that his first name is hard to type.
Oh, thank you. I was like, my God.
I can't win.
I can't remember liking a pick that much.
Anyway, when do you see the center from Georgia going, and is he worth investing a pick in to take the job from Bradbury next year? Tip them picks, he says.
Wait, sorry, who was the first?
The center from Georgia.
Jared Wilson, really talented player. I think that he's going to be a starting center for sure, maybe even as a rookie. I would say that we're getting into Jared Wilson territory now. He's probably a back end of the top 100 kind of guy. If you're drafting Jared Wilson, though, at this high, like he's starting year one, like that's maybe not day one, but I would be surprised if you keep him off the field. Drafting a center at 69 is high, if you're going to go that position. So I would think that would probably be off their board just because of that. It's a little aggressive at center right now.
All right, let's get back to some phone calls. 855-PATS-500 is the hotline. Christian is in L.A. What's up, Christian?
Hey, you guys. Thanks for taking my call this afternoon on draft day 2 here in L.A., Los Angeles, where it's sunny, but I am definitely cloudy. I don't understand. I don't get it. I know we got Mike Vrabel, and I know exactly who he is, and I know exactly what he's doing. He's building the Tennessee Titans again. I know what he wants to do. He wants to run first, play good defense, and win 17-14. We are no longer in a 17-14 league. We are in a league where you have to put points on the board.
All right.
And I don't mind the kid, Trayvon Henderson. I don't mind him at all, but he is not a need.
Okay, so what would you what should what?
I'm upset.
No, okay, I'm just and I get it. So what should Vrabel have done?
I love that.
What didn't he do that you think he should have done so far?
He should not have taken a running back with our second pick when we have two. Oh, they're not superstars anymore. Ramondre has his problems, and Antonio and Gibson, he's okay. I get it. They're not superstars. We do not need a running back. We need a impact player that can play.
Put a name to it. Put a name to it.
I don't mind Jalen Nolan. I don't mind some of these guys.
Well, he's still on the board.
Watching.
Well, he thinks they should have taken him.
Yeah, but they could take him at 69.
No, I know, but
he's still on the board.
But he may not be at 69. But
we're already at 50 something.
Guys, he's building a team for a league that does not exist anymore. That league does not exist anymore.
Christian, Trayvon Henderson's not that type of running back, dude. He's
a pass catcher.
He's not Derrick Henry,
well,
right?
Can I?
He's not 3 yards in a cloud of dust. He averaged 7 yards a carry last year. He's an explosive running back. He's a playmaker.
The reason why Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery are able to do what they do is because they have receivers that can back up the linebackers, that can back up the safety. I don't care about this kid when the safeties and the linebackers are going to crash the box. It is not going to work. It's not that kind of league anymore. I'm so mad.
Okay. All right.
Can I just go on record saying I think
he's cemented his most hated call. Not by me.
I don't believe any bit of that call.
I think that was a little faux rage.
Well, he's in LA.
I'm sorry.
It's actor.
But I like it, Christian. I love it. Good stuff.
Let's just wait till the end of the night. Let's see what they do in the third round. There's still receivers out there.
So I really like Jalen Noel too, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking, 38, I would have liked him. Well, we're like 15, 20 picks after that. He's still on the board. So maybe, I know this is hard to, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. But,
maybe, no one else thought he was worthy of a pick yet either.
But, I'll play the game. Let's just say that is truly, rage coming from Christian.
Yeah.
But, I
like it.
They needed a left tackle too, right?
Oh, yeah.
If you don't take a left tackle, then that word neglect comes back into play.
I would just argue that I get the whole thing about trying to win games, strictly on defense, and I hate it. You guys know that.
Right. They just took two offensive players.
But I think that the offensive player that they took, you can easily put into that category. Oh, they just want to run the ball and stop the run. No, I don't think that's this kind of running back.
He's 202. He's a fast guy.
I think he's a home run hitter. Yeah. I think he's a big play guy that they're going to look to try to make some plays with.
Right.
They're going to try to get this guy the ball in space.
You don't have to go 3 yards in a cloud of dust. You can make big plays in the passing game. You can, sort of try to, have a big play running attack too. I mean, I'm not suggesting you give this guy 25 carries a game. I don't want to do that. But can you scheme up some stuff and get him in space?
He's not even that kind of guy, right?
Yeah.
You want to get this guy 10 to 12 touches a game where he's in a lot of space.
Two of them are going for 10 yards plus based on his contract.
Right. And I would just say, fair or not, Luther Burden and Trayvon Henderson will be Ladd McConkey and Jalen Polk, right? We are going to compare those two players. They got picked back to back. The Bears picked Burden, the Patriots picked Henderson, and whether it was fake or not, if Luther Burden goes on to have a great career and Trayvon Henderson doesn't, then Christian's outrage will be warranted.
Yep. That's how it works.
Yeah, those are the coin flips, and that was a coin flip.
And by the way, you're allowed to be outraged before it happens too. I mean, I remember being sort of outraged on the Tyquan Thornton pick with all the receivers that were picked right around him.
Yeah.
All the receivers picked right around him weren't all good. It was one that was much better than him, one that was good, and one that's kind of done nothing, Sky Moore. Right? It was George Pickens, Alec Pierce, and Sky Moore. Yep. Now, I would take all three of them over Tyquan Thornton, don't get me wrong. But Sky Moore's really done nothing.
Yeah.
In one of the best offenses in football.
Yep.
So you never know.
Patty, let's see, got to get my mouse going.
One of your centers went.
Patty's in Agawam. What's up, Patty?
One sure sign Trayvon
I'm sorry.
is going to be a great pick because Christian in LA is a good player.
That's all I got to say. Okay, fair enough.
I want to get into some of the wide receivers. I know two of the guys I really like, Trey Harris and Jalen Noel, are on the board. Evan, I wanted to ask you, have you watched any film on?
Yes.
His name's escaping me. The kid from Utah State.
Jalen Royals.
Yeah.
Jalen Royals. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I've only seen highlights. He looks like he's a little deliberate when he's running his routes, but as soon as the ball gets in his hands, he kicks into another gear. And then I don't know if I'm just seeing stuff. I want to see if you see the same thing. And Mike, listen, calm down, buddy. By the end of the night, the Patriots will have Jack Sawyer on the team. That's all I got. Let's go!
All right, thanks.
Yeah,
Patty.
Jalen Royals fits right into that same mold with Kyle Williams and Jalen Knoll. They're all kind of speed slots. I would agree with Patty. Good scouting, Patty. I think he's better with the ball in his hands than he is as a route runner in terms of his play speed. But he reminded me a little bit of your guy, Jaden Reed. He reminds me a little bit of him, similar type of player. So he's still out there. If that's their pick, again, it's kind of Knoll, Kyle Williams, Jalen Royals. Used to be Isaiah Bond.
I was just going to say, used to be Isaiah Bond.
But all four of those guys were kind of in a cluster, and it was sort of just pick your flavor, pick your choice out of that group.
I like those guys. I'd be happy with any of those guys.
Speed,
Bond now,
good players.
Royals
as long as they have speed.
Yeah,
they have speed.
That's what we've been saying since I think the end of last season was that's the element you need in that room. I think they've got a lot of guys in that room that do certain things well, but they don't have anybody who can chew up the field and really.
CJ and KC, I just want to say how pumped I am for the Henderson pick. Solid pick that can help day one. I can't remember the last Ohio State player the Patriots picked, but I hope that changes, especially since they're wide receiver U. Now, I hope we aren't in a position to pick Jeremiah Smith in a couple years when he's available, but I maybe give up the whole 2027 draft to move up and get him. Thanks for the great draft coverage.
That be Andy Katzenmoyer?
Katzenmoyer was, Kerry Glenn was the best probably that they picked from Ohio State.
I'm glad
now. There's one sooner than Katzenmoyer.
Nate Ebner?
I think it might be Nate Ebner. I'll look it up.
With Belton going now, though, it's just this is what we talked about now. Now you're trying to project tackles, and it's tough spot to be in right now if you felt like I need to get a left tackle or, even really at this point, a right tackle
Ebner
that can play. And now you're crossing your fingers and hoping that one of these guys is going to make a leap.
Yeah, I didn't even think Anthony Belton. I didn't have him in my top 100 picks. So you're already starting to kind of get into that Caden Wallace territory of we're reaching on tackles because we need a guy. Yeah. Now, the other side of it, Ursery did make it to 38.
Yeah.
So you could have done Ashton Genty Ursery instead of Will Campbell, Travion Henderson. So that's another one that we'll look back and we'll say, which one would have been better? Would Ursery and Genty would have been better, or Henderson and Campbell? It's kind of funny that they're both tackles and running backs, we'll have an exact different teams.
Interesting.
Good call. You should tweet that out. I bet that would get some traction.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to keep that one.
Yeah, I think leave that for others. Let's go to Ray and Dedham. What's up, Ray?
Hey, what's up, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
First of all, Henderson was a great pick. Okay, so the other previous caller, I think he's a little off base there, but 2 picks later, the Saints picked Tyler Shaw as quarterback instead of Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
So that was kind of like a holy crap moment because Tyler Shaw, I wasn't expecting him to be, in that mix. So why is Shedeur Sanders falling so far?
Yeah, it's a good question, Ray. We've heard everything in this pre-draft process from people are not understanding his gifts, that he's talented, and it was a product of the system that he just couldn't, be that quarterback on tape that, with all the refinement that he had to do what he did. And then the other side of the argument is that he wasn't, he didn't have that thing, that he doesn't have the patience. He got out of, off platform too quickly. He was, he didn't give the play chance to develop. He doesn't have that great an arm. So you heard both sides of it. I don't know who to believe because I'm not
physically he's not great. Yeah. Now I think he's probably a better player than Tyler Shuck, but he's not a first round talent.
With that too.
Tyler Shuck's a top quarterback.
So if he falls to the 3rd round, Cleveland has a couple of picks in the third round. They can wait till like 94 to get him because nobody else needs a quarterback at this point.
Yeah,
They could.
Yeah,
I'd be stunned if they take him.
Thanks, Ray.
Everything that I heard about Shador going up to this is just how awful his interview process was.
Well, that didn't hurt. That didn't help.
Yeah, I think that's a big
Did
part
they
of
say
this.
why? Like, what was it? Just came off arrogant, or
just one of the entitled, arrogant, like one of the worst interviews of this, like these executives' careers. You know, in the NFL. You know, and I'm not saying that that's true. Like, this is all anonymous sourcing and all that kind of stuff with all these reports, but that's what's being said about it.
Even in like third round or fourth round, you take this guy and you have to realize there's going to be a constant drumbeat by maybe half your fan base and certainly his dad that he should be playing right now.
Yeah. So I was thinking about that for some of these teams that aren't necessarily looking to plug him in as the starter right away.
Right.
What's he going to be like as like
he's
the
Joe
Giants
Milton
backup?
times 10.
Where's my chance? Where's my chance?
You know,
suddenly
Right.
Joe Milton's a problem now.
Well,
that he's a Dallas Cowboy.
This is different. This is times 10.
It all comes around, Ev.
No,
and I'm not going to blame you because you were on my side last year when we had this conversation.
This is worse than Joe Milton.
We were called babies.
I was called a baby. I was told to take my ball and go home, if I recall.
You're a big baby. Go home.
And once again, I was right. So tired of being right.
Yeah.
I'm tired of it too because the Patriots have been 4-12.
Deuce, you wanted to get rid of Tom Brady. All right.
You invited this era.
The Patriots are 4-12 because of you. You're the reason.
You invited this era.
Don't you?
This is on you.
This is why they sat me over here so they could get on me.
Really quickly, Trey Harris went to the Chargers. So he was sort of the other ex-receiver that we were talking about earlier. There are some receivers that are starting to go slowly here off the board. I was a Trey Harris guy too. I liked him.
Another local product went too.
It was kind of like Ted McMillan, Jaden Higgins, Trey Harris. Like those were kind of the three tiers of that type of player. So now we're getting into the Dante Thorntons and the Isaac Teslas and like those types of guys. If you want that true outside the numbers receiver.
Ethan in LA says Henderson hasn't fumbled since his freshman year. Perfect third down back.
Yeah.
It's
got a lot of like Bill in that, like just reliable team guy. You know, it seems like he's checks a lot of those off the field boxes.
I just need him to be a playmaker.
Yeah.
That's all I'm looking for. I want someone that can put some pressure on a defense. So, Mike, they're not
easy to defend.
Thank you.
Right.
I was saying another local guy, Ozzie Trapillo, went to the Chicago Bears.
Well, good for him, though.
I thought
round.
he had Patriots written all. Well, he's going to go tonight. He was. I would have been shocked if he didn't go tonight.
Okay.
The Bears are an interesting team this offseason. I mean, I almost forgot they had gotten Tooney. I mean, they're going to try to make some noise there in that
Tooney,
NFC
Dahlman.
North.
And that other
Now
other guard, Jonah Jackson.
I mean, I kind of like just the philosophy of let's solidify our line with veterans, and let's just keep adding youth and explosiveness to our weaponry.
It's big play guys, with Burton and Loveland to go with Caleb Williams. I mean, let's face it, you could talk about all this stuff. If Caleb Williams doesn't have some development in year two, just like we're talking about here with Drake May, it's going to be all for naught. Because you can do all the right things, and if your quarterback doesn't develop, you're going to be limited.
Yeah, be interesting to see where he plays, Trapillo, because he played right tackle at Boston College. Most people think that he's best at right tackle. They have Darnell Wright, who they just drafted in the first round a couple years ago, who's their right tackle, and they had more of a whole Chicago at left tackle. So are they thinking of trying to flip Trapillo to left tackle? He's probably the best tackle on the board if you're going to do it. I understand thinking that way instead of overdrafting a tackle. Now it's really a day 3 guy that you're drafting here, just because he plays on the left side.
I'm blanking on his name, the mercurial receiver from the Bears who was on Carolina.
DJ Moore.
I think they try to move him maybe. Like, I don't know. It's just...
I don't know. I wonder if he's on board now with all these moves.
Eyeballs for Patriots?
Yeah. Seems like. I mean, he was kind of pouty last year, right? Nothing crazy. But pouty.
No, he was.
Yeah.
And you wonder how much of that pouting was because of Caleb Williams.
Right.
And if that was, he didn't like playing with Caleb Williams, then maybe you try to move him.
Yeah.
Tate Ratledge to the Lions. Nice, really good player. Really nice pick for the Lions. I didn't really love Tate Ratledge for the Patriots because he's been solely a right guard at Georgia and has never played any left guard. I think there was a lot of people that did really like him as a Patriot fit, but I think it's like something like 40 career starts all at right guard at Georgia. So he would have had to. We're all anti-flipping the tackles, and so it kind of has to stand to reason that we're anti-flipping the guards also, right? So a good player, though. That's a good pick by the Lions.
Oh, boy. This emailer, Paul, writes in, curious if the listeners feel the same way I do. Fred, Paul, and Mike are conversational. There is a nice flow of ideas. It's like hanging out at a bar with your friends. Evan, on the other hand, is lecturing people when he talks in an angry manner. His opinion is the only opinion. Did Eric return with football knowledge? If someone could remove the stick from Evan's tuchus, he may relax and be a good listen. Long live Barth. So I wonder if this is Bartha's burner.
It's his burner.
This could be Bartha's burner.
I really like that email.
Yeah.
I apologize for taking it too seriously.
I'll
I'll take it less seriously.
And there he goes. There he goes talking down at people.
I'll take it less seriously for the emailer. I'm sorry. I'll put my notes away and I'll just
Mike,
sit back and have a beer.
when you and
right?
I sit down and watch football with Fred, it's sort of just a free flow of ideas.
Conversational, because I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
I am 100% not conversational when it comes to this. I fully admit that. I let you guys handle the conversational, and you call on me when it's my turn. All right.
That's why those ball knower T-shirts.
Are you going to go in the corner now? Or what?
Apparently.
I just won't cover the draft.
When we come on the clock at 69, I'll come back.
Andy used to do that once in a while. All right, I just won't talk.
Fine.
Yeah.
I won't share my gift of
We're
knowledge.
up 10 at the half.
I'm not doing it with you. No.
They're down.
Did Eric return with football knowledge?
I mean, at least he said I had football
That was
knowledge.
pretty good.
Like I guess there's that.
Nope.
That's the funniest part right there. Like, the fact that he got made fun of is of no consequence. The guy said I had football knowledge. Ball knower.
Oh yeah, I absolutely do not care if I'm conversational or not during the draft. No, this is this is too important.
We got to get it out.
Clint Omaha.
Clint.
Henderson. About Henderson, really impressed by his willingness to block, as well as the 11-plus yards per catch. Josh should be able to take advantage of that. Trey Harris seems like a shaky pick. Very limited route tree at Ole Miss. His best take may have been at Louisiana Tech.
Yeah,
I prefer
that's a
Williams.
developmental pick, though. I think there's a lot appealing about Trey Harris. I think off the bus, he looks just like, well, there's your guy. It's not built like N'Keal Harry. But he looks like the guy.
It's a lot of the stuff they said about DK Metcalf and A.J. Brown. Oh, I don't know how the route tree, because if you remember, if you thought that DK Metcalf was better than N'Keal Harry, you're an idiot.
Yeah, I don't know if he's as explosive as those two guys.
No,
but
I don't think he is.
There's no problem of him being a limited route tree in Los Angeles. His job is going to be to run routes on the outside and let Lad McConkey do Lad McConkey things. So, it's not like they're asking him to go out there and run, these option routes in this diverse route tree. He's going to run go routes. He's going to run 9 stops. He's going to run in cuts, and they're going to feed Lad McConkey the ball. They needed an outside receiver. They needed somebody that complemented Lad, and Trey Harris definitely does that.
Quentin
Johnston.
Yeah.
You don't have to rely on him as much. He's not reliable.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, he can make some plays, but he drops too many balls, and he's not consistent.
Yeah.
So now you have someone else.
Take that out.
You have a little insurance,
Some Christian hate. Can we give Christian an Adderall? Ethan, what a freaking boob. Christian, please go back.
Christian's made the heel turn.
I know. I like it, though.
You know what? He's embracing the heel turn.
He's in his...
That's Austin's music.
What's the word I'm looking
Christian, please go back to filling up those lattes until you get that big acting break and stay away from anything football, or at least, at the very least, watch some highlight videos or something.
Not Christian.
Can we petition or sponsor lunches to never take another call from him again? But if I don't take calls from him, then you have nothing to be mad about. And if you have nothing to be mad about, it's not fun. So, people hoping for Ozzie Trapillo. He got taken, so we can't get him. Sorry. Darius writes in, any chance we skip on drafting a wide receiver because Rabel and company have faith in Polk and Baker?
I hope not.
Maybe he thinks they can play but wasn't developed and coached correctly. By the way, I still have faith in Baker. He was a dog in college and can learn from Diggs, hopefully.
I mean, I get what he's trying to say, and that's why I would just say, I want to add a receiver, but somebody that brings something different to the party. I don't need to just add a receiver to say we added a receiver, and that's why I was kind of out on, guys like Jack Bash or, Restrepo is kind of even ridiculous out of the conversation now. But, early on there were conversations about him. all these inside receivers who aren't going to run the fastest, but they're reliable. Like, we don't need to do it just to do it. If there's a guy with some speed that you feel like brings a new element to the offense, I'm all for it. But I don't need to see another guy where he's probably going to be an inside guy. He might struggle to separate. I don't want to hear those things about. They don't need it. They have. If that's the case, like you said, just let them fight it out with the guys that they have and hope somebody emerges.
Right. And I would say, like, why can't you do both? Why can't Mike Vrabel look at it and say, we're going to do a better job of developing Polk and Baker, but we need to get better?
Yeah, and push them too. I mean, I'd say.
Because I think if Baker and Polk develop, you still need playmakers. Like, the best that Polk is going to be is sort of a possession receiver, complementary piece. They need playmakers. So why can't you look for both? Why can't you hope that those guys are better than they looked last year and want to get better?
Yep.
And Diggs is only going to be around so long.
And I think that goes back to the heart of the running back conversation, where it's like Henderson is not this plodding, big, all right, we're going to just ground him into the ground.
The previous emailer, 11 yards a catch. That, like,
for a running back, that's good.
That's off the charts. That's better than slot receivers.
Yeah. Aaron writes in, now that you're on video, I no longer need to watch the draft somewhere. I do have some suggestions to improve the draft show and eliminate some of the whining about tip picks. 1, next up ticker to show who's picking next. 2, Evan's best available picks, ticker sidebar. So basically he wants to turn us into ESPN.
Sure.
I do like the best available because it's my best available.
3, less Deuce and Evan, more Paul and Fred, because this is just because I am too old. 4, less football, more nonsense. And 5, tell me the pick sooner so I can make money betting off my friends.
That's good.
So Jack Besh just went to the Raiders, and I'm glad you brought Jack Besh up because I really liked the player, but like he's a power slot, right? He's a power slot. That's what he is, and it just felt very redundant to me. It's another guy that had issues or concerns with top end speed and that sort of thing, and I didn't really love the fit because of that. If you're going to add another receiver, I want to add a guy that's got big playability.
I mean, it's funny, like, you're Raiders Unfiltered. What are they saying? We got Jacoby Myers, now we got another. Like, it's kind of what I was talking about. It's, not completely redundant. Love Jacoby Myers, reliable guy, but
he's
that's
another
kind of
guy.
what
How
you're
much longer is
hoping
he going to be? I mean, there's
last year of his deal.
That position gets a lot of wear and tear.
Yeah.
So I don't think that most of them last very long.
Yeah.
They're probably looking to move on.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the shit they call on Jacoby Myers calls. Mike Green is going to Baltimore, so the Ravens have
another animal for the zoo. Oh boy, yeah. Well,
again,
that seems to work out for the Ravens.
There's only 3, 4, 5 teams that can say, okay, I took him, and then he got in trouble, and I had to cut him. Yeah. What are you going to get rid of? That whole regime with Harbaugh and what's his name, DaCosta?
Yeah. I just say
Eric
too.
DaCosta.
Right?
Why am I blanking?
DaCosta,
right?
Yeah,
DaCosta. Those guys are entrenched. They do it as well as anybody. They're not going to lose their job over one bad pick.
Right.
Just
if
another
it doesn't work out.
Another great moment here with Besh though getting drafted. His brother
fun
died.
story.
The
situation with the brother.
Fantastic
You can see the joy in that family's face after what they've been through over the last 5 months. It's just this is another moment in the draft that's just heartwarming and nice to see, and a reason why you love the sport. This is what it brings out of people.
NFL route runner, like really good route runner,
physical.
Really,
Allen Robinson,
efficient.
I could use a young. No, I could use a young Allen Robinson, like coming out of Penn State.
I was just laughing at physical yak because
had
a couple physical yaks in college after some long nights of partying. You don't want to be the physical yak
after some struggles on PP2,
little rolling rocks, PP2,
Technicolor.
Some rolling.
Tim's in Seattle. What's up, Tim?
Seattle.
Hey, guys. I'm still seeing Kyle Williams from Washington State.
Yeah.
I caught some of that guy out here, obviously a local guy, to me at least. I actually kind of see a bit of Steph Diggs in him. I'm a little worried he's going to get taken here. What do you guys think about trading up? I guess, I could see actually Vegas maybe taking him, but what do you think about getting ahead of some of these other teams here and
to get Kyle Williams?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of Kyle Williams' game.
Vegas did not take him. They took Betch.
Well, they have another pick, is what he's saying.
They do?
In the third round, yeah.
Just before the
they're right before us at 68.
Right, but they're not going to take another receiver to Paul's point. But
Yeah.
I mean, that would be the guy right
That really
now
wasn't my point.
that I would
my
take.
thing's not loading properly.
No.
Because I have the Raiders done, but
No, the Raiders just picked back, but they have another pick before us.
Yeah. Oh,
it ends. My round ends. Never mind.
Jalen
Never
Noel
mind, I
also
figured
still
it out.
available.
Yeah.
So between those two guys, if they picked either one of those guys, I'd be really happy with that.
You guys want to hear from Trevion Henderson?
Sure.
Yeah. Let's hear it, Matt.
Hey Trevion, welcome to New England. My name is Andrew. I work for the Boston Herald. First of all, how you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling amazing, man. I'm excited.
Good. Can you take us through from when your college season ends, obviously with the championship, all the way through tonight, the times you've spoken with the Patriots, met with them, where were you? What did you talk about?
Yeah, I think I only did one Zoom meeting with the running backs coach, and so other than that, honestly, I had no clue that New England was going to be the spot, and so it was definitely a surprise for me.
Trevion, your head coach is Mike Vrabel. He's an Ohio State alum. That must excite you a little bit.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I know. I think I watched the video. He's trying to rebuild the culture there, and so man, I'm excited. I'm excited to be a part. Of what he's looking to accomplish.
Trevion, for those who don't know you, how would you describe your game?
I say I'm fast. I'm explosive. I'm good in one-on-one matchups. My receiving ability, my blocking. I pretty much can do it all.
Trevion, hi, I'm Sophie. I'm with A to Z. I'm just curious. Are you familiar with Drake May at all? His style of play, and just what's your level of excitement to kind of get in here and play with him as your quarterback?
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. Great player. I'm excited. To play alongside of him, and yeah, I can't wait to get started. To get there and get started, get to work with him.
Trevion, how did your experience the last 4 years at Ohio State prepare you for this opportunity? You've had some ups and downs, but how did that experience prepare you to play in the NFL?
Yeah, man, I'm thankful. I heard a lot, from the players in the past, who played in the past, who played their NFL careers, how they said Ohio State did a good job of preparing them for what's next. And so, all the meetings, pretty much this whole draft process, I can say, Ohio State prepared me for that. And, I'm believing, what they put us through will prepare me, have prepared me for, when I take those steps, and get there, to New England. And so.
Trevion, how familiar are you with Josh McDaniels and how he uses running backs within his offense?
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with it, but I'm excited, to learn, to get coached by him. And so, yeah, I'm excited, I'm just excited to learn and grow.
Trevion, one of the big things we've seen go through notes is ball security and how well you took care of the ball at Ohio State. How important is that for you as a player?
Very important. That's something we did almost every week at Ohio State. And I know we put the ball on the ground. It's a high possibility you're coming out and you're probably not playing again. And so that encouraged me a lot, to hold on to the ball because it can cause a team, especially in those big matchup games. And so, that's something that I'm looking forward to carrying on to the next level as well, just holding on to the ball.
I also want to know about how good is your trophy security, because you showed that at the White House with the little fumble with J.D. Vance. Is that something you can promise to Patriots fans?
I can't make a promise, but yeah, I'll just say, I'm gonna give it everything that I got to hold on to that ball.
Trevion, just going back for a second. So you said you had the Zoom call with Coach Dews. Nothing at the combine? No pro day? Have you ever talked with Coach Vrabel?
No, I don't recall having a meeting with them. Yeah, no. It was honestly a surprise. It was a surprise for sure.
Trevion, how much do you know about the running backs on the Patriots roster, Ramondre Stevenson and Antonio Gibson, and what are your thoughts about joining that room?
Yeah, I'm excited to really learn from those guys. Man, I'm excited to be part of that room, and yeah, looking to build and grow with those guys. I'm looking forward to that.
Trevion,
generally running backs, it's a bit of a transition or a struggle to pick up pass protection schemes, blitzes. You seem to be really good at it. How did you get to be this good at it at this stage of your career?
Yeah, again, developed at Ohio State. The coaches there, and just competing against some of the best players every day in practice. Helped me out a lot, and so that's something I continue to look, to work at and bring onto the leaders. I know that's very important. As a running back, and so that's something that I got to definitely continue to work at and making sure I'm staying on top of.
Trivian, with the Zoom meeting, when was that, and what else do you remember about that?
I don't remember when. It was more so. I believe it was like early on. After the combine, I believe, and so it was more so just getting to know your background, seeing how well do you know ball, how fast can you pick up the system, and I believe I did a pretty good job. I don't. If I did a bad job, I don't know if they would have picked me. So, yeah, I think I did a good job.
Travion, can you take us through just the whole moment? Who was with you when you got the call, and just what your reaction was like when you saw the number come across your screen?
Yeah, I was with my mom and dad, my grandma, both of my grandmothers, and my brother on the couch. And yeah, when I got that call, it's crazy. I didn't even know who had to pick at the time as well, because I forgot what was on the TV at the time. And so when I was getting a call, I was shocked. I was definitely shocked. And yeah, it's excited. I prayed on this. There's been a lot of sacrifices. A lot of hard work, and so I'm just thankful that God has put me in this position, and that He's leading me to New England. I know it's for a great reason, and so.
Travion, did Coach Vrabel have a message for you when you were picked?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. The moment went by so fast. I barely remember too much. I was so excited. It was going by so fast. Yeah, there was just so much emotions I barely remember.
We're going to finish up with two final questions from online here. So we're going to start with Taylor Kyles.
Travion, thank you for your time, man. Welcome to New England. Congrats on getting drafted. I read in the scouting report that said that you're motivated by your mother. So I'm curious, could you tell us a little bit about that relationship and why she inspires you so much?
Yeah, she inspires me a lot. And definitely when I was younger, seeing all the sacrifices, everything that she had to sacrifice to help provide for me and my other two brothers. She worked really hard, and when times got tough, she didn't give up, and so that was more so my encouragement. When I first got to Ohio State, when times got tough, just seeing everything that she went through and her not giving up and encouraged me, when times got tough to not give up. And so, yeah, I'm thankful.
Thank you again,
and
man.
The final question from Chris Ryan.
Hey, congrats. Welcome to New England. Just what excites you the most about this particular opportunity, and what kind of your initial thoughts on what this team is and what you can bring?
Yeah. What excites me the most, is just being part of the culture. I'm just excited to learn about the culture, to learn about what they're trying to do there. And I believe, they're trying to compete for a Super Bowl. And so, I'm just excited to come there, and I know God is leading me there for a reason. And so, I'm just walking by faith, and, I don't understand it all now, but, eventually I will, So yeah, I'm honestly just excited,
And how do you feel that your run with Ohio State kind of prepared you for a playoff type football, the type of environment this team is looking to to get to, where you guys faced a lot of adversity this year, particularly after the Michigan game? But what did you learn about what it takes to win in those types of situations?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just at Ohio State we talk about the brotherhood, and last year the brotherhood was really special. When times got tough, we stayed together, and I believe a big part of that is because of our faith in Jesus. And so, I'm just, that's the most important thing, it's just, we have to be willing to love each other, to fight for each other, to be all, bought in, and have the same goal in mind. And yeah, I'm just excited however I can be part of that, however I can learn, however I can grow, that's what I'm willing to do, they're willing to help the team however I can. So.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Travion, Thank you very much for your time and congratulations.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate y'all.
Okay.
Congratulations.
All right. That's Trevion Henderson, newest running back for the New England Patriots. And I have a question.
Yeah.
So obviously he's probably doing this from his home, I would imagine. Does the league send every player 32 caps so that whoever picks them, they can just throw on a cap?
I do believe they do.
Yeah.
I think that
That's a great question.
they send a box of 32 of them, but not to. I don't think it's to every prospect. It's probably just like the consensus top 100 guys or something like that. I don't think the guys picking in the 7th round are getting hats.
I had a similar question, Fred, about the jerseys and how the guys were able to get up there, and they had a little behind the scenes thing on the NFL about they have like the jersey printer in the back right there, and as soon as the pick is like coming in, they tell the guy, and he's putting it together right away. So yeah,
maybe that's why they need the delay before they announce it, so they can get the jersey ready.
Right.
Maybe we've overthought it. We think it's about rating. No, it's about getting that damn jersey ready.
The jersey is ready.
All right.
Oh, we already knew that.
So that was. What do you think
What are we doing?
after listening to him?
Yeah, I mean that's about what I expected. Sounded like well-spoken guy and a guy who really seems to understand himself, his role in the offense, and what he does well. And I'm excited to add him, into the mix. I think it's always hard with the first thing I always think about is getting first glimpses of these guys, and it's so hard to get excited about running backs in the spring and summer when you really can't tell till you get into the game. So there's that part of it. We'll see some intrigue probably maybe during training camp when the pads come on a little bit, but you don't really get a sense of what these guys are going to contribute till you get to the game. So there'll be an element of unknown with Henderson, how big his role is going to be, how they're going to divide up the carries once we get to the regular season.
Yeah. It is a little bit of a gamble.
A little bit.
All these picks are. But whether you're in the game or betting on the game, you'll need a game plan. DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the New England Patriots, provides you with everything you need to build your personal betting game plan so you can get in on all the action while practicing safe bets. Visit DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming to learn more about all the safe betting tools DraftKings has to offer. Hope is here, 800-327-5050 or gamblinghelplinema.org. Must be 21 plus. Play it smart from the start. GameSenseMA.com, physically present in Massachusetts. See DraftKings.com/responsible-gaming for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. All right, good time for a break, I think, Matt. We'll take one. We'll come back with more calls and emails and picks here on Patriots Unfiltered.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like My Plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get My Plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get My Plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
With FedEx One Rate, you can ship to your student for a simple, predictable flat rate. Send a box full of home-baked treats that say, "Your father and I miss you." Or send a box full of instant noodles that says, "Your father and I would like you to stop asking us for money." Either way, one rate fits all. FedEx One Rate. 2-day shipping, one flat rate. Starting at $14.50. Visit FedEx.com/OneRate for details. Exclusions apply.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like My Plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get My Plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get My Plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
With FedEx One Rate, you can ship to your student for a simple, predictable flat rate. Send a box full of home-baked treats that say, "Your father and I miss you." Or send a box full of instant noodles that says, "Your father and I would like you to stop asking us for money." Either way, one rate fits all. FedEx One Rate. 2-day shipping, one flat rate. Starting at $14.50. Visit FedEx.com/OneRate for details. Exclusions apply.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like My Plan, where you can pick the perks you want and and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
With FedEx One Rate, you can ship to your student for a simple, predictable flat rate. Send a box full of home-baked treats that say, "Your father and I miss you." Or send a box full of instant noodles that says, "Your father and I would like you to stop asking us for money." Either way, one rate fits all. FedEx One Rate. 2-day shipping, one flat rate. Starting at $14.50. Visit FedEx.com/OneRate for details. Exclusions apply.
Buddy, we're happy as hell and we're excited for you. Make sure you thank everybody that helped you get here. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Your parents,
No
your
doubt. Thank
family.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
This is Cam Williams from the Patriots, man. I got Elliot Wolf right here. He's on the line. He's ready to fill you in on some things.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, man. We're going to make you our first-round pick. You're a New England Patriot.
Man, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Here's Coach Vrabel.
Buddy, we're happy as hell and we're excited for you. Make sure you thank everybody that helped you get here. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Your parents, your family, your girl. You got a great story. You're about everything that we are. So.
Yes, sir.
We're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, and we'll get this thing going, and we're excited to have you, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You know, just thank everybody that helped you get here. I'm going to let you talk to Mr. Kraft, our owner, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Will.
Yes, sir.
Will.
What's going on?
Hey, congratulations. We're excited to have you.
I'm excited to be there.
Yeah, you're gonna hopefully help us to strengthen that offense, and I look forward to meeting you in person.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, you be well.
All right, yes, sir.
All right, back here on Patriots Unfiltered. That was a little inside the draft room.
Yeah.
After the pick of Will
That's the
Campbell.
first time I've seen that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I hadn't.
You don't go to
that.
Patriots.com anymore?
I do, but we've been busy.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I found time last night.
That's true.
Yeah.
Got home, reviewed all the content. Just
Did you?
to get a sense.
I went
of it.
home and went to sleep.
Yeah. I went home and tried to get to sleep.
Yeah, right.
It's not easy.
No. Okay, so, and we're probably going to have something similar tonight after the Henderson call in the draft room. So look for Patriots.com and Patriots Social all night and tomorrow for some great content.
It's always a great sign when your two NEs are on the ticker. You can see the last two picks now are there. So
There's two NEs
the
on
N
the ticket.
is in sight of this round, and now
I
it's
agree.
going to get interesting.
I agree,
Sure.
Deuce.
That just gives you a little energy.
The light
Like,
is
all
at
right,
the
here we
end of the tunnel.
Yep, we're heading to the beginning of the third round. The Chiefs selection's in, and they were at 63.
Who'd they take? We don't know yet?
Yes, they took Omar Norman Lott.
Oh, yeah, a
Omar-
lot of those
Omar
interior
Easy.
defensive linemen, another penetrating, up the field player. Good back-to-back, Shamar Turner, Omar Norman Lott. I basically thought they were like Spider-Man meme style. They're the same players. They both played in the SEC. They both played the same exact way. And they both went within the 2 picks of each other, 3 picks of each other. So similar players, but should we do a little best player available right now? And with the Patriots getting close here, Darius Alexander, I think, is probably the best player from Toledo, defensive tackle. Jalen Knoll still out there.
I appreciate that, Evan.
Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, a couple of receivers still out there. Jordan Birch from Oregon, I think, is a solid edge rusher. Landon Jackson, could be another Vrabel kind of guy. That type of personality, that type of play demeanor. A couple corners that are still out there as well. Siobhan Revel dropping because of that injury. He's coming off a torn ACL, so that's why he's still available. For top 50 talent, still available because of the injury.
Dennis writes in, he says, just to balance the critics, I enjoy Evan's comments and knowledge. Deuce is quiet and gets talked over by everyone. Fred is always defending himself. Paul and Bart just like to be heard and argue a lot. Enjoy both Unfiltered and Catch 22, my 50th year as a Patriot. Well, thank
is that
you,
true
Dennis.
about Alex? He likes to argue a lot?
Yeah, but like,
I have to keep that in mind because I
it comes
occasionally
with
do some things on Sundays with Barthy, and I'll look to take advantage of that.
Not always.
He's a takes guy. He likes to come up with a take and then defend it.
Yeah.
You know?
That's
I
the
like
sports
that.
hub way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's a sports radio guy. That's what he does.
Do you watch his Sunday morning? I listen to his Sunday morning show.
I don't usually listen on Sunday morning,
Really?
but I do listen to him whenever he's on during the day, like on the
I
actual
listen because
shows.
I'm usually like driving around doing errands Sunday
Yeah.
morning.
I
so
do that a lot
listen.
on Saturday mornings,
Yeah,
but I
or
don't hear a lot
Saturday
Sunday mornings. And
He's got a 2-hour show on Sunday.
no, I know. I got to do this Sunday for 4 hours with Big Joe Murray.
Oh.
We'll be talking beefs, bro.
Oh, so you're on that show.
I'm on 10 to 2 on Sunday, but
That's a tough show.
yeah, absolutely.
I'm only kidding.
No, you kidding me? That's that's
Get a lot of
gonna be a tough
UDFA
show.
talk probably.
Yeah. I'll be tapping into Mike
Well,
Dussault. Dude, you got 45 minutes to spend with us.
I was actually listening
Tap
to
that
him
class.
last Sunday because I was outside painting, and so I had him on, and he was going on a rant about reenactments.
Oh.
Oh no! You know what? That was Big Jim Murray.
Oh, yeah.
That was doing that.
Oh,
he went on a rant
you didn't
about
like him?
reenact, like the the Lexington.
I was just there last week,
Why
yeah.
are they doing this?
Really?
The guy.
Mike covered it.
I did.
Yeah. The
With
guy,
Kellen Winslow.
He gets shot and then he gets back up and like somebody said, "What do you expect him to like really kill him?"
Well,
He's like, "If you're gonna do it, do it."
I'm gonna defend reenactments a little bit because I've never really been to a real reenactment. But we went, Kellen and I, we were there at 4 a.m. on Saturday. Full reenactment at Lexington for the 250th anniversary. There was a little bit of pomp and circumstance.
Well, that's
of,
what he
like,
was
you know,
talking
Martin
about, yeah.
But like, I was telling Paul, it was so cool to see the actual, the American military. I guess at that point, there's colonists like lining up, and there's like 20 of them. And then to get the visual sense of the British Army marching in, all in the red coats, they're all uniformed, they're all in file, and it just. You can read it 100 times in a history book, but until you're like standing in the actual place that it happened 250 years ago to the minute, and you see exactly. And he's right though. There's like I noticed there was one guy right before the British charged. They put their bayonets on, and that's when the Americans were like, "All right, let's scatter." And then a shot goes off. You don't know which side. That's the history. And then they open fire. But right as that happens, one of the British reenactors like runs up and like fake stabs one of the guys on the ground. I'm like, oh my god, this is really, it's kind of funny. And then for the next 10 minutes, the guy's got to lay on the ground,
Right.
in this awkward position that he happened to choose. So I get what he's saying. There is some comedy there, but I still think it was pretty cool to kind of see what it actually looked like in the place that it actually
Get
was.
so excited about it. I
I
like
like
it.
like history.
You were there 4 in the morning.
We were there for. Well, they had to do the real time, which it started like 5:15, but. First it's like, and this is when the women and children then went to this place. And then you see like a bunch of women and children kind of run across the field with some stuff. And, it's like, let's get to the shooting part. Come on, I want to see it. So, but it was cool. It was cool. We got some shots. Because of course we're the Patriots. They were like, who are you with? And I'm like, we're the New England Patriots, the football Patriots.
Yeah. There you go.
So we are officially through round 2.
Okay.
All right.
Do we know who the Eagles picked?
So the Patriots
yes,
are 5 picks away then.
Andrew Makuba,
Oh,
safety from Texas.
I hate the Eagles.
Why, for taking good players?
Yeah, it's just like
All right.
mess up one time. Like, do
While we
something
wait
wrong.
for the Patriots to get
Bo
on the
Allen,
clock
was
here, let's go to our phones. Dave is in the Philippines. What's up, Dave?
Oh, not much. Good morning, guys.
Hey, Dave.
Morning for me, night for you.
Yeah.
I like the first 2 picks so far. And I love the interview with Will Campbell. It seems like he's a really good guy. I really called because I want to vent, if that's okay with you guys.
Vent
What we're
away.
here for.
I went to YouTube after y'all's draft show yesterday, and I started watching clips of reactions to the draft. The first one I watched was EEI, and there were 4 guys there, and they seemed like they really hated the pick. Full disclosure, I didn't watch the whole clip because I got really PO'd about what they were saying. Then another clip I watched had Sims on it, and this is the one that really got me, because the first words out of Sims' mouth is, he's a guard. He's a guard. He's never, I won't say he's never, he's played left tackle the whole time he was in college. They picked him, and I trust the coaching staff, they picked him to be the left tackle, and the first words out of Sim's mouth is, he's a guard. So that's my bench.
Yeah, I would take that clip
really
and I would
freaked me
play it for him, and I would say, "This, prove this guy wrong."
I look at it as the scouts and the coaching staff have spent a lot more time, in my opinion, a lot more time watching this guy and evaluating this guy, and they do it as a left tackle, and all of a sudden Sims just says he's a guard. That really just it frosted me, and that's why I wanted to call in.
That's exactly the reaction he was looking for, Dave. That's why Sims has done that before. He likes to, come out with those takes, but he's looking for that visceral reaction that you have.
So you don't think that he thinks that he's going to be a guard?
I think if he's being honest, he's like he could play tackle, but I think he wants to have a definitive take to get a reaction. I think.
Well, he got it.
Like, how can you be so definitive, Paul, about either way?
I don't know, because I'm not a football guy.
Right.
He is.
I know, but
I don't think that he would just sacrifice his reputation by saying he's a guard if he doesn't think he's going to be a guard.
This is the same guy that had Drake May as the 6th best quarterback in the class last year.
Anybody can be right or wrong.
I don't wait a minute.
How do you know he's not going to be?
But I don't.
What are you talking about?
Well, he could be
Drake
eventually.
May. How do
you think he's going to be the 6th best quarterback in the class?
There's a possibility.
How do you know?
There's a possibility.
There is?
No, but
you don't think there's a chance that the other 5 guys turn out to be better than Drake May?
Here we go.
Hell no.
Okay.
Wait, the other 5 guys? He said he was 6.
But I think
so. He had another guy in there that was ahead of him.
I think that's the point. There's a possibility.
There were 6 guys taken in the first round last year, correct?
Right.
Chris Sims, not Paul Perillo, before this one blows up on me.
Yeah.
Chris Sims thinks he's the 6th.
Right.
Is that impossible?
It's not impossible, but it's
unlikely. Is it impossible?
Is it unlikely? Yes.
Yeah. And
I just can't take someone's opinion seriously that evaluated the tape and said that. That's all. And I didn't have Drake as the best quarterback in the class. I'm not saying that he's won.
But he's on TV to have an opinion.
Okay,
so
I can take anybody seriously. I don't have to agree with him. Mel Kiper said that Shedeur Sanders was the best quarterback in this draft.
Right.
I don't completely dismiss Mel Kiper because I disagree with his opinion.
You don't dismiss it, but you can get mad about it.
You could do whatever you want about it.
Yeah.
I'm not here to tell you how to feel.
My point is, that's what these guys' job is.
But I just don't think Chris Sims just made up that he thinks this guy's a guard because he wants to get attention.
I don't think
I think that he thinks he's going to be a guard.
But I think if he's a reasonable person...
He could be wrong.
But I think if he's a reasonable person, he can say, I think he's a guard, but it's not. It doesn't make any sense for him to say, but he could play tackle. You just finish it there. Yeah, you don't leave the room for doubt. This is my opinion, and that's it. But I think, being a reasonable person, he would have to admit, he could end up playing tackle.
Yeah. I mean, you're not supposed to say.
Just like I'm a reasonable person, and I say I think he's a tackle, but I don't know for sure. Like maybe he could play guard, but.
I mean, I get that. I'm like I said last night.
If he's wishy-washy.
Yeah, I just don't think that that's why they have opinions. I don't think that Chris Sims' opinion is born on well, it won't really make much sense if I say, well, he could play tackle, but I think he's going to be a guard. Right. So I'm just going to say he's a guard. I don't think that they think like that.
No, that's what they do.
Maybe they do. You know more about this behind-the-scenes stuff than I do.
Dave made it sound as like he's responding to the dismissiveness of just fact he's a guard, but
no,
it's stupid.
But let's call it what it is.
Thanks, Dave.
He had an opinion that he didn't like, and so he just dismisses it. We all do it.
Well, he didn't dismiss it.
We all do it. He get mad about it.
Right, he got mad about it.
We all do it. And again, I'm not here to tell people how to feel.
But that's fine.
It doesn't bother me when someone doesn't think like me. Yeah. That doesn't bother me in the least. Well, I am here to have different opinions forged. I am very comfortable in my own.
But I think
But I don't think that Mike is wrong.
ESPN likes it when Dave gets mad. Yeah.
Right.
That's.
I mean, I just. Personally, I think Chris Sims has had a history of stupid takes, and I don't really even qualify anything he says. If he thinks he's a guard, great. Some of the stuff on this.
What happened to his
we've all been very wrong about the draft a million times, and Chris Sims and I are in the same boat on that. I'm not trying to say that he's I probably shouldn't have said that I don't take him seriously, because I do take everybody's opinion somewhat seriously that I feel like has some credibility. But my only point with all of this is that it's just one man's opinion.
Yeah,
okay, and so that's Chris Simmons' opinion, and that's fine.
I have a guy in that line of work that I don't really take overly seriously, and he hasn't been around much lately, but Merrill Hodge.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I used to, because I just was like, this is a guy that I was consistently seeming like I was like, I don't look at anything his way. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I might feel better about it if I feel opposite him, because maybe he just looks at football in a different way. Now, do I know as much about football as Merrill Hodge? Of course not. The guy played.
But these guys they're paid to have opinions. No one wants to hear them, do their top 5 with 7 guys. You know, like some of them do.
Right, but they're paid to have opinions, and he would be paid just as much if his opinion was Will Campbell will be a tackle.
Oh, yes.
He wouldn't make any less or more if he thought.
There's very chance that he could be right.
I think he thinks that he's going to be a guard.
I think he believes the chances are he's going to be. I do believe that.
I don't think that the money for him is like, I can make more. I can get more attention if I say he's going to be a guard.
My point is, Dave wouldn't have been as mad as if he said, "I think he's going to be a guard." Can he be a tackle? Yes.
Yeah, we're coming up here too. Yeah. We should get ready.
So, but get ready. You have to be definitive on these shows. You can't be wishy-washy.
Well, I mean, it's also
I'm
too,
sorry, Chris Sims. I was mean to you.
But how many actual NFL executives that are making picks today are making horrible mistakes that we won't know about for the next year or two? But it's just how it works. That's the NFL. Even the teams that study this stuff, I used to joke around, we kind of cosplay it, we do our own little research. That ultimately, we're not picking any players, but these people whose jobs depend on it, they screw it up too. It's so far from an exact
that's
science.
When I get mad. Is well, these guys, they don't even know what they're doing. I was like, of course not. It's just like the teams. They obviously come from it with far more information and far more experience.
Right.
And there's all kinds of missteps all the time because it's a hard thing to do. So, that's why, I love to tease myself about the Vernon Golstons of the world that I completely missed the boat on. But I'm not seriously mad about it.
No, right.
It's not an easy thing to do.
I don't know how you can do this job and talk about it for X amount of hours a week and write all these different big boys and not have some dumb, wrong things because the real teams do.
Let's hope that Chris Sims, this is one of the silly things that we can make fun of him about in 2 years. This guy didn't even think he could even play tackle, and now he's a Pro Bowl tackler. That's what you got to hope.
I'll give him credit. He definitely goes against consensus with a lot of his rankings. He's not afraid to buck trends and have Drake May as the 6th best quarterback in the class last year when everybody thought he was the 3rd.
If I'm not
and all
mistaken,
that kind of
he
stuff.
really liked Mac Jones coming out, didn't he?
He tends,
that one?
and I'm not saying this as a knock on him, but
we all loved Chris Sims then.
He tends to gravitate towards more of the pro-ready guys, right? He was really high on Bo Nix because he just thought that Bo Nix was ready for the league from a quarterback technical standpoint. That tends to be his MO with quarterbacks is Nix.
That makes sense.
Penix, those types of guys.
Mac Jones was more NFL ready when he came out.
He was. That's what his.
He
had the highest floor of the quarterbacks, but maybe the lowest ceiling at the time.
Turned out
he had both.
Right. So the Patriots are coming out.
Zach Wilson's in the back.
I was going to say he was better than Zach Wilson.
The Browns pick is in. That means the Raiders are up next, followed by your New England Patriots.
England.
So that's coming up quick. So we'll go to a phone call or two before we get there. Colleen's in Houston. What's up, Colleen?
Hey, guys. So my question is, are very good tackles in college poised to be right tackles? Because it feels like any good tackle is a right tackle, except for Will Campbell, who then there's a problem with him because of his arm length. And I want to know what you guys think about that. Thank you.
Okay.
There were
Thanks,
some left tackles in the top of this draft that all went in the top 10. And
Kelvin Banks,
Josh Simmons,
Josh Simmons at the end, and Connerly at the end, and the nursery went today. That was the group. We talked about that group a ton. Membu is a right tackle.
He was kind of the only highly, right? Am I missing one? He was the only highly rated.
Trapilo. I mean, Big Oz was rated pretty high.
Second round.
One of my back of the envelope guys just went. Harold Fannin Jr.
Oh, yeah.
Went to the Browns.
He's your guy.
So the Patriots are on the clock, and I just got to say, I think we're going to love this one.
I'm going to say it's Jalen Noel based on Evan's excitement level.
I think we're going to like this pick.
You're close.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
They're kind of cooking.
I mean, yeah, I'm going to go back to what I just think we've done a good job of prepping the fans and our viewers for what's happening here in this draft tonight, and
I like it.
It's probably about.
Are we not tipping this?
No, let's wait a little bit.
Okay.
We'll wait a little bit on this one.
Okay.
I'm excited though. Paul did like the lap around last night with Will Campbell. This is a lap around type of guy for me personally.
Are we gonna hug it out at all? Or
I mean, I'm pretty jacked up about this one, Deuce. I'm not gonna lie.
Rob in San Diego. Deuce is quickly becoming one of my favorite PU personalities. I'll be honest, at first I wasn't a fan. I usually prefer when Fred and Paul swap stories about parking lot arguments and middle school fights from decades ago rather than diving into the data. But with Deuce stepping up and sharing more from his father's athletic history to possible family ties to Canada, his new appreciation for historical reenactors, and especially the wide range of careers pursued by his cousin. He's really started to come into his own. Great draft so far. Can't wait to see what they do next.
Yeah.
Well, we're about to see pretty quickly here. The Raiders' selection is in.
Who'd the Raiders take?
The Raiders.
It
hasn't been listed yet. Who did the Raiders take?
The Raiders have. Yeah, we don't know yet.
Oh, really?
We do not know yet. The tipping has been a little bit. People kind of gave up a little bit, I think. On
tips.
They took Darian Porter.
Okay, the
cornerback out of Iowa
State. Yeah.
And New England is on the clock.
He might not be on my list.
Darian Porter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he's outside of the Beast 100.
Yeah.
He was right on the fringe of my top 100. Really good combine tester, height, weight, speed. Exactly what I was about to just say. That's what he is. He's a little bit of an older prospect, though, and I think that hurt him in a lot of people's eyes. He's like 24. But he's a good zone corner, good athlete, tested well. There's like some like Tyreek Woolen type vibes with him. That's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to Aaron in Utah. What's up, Aaron?
Hey guys, just real quick, keep tipping picks. We love it. All the haters hate it, but whatever. Really, it's only 30 seconds, a minute difference, tops. It's not a big deal. Evan, you're only getting hate just because you're knowledgeable and you're bold and you know what you're saying, and you're not couching it, right? So you're not saying, I think this, I think that.
He's also hateable. Well, let's call it.
Before. It's only one opinion, so.
Okay.
And then last thing, if you guys could come away with one guy or one position out of the next two picks, what would it be? Thank you.
All right.
Can we just make
I'm going to sound like a fraud, but wide receiver.
All right. So let's.
They took a wide receiver,
The pick is in for the Patriots.
And in all seriousness, this is to answer that question. That's the position I would have said.
And what wide receiver would they pick?
So
I'll let Evan do
the
that.
Patriots have picked Washington State wide receiver Kyle Williams. Fantastic pick again by the Patriots, who I think I can safely say I'm really loving the draft. Honestly, like this is not spin. I really like what they've done so far. Everybody has been clamoring for speed and explosiveness at the wide receiver position, and they got a guy in Kyle Williams who ran a 4.4 40-yard dash and can absolutely fly with the ball in his hands as well. Big playmaker, great separator, one of the best pure separators in the entire draft. So this is a really exciting pick to me. Another big board guy, so that's 3 for 3, by the way.
You're one up on me.
Yeah, so we're doing well.
So I had a feeling they were going to go offense big so far, and they have.
Yeah, I like the pick of Kyle Williams, too. I just said I needed a fast guy who can make plays. This is 2 in a row. 2 playmakers in a row
catch
they
the ball?
drafted. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
So,
give us some stats.
Yeah, so he can play on the outside and on the inside. I think that was what I liked the most about him. That maybe tipped the scales for the Patriots a little bit over Jalen Noel, who's really a slot-only type of player. This is a guy that can play on the outside and actually won a go route against Travis Hunter at Washington State.
Let's go to the podium.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Kyle Williams, wide receiver, Washington State.
She's something. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah, you
That's
see,
your
I mean,
thoughts.
5'10" and change, a little under 5'11", 190. That's the thing with him. But, even just pulling his B stuff up here, and the thing that sticks out is quick uncover. Guy who gets open, guy who can get off the ball.
That's Travis Hunter, by the way. That's the play that Evan's talking about.
Yep.
There we go, waving bye-bye to him.
And he can also, catch and run with the football very well, too. This is a guy that can create plays with the football in his hands
By the way,
as
that's
well.
Cam Ward throwing him the ball, too. That I think was from last year.
Yeah, he can take short passes and he can turn them into longer gains. But I think the thing that really stands out above the rest with Kyle Williams is his ability to separate. This guy is a true separator. We're not talking about somebody with
a puzzle.
speed
Look.
and size concerns.
We
here.
have a slate.
Yeah.
Yep.
May, Henderson, Diggs, Williams. Yep.
You have
Will
two
Campbell.
guys
Will
here in
Campbell.
Travion Henderson and Kyle Williams
There we go. Fist
that
bumps.
can eat up grass, man. Like, these guys can fly. They can make big plays. They are explosive chunk play artists. So if you wanted speed, you wanted big play ability, you wanted separation on the outside at wide receiver, you got it. You got it with both these picks.
I'm excited. I mean, I guess I'm proud that we've been talking about this guy all night. We've been talking about what we want. I mean, I've been saying we want speed the whole time. Like you said, Evan, like I don't want to, you feel like you need to say, I'm not lying. Like I really am excited. Like I've been saying for months now, like this is what I wanted them to add speed at this wide receiver position. Kyle Williams brings what this wide receiver room doesn't have right now, which is that quick uncover ability, the ability to get downfield. It's a huge thing with Drake May. We saw how many go balls did he throw last year in practice, a few in the game too, mostly to Kayshon Boutte, but he has that ability to hit downfield. It's an element that their offense has lacked, and I think the excitement's really building for me too. And now you have one more pick coming up, chance to really put an exclamation on these first two rounds. And like I said at the top, I feel like these are the days you really need to move the needle, and I think they've done that with these first two picks here on day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Deuce, get some of your edge guys here maybe at 77.
You're throwing me a bone now.
I know. I mean, look, I got what I needed. All right? Like, if you're Josh McDaniels right now, you're sitting back there and you said you got me a left tackle and 2 big play skill players, like, I'm good. Like, go get yourself some pass rush because I'm all set over here.
Can our friend in LA, I wonder, can he call back in? Does he want to tell us how he's feeling now about, I mean, a little bit, when you really sit back and evaluate the Henderson pick, instead of just looking at it as a running back, looking, as you guys said, what it is, a 3-down guy, a guy who can catch the ball, a guy who can make big plays consistently, and now another receiver.
And I look
who
at the
makes big
collective.
plays.
Like, they needed playmakers. These are playmakers.
Yeah.
That's how, like, you can sit there and say they're trying to win game 17-13, but their acts belie that line of thought. They're trying to get
score.
playmakers.
If you want to make more plays,
you got to get playmakers.
That's right.
I think, what I also just really love about this pick here for the Patriots is, they didn't reach on him. Like, they let him fall. They let him wait. They waited for the right area to pick him at 69. I had him in my last mock draft to the Patriots at 38 because I felt like they were going to like the player, but I thought that they would take him around earlier than this. They waited for him. They got him where he probably should have gone. But Fred, you asked for some stats. He had 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns last year at Washington State on 70 catches. So that's 17 yards per catch that he averaged last year at Washington State. Again, what I really thought separated him from some of this group, we talked a little bit about Royals, we talked a little bit about Knoll, his ability to play on the inside and the outside. This is a guy that can line up on the outside and win on routes and win on vertical routes and stretch the field a little bit. So I think that probably separated him from that group, among that group. Really good release package, really good ability to stack corners on the outside. Fun player, like fun tape, fun player.
This was the Gronk pick too, wasn't it? This was
69. Yeah.
Hopefully he's got a little Gronk in him.
So, are you in touch with Barth? What's he saying?
Well, Bar, I got to tell you, I got to give him his props. This was Bar's guy. Bar told me about Kyle Williams when I went down to Mobile for the Senior Bowl back in January, and he said, do me a favor, watch the Washington State wide receiver and let me know what you think. I think that's going to be like my mid-round, sleeper type of guy. He was all over it with Kyle Williams, and I was late to the party compared to him, and he put me on him. So
I'm married to the game.
Oh, sorry.
He absolutely is married to the game.
I did hear him on one of my shows talking about that. He's like, he came back from the Senior Bowl. He's like, he couldn't understand why more people weren't talking about him. So he was someone that really stood out to him in those practices. And then all of a sudden, as the process continued, he started to rise, and he was like, oh, I'm glad that I'm not crazy with this guy.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't want to give anything away, but weren't you talking to people who told you that Kyle Williams was going to go a lot higher than people were kind of expecting?
Yeah, I mean, he started the process as a day 3 pick, and then he just quickly rose up the board. Great week down in Mobile. He puts down a 4.4 in the 40-yard dash at the combine, so he checks off the speed box. And like I keep saying, I think the thing that's so exciting about the pick is that this is a guy that can really get open. Like, he can really separate, and he can really run routes and create separation, which, frankly, some of the picks they've made at wide receiver lately, we've had that concern. We had that concern last year with Jalen Polk. Like, that, this is not Jalen Polk. This is a different type of receiver than Jalen Polk, and a more complete receiver than, like, a Taekwon Thornton, not just a one-trick pony. So it's an exciting pick.
He's
almost 5'11".
Yeah, 5'10 and a half, 190. Running a 4.4. Do you want his wingspan?
Speed slot. I love Evan's terminology that I'm going to go with. Speed slot.
Speed slot.
Yeah, he's got good speed. I like I said, I think he can play some on the outside. Like, I don't think that's his best usage, is probably to move him around and let him hunt matchups and hunt space, and let him get open off the line of scrimmage. But I love the fit for Josh McDaniels. McDaniels is going to move this guy all around the formation. He'll get him off the line. He'll use stacks and bunches and pick plays and things like that to get him free, get him catch and run opportunities. He's really a burner, a really explosive player. And I'm just both guys that they picked today, Travion Henderson and Kyle Williams, are going to make big plays.
No, Jeremiah wants to know if Noel's there at 77. Do you double dip? Personally, I would strongly, capital letters, consider it.
I don't know. Now you're at 10.
That's a little replication to me.
Yeah,
they're similar players.
Yeah,
and they've deemed that Kyle Williams is a better player.
Yeah.
I think you have other needs.
Yeah, like I said, I think Kyle Williams is the more complete receiver in the ability to play on the outside. I think that's what changes it a little bit. I think Noel is probably a little bit more highly touted coming out as a slot receiver, but if you wanted a guy that could play some reps on the outside and be maybe more of like a 50-50 split inside-outside, then this is a player that can do that. So I just look at all the things that they've missed on wide receivers in the past, and I think that this shows me that it's a little bit of a different scout, is a little bit different player. Dan
in Virginia, Michigan says, Patriots pick a fast wide receiver. I wouldn't want to be someone driving in front of Eldridge's truck right now. Honk, 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 honk.
Yeah,
Eldred, you listening? What do you think?
Yeah.
It always works so flawlessly. Yeah, I'd say Josh McDaniels probably owes Ryan Cowden and Mike Vrabel, Elliott Wolf maybe a dinner tonight, because just what fun. I've been a lot thinking about that, just where Josh is at, how he's going to tailor the offense to Drake May, and there's just some fun stuff to play with now. I mean, across the board, from Stephon Diggs to, I'll throw the rookies from last year in there too. I'd be excited to try to get something out of those guys. I think they're more talented than they showed last year. I don't know how talented they could be, but Josh going to have some fun.
Cathal in Ireland wants me to tell you, Evan, that Chris Sims had Williams at his WR2.
He did. That's true.
I love Chris Sims. I mean, he's dead on.
Chris Sims did have that.
But that's the crux of my argument. Like, I don't just dismiss when I don't agree.
Yeah, right.
But like, sometimes you agree, sometimes you don't.
I just don't like his callers.
I said earlier with Chris Sims that he doesn't shy away from being different. Like, he's not a consensus guy when he makes his rankings, and having Kyle Williams that high is certainly not the consensus.
Yeah, and he's made a reputation in a career at being dumb. So let's go to. No, I'm only kidding, Chris Sims.
We hired him in our personnel department.
Landon Jackson to Buffalo.
We didn't. I didn't.
Oh, the Patriots. Patriots is we. I mean,
Yeah.
I know, like, you're not supposed to do that in the media, but I mean,
David-
let's be grown-ups and say it's we.
David writes in. He says we all know the next pick will be Jack Sawyer. Book it.
Honestly, though, like I wouldn't hate it, and at this point, I'm being sincere, Deuce.
Who cares?
Like
Right,
I would
I'm
say
okay.
that getting back to the trenches, you got your skill players, you got your speed and your explosiveness on offense. You needed to do it.
Yeah.
Now go back to the trenches. Get an edge. Get another offensive lineman. Whether it's a tackle or a guard or both. And try to beef up the trenches again now, because I think these two guys are going to be fun to play with, but you got to keep Drake May upright to play with them.
I mean, I think Paul laughed at me. I had a question on my Ask Me Anything in the newsletter, and someone was like, what 4 things have to happen for you? Or no, I don't even know if they said 4. There was what would have to happen for this to be a good draft for you? And I said, find a left tackle, a wide receiver with speed, one of the running backs, and one of these edges. And they've hit 3 of the 4 right now. I won't lie. I mean, I'm a little bit less enthusiastic now about some of the edge rushers for 3 down potential than I was earlier in the draft. But you got to give to get, and that's something that we'll see. And I think
guy just went too with Landon Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson. But I still say, I'm still open to a guy like Josiah Stewart, who probably not going to be a 3 down defensive end like I thought a guy like Nick Scorton could potentially be for this defense, but I think he would fill a need and bring some juice to the pass rush. When I look at this team right now, it's one of my biggest remaining concerns. We know a lot of what their concerns are, but invigorating that pass rush, making sure that pass rush is elite, not, Chase on, Harold Landry, they'll bring some juice and experience, and they'll run stunts and they'll get some pressure, but who's that guy who's going to come off the edge and have some speed? I think it's a necessary
I think
element.
our next pick has to be Scatabo. I mean, come on, right?
I mean, right?
Scooby-Doo.
I don't know.
I would just love to see them go back to the trenches now. Like, use 77 and 106, offensive line, defensive line. You got your toys. You got your skill players. Go get them.
Throw out, like, corner. Like, is there some value at corner right now? Are there some guys that have fallen because of corner? Like, I don't think, did Revel go yet? I mean, I know he's a guy that.
No, he's
like
still
you said,
available, and the other guy that Evan said from Florida State that
supremely
Azariah
athletic.
Thomas.
I think he's about to go now, Thomas.
sorry.
Yeah, I think he
Thomas
just went to the Jets.
Oh.
Jacob Parrish from Kansas State's another guy I've really liked. Can see him playing in the slot, comp him to like a Jonathan Jones type. Siobhan Revel's like a size speed prospect, coming off that injury. Quincy Riley's got good ball skills, good on-ball production. Noel Williams is a guy people really like from Cal too. There definitely are corners out there to be had for sure. I mean, just looking quickly here at the edge rushers, Jordan Birch and Brady Swinson are 2 guys people like. Princely's still out there as well if they wanted to go that direction, and Jack Sawyer and Baron Sorrell as well. So I think there's still plenty of talent on edge too, and I'm sure there's still plenty of talent at like interior offensive line. Milam's still out there, Fairchild, Mabeau, Frazier, those types of guys.
Let's see. Gentleman says Katina. She's from Houston. I don't mind when people disagree with my opinions, but respectfully, I can't take anything Chris Sims says seriously. As far as I'm concerned, he lost any legitimacy after his time as QB1 at UT, where for the most part he behaved like that animal Fred called Richie Campanella. Until proven otherwise, I shall be cautiously optimistic about all our picks. I love that the one word Will Campbell used to describe his play was dirty. I've heard nasty. I've heard violent also.
Dirty.
I don't think dirty.
Say dirty.
I want the O-line to be full of intimidating dudes, even if they look like giant man babies when they take their helmets off. Cherubic, indeed.
There you go.
Can we focus on some defense now?
All right.
Yeah.
Welcome to my side of the street.
Yeah, now you got Deuce listening.
I know.
I think they did plenty of focusing on the defense
Yeah,
and
that's the
free
thing.
agency with
That's why
Milton
I
Williams
thought-
and Carlton Davis and Harold Landry and Robert Spillane. I mean, they signed 4 starters in free
That's
agency.
why I thought they'd
they
go
even
offense.
got what's his face, the defensive tackle, Kyrie's Tonga.
I know, Paul.
Like, Seriously.
Didn't they
When's
sign Milton
enough
Williams,
enough
too?
for you?
That's
Are you
five.
ever
I just
satisfied?
want one young edge. I want one young edge. That's all
I'm with
Deuce.
Deuce.
He
I'm
is
with
so
Deuce.
sick of taking
Yeah, I mean,
offensive
sure,
players.
take another guy. Like I liked your plan of the two guys. Let's
Yeah.
go to the trenches.
Yeah,
Like, is that what you said? 77 and 106. Yeah, sure. Offensive line, defensive line.
I disagree with Deuce a lot on this because it's a really great.
Because I don't like him.
It's a really great edge class. It's the strength of the draft is these edge rushers. So like just grab one of them. Like it doesn't. You don't have to go crazy and draft one early. Like some people are maybe suggesting they should have done. But just go get one now. That's fine.
I wouldn't be opposed to Jack Sawyer. I mean, he's a big board guy for me. I just a little more pass rush juice. That's the way I'm leaning. I'd probably say I'd like more Josiah Stewart right now than Jack Sawyer, but I would definitely take a guy like Jack Sawyer who I think could play early downs, and then Paul, your thing, allow Chase on to be the pass rush guy and let him do that special stuff.
Yeah, that's fine for him. I just don't want him playing every down or anything like that.
Let's go to Andre in New York. Hey, Andre.
Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Happy draft day.
Yep.
Wanted to say thank you guys for all that you do when it comes down to breaking down statistics and everything. I'm kind of new to football. I've been a fan since 2008, so I love watching all the dissection of the Patriots and my squad since 2008. Anywho, I wanted to know, I love the draft picks, first off, and wanted to know if you think we get a fullback and get back to, running the ball, we can get another 1,000-yard rusher. I don't think we had one since Ramondre Stevenson in 22, so I think that would help Drake May a lot.
Okay.
So that's all I got for you
will
guys.
we
Thank
get a
you.
fullback? I don't think so, and I hope that that's not what's required in today's 17-game season to get a 1,000-yard rusher.
Yeah.
But Josh McDaniels has loved a fullback in the past, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, I said it before. I just think he'd already be here. You're not.
Right.
Oh, our whole offense is going to run through a day 3 rookie. It's just hard to see.
Yep. So the Patriots are getting close. The Broncos pick is in. Then come the 49ers, Cowboys, and then the Patriots. So we're getting close to that second pick in the third round. This is the Matthew Judon pick.
Yeah.
Tim's in Seattle. What's up, Tim?
Tim.
Hey.
Hey.
Just calling. I'm so happy they took Kyle Williams. Like I said, they should. They didn't have to trade up. And as Felder would say, I felt a little tingle.
Okay, something moved.
Something moved. That's right. I'm pumped. So I'm just curious here. Best available. What are you guys thinking? Jordan Birch here or Jack Sawyer? Let me know what you think.
Yeah, something like
Fedor
that.
Sanders.
Yeah, Jordan Birch is a good shout here. Joshua Farmer's another guy that they had in for a 30 visit, and you can play interior defensive line or play end. Probably a hand in the dirt type of player, but if they're going to run that 4-3 style defense, then maybe he can be a 4-3 end for Vrabel. Brandon Swinson, sorry, I keep saying his name wrong, from LSU, is sort of in that category of more stand-up edge rushers, as is Princely, who I am not going to try to pronounce his last name.
Umar Mielen.
Is that how you say it? I always butcher it.
I got that one.
So, yeah, there's a lot of edge talent here. I would say
safety?
They
maybe
could
at
use a
some
free
point.
safety.
Yeah,
maybe free safety.
Yeah, free safety at some
But
point.
I also think Mike is right about corner. You can use another corner too, and there's a handful available. But
what about Xavier Watts?
Yeah, I like Xavier Watts a lot. I mean, he plays with his hair on fire. He's a really aggressive player. Really just flies to the football.
Is he more of a strong safety?
I would say so, probably. There are some concerns about his top-end speed and his range from center field. But he plays with great instincts and a great motor, and almost makes up for it with just being there all the time,
They traded back.
Who did?
Patriots.
Did they?
Well, they moved, so.
Right. All of a sudden, they're about 8 picks ahead now.
Well, wait a minute. The 49ers, Cowboys. Oh, yes. What happened here? Where did we go?
I don't see us.
No, where did we go?
So we go out of the
4,
third
5,
round?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks now. In between Tampa and the LAC.
Tampa and the LAC.
They traded with the Patriots. The trade is 77 for 85 and 146. So the Patriots now have 144 and 146 and 171, all in the 5th round. So they added a 5th round pick here.
Okay.
And so the next pick that the Patriots have is number 85 in the 3rd round.
Correct. Yep.
So what do they have? 85, 144, and what else?
146.
Yeah. So their picks that are left are 85, 106, 144, 146, 171, 220, and 238. So they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks left now.
Boy, they picked up more picks, Paul.
Love it.
Are you happy with that trade down?
I don't know. Generally, no, just because I wanted to like make the pick and like put a bow on the evening. But I wasn't like, oh man, I hope they're going to be able to get a certain player that's right here. So I guess they probably see a lot of guys similar right now, which is generally how it seems like the rest of the NFL is viewing the board here in the middle of the 3rd round. So I guess it is what it is. We'll see what they're waiting on.
What'd you say, 146 and 171? Okay, so it's just 146 they added.
Yeah.
Correct.
So they moved from 77 to 85 and got 146 to do that.
Correct.
The 5th rounder.
Okay.
Yeah. You're killing me, Variebs. You're killing me.
Okay. So what do we do? Should we stick around?
I think it was just stick around. I mean,
Yeah.
Who was the trade with?
Go by quick.
It was with the Panthers.
Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, I just rattled off a bunch of names at this point in the draft. I think, there's a lot of players that are similarly graded at this point and, kind of all, I would say heavy on certain positions as well. Edge, corner. There's obviously a million running backs left still that running back run really hasn't fully started yet. So the Patriots probably felt like they were going to get the same player that they were going to pick at 77 at 85, and they had a pick.
Tom in Melbourne says this email's for Mike Dussault.
Yes.
Suck it, Mike. I love you, but hearing you whine about front 7 for 2 years as we watch perhaps the worst offense in the NFL has been very annoying. I'm glad they've totally avoided making a front 7 pick so far.
Wow.
You will deal with Keon White starting in week 1, and you will like it. Seriously, did that guy run over your pet or something? Now that the joking's out of the way, loving the draft coverage, and thanks for all you do.
Yeah, the defense was 30th in DVOA, so I get it, but the defense was terrible too, so don't fault me for wanting some young defensive guys.
I'm making fun of you because I believe that they've significantly addressed the defense, not because I think you were wrong about criticizing the last defense.
No, but I mean, I don't think I'm wrong to look at the defensive front and say this is a veteran defensive front that you're going to get a year or two out of at best. And
the
these
guys
two
that people love that have played have been responsible for the 30th DVOA.
Right. And so, but
they
you got
needed
new
to
guys,
get better.
But like,
I just think they did.
Right.
Well, I mean, Landry was released. He could have signed anywhere.
But they invested a lot of money in the defense.
They did, but I'm just saying, what's the most important part of a defense? Their pass rush, right? Do you feel great? I mean, yeah,
I don't
Williams
feel
and
great.
maybe Christian
I don't feel
Barmore
great about
but
the pass rush. I don't. But I don't feel great about guys that you're going to draft in the 3rd round for your pass rush either.
That's what I'm banging the table for. I'm just asking for a pass rusher in the 3rd round, and you guys are acting like, no, we've done too much on defense.
Because I don't think it's really worth it.
Let's take the 11th wide receiver.
I would rather have Harold Landry than a 3rd round pass rusher.
I think some of these pass rushers can play.
If you wanted to,
it's a process.
No, this is fine. No, when you're talking about how they can't get any pass rush, I think, well, you were team Harold Landry and Clavon Chase on the whole time. No, this was great. We got all we need. We're pass rush. No, we're going to be fine. Deuce, don't worry.
For the record,
10 o'clock at night.
I haven't mentioned Clavon Chase on. And I won't. Okay?
Oh, so you're just like one of their defensive ends, period.
I don't like any of them.
You don't want to draft them?
I think that you're right in saying that they need edge help. I think they needed wide receiver help and playmaker help in general more than they needed edge help. And you can't. I've said this from the start. You can't fill every hole.
We're coming close, but you're not going to do it all in
So,
one
Mike,
season.
if they take an edge guy here, I'm not going to sit there and say what a waste of a pick. No, they need edge help. I'm just not expecting edge help now.
I think you're underselling the class. This class is really deep.
I've seen
at
a lot of guys
position.
taken in the hundreds, and they're generally hit or miss. And I'm going to assume that these guys are
85.
going to be in that range as well. Okay, so you can go 106 is in the top 100. I can't say 87 is like 100.
85.
Okay. So
closer than
anyway, I like Evan's plan. I like Evan's plan of the trenches more because I do think you can get linemen at this stage that can contribute.
Yeah.
I would think that the edge guys are more skill guys. And the best ones are gone now, and now you're just kind of taking flyers.
Look at here's the odds of.
But I won't hate it if they take an edge guy. They need edge help.
But we
Mike
have to
is
be
right.
realistic. The odds of any draft is the deeper you get, the less the odds are against that person. And we're really counting on these first 3 picks hitting. And if the first 3 picks of anybody's draft hit, that's a great draft.
Yeah,
that's a great draft. And the odds of now 4 or 5. Hitting your not round, but your 4th and 5th pick.
So I'm
also hitting. The odds are starting to decrease right now.
But I like to make fun of Mike and defend him at the same time.
Oh yeah,
because he's right. Like this defense, everybody just has been pounding on the offense, and with good reason, because it's so obvious that they can't score, and people don't realize that the defense has been every bit as bad.
Well.
No, don't see that's it right there.
The offense doesn't help it.
And the defense doesn't help the offense.
Well, I think
they get no help from either because they were equally bad on both sides of the ball.
Okay, so you think they're equally bad?
They're horrible on both sides of the ball.
I would say until Drake May got here, the offense was worse.
The offense was worse than what?
Than the defense.
But they're both last, so what's the difference?
No, I know, but like as Parcells would say, one side gives the other side hope.
Right, and they get no hope from either side.
Right, and
they can't get off the field and they can't stay on the field. So it's a bad combination. Mike is right.
If I have to say which one was worse, I would say the offense.
I don't know how you can watch a team run the ball 20 times in a row and say that the offense is worse. The offense went out in that game and scored 10 points the first 2 times they got the ball. Did they get any help from the defense? No. Brian Thomas got a bomb on the next play, and all of a sudden it was floodgates open. They got help from the offense for at least a quarter. They stunk on both sides of the ball. They can't score, and they can't stop you from scoring. They needed. This is why I'm going to make fun of you for looking for like a star at 85. But you're not wrong. They need edge help.
Well, no, I mean, and that's like, I mean,
they need somebody to be able to rush the passer.
But I don't know where I said
Evan's thing about trenches. They need. This is why I said like if they don't get a left tackle.
Yeah, that was.
It'd be a disaster. But like I'm not expecting them to fill the 15 holes that they had to fill. They didn't have more than 5 or 6 quality NFL starters. Now I think that they're starting to fill some of those gaps.
I just would say, like,
don't kill my buzz. I like this draft.
I don't think they're going to get a star here at like the 80th pick. But I look at what the needs are. I look at the deep class, and I say I'd like to at least put an iron in the fire. And you're right. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't.
And that's why I will not make fun of you if they take an edge, because they need an edge.
But I still think like a guy like Josiah Stewart, it's an easy right into the rotation. Hey, buddy, you're going to go rush the passer. You're going to do what you do best. You're super athletic. You got speed around the corner. That's exactly what we're lacking. We've got some older edge players. And I was just looking at it. I mean, they were 32nd in pressure rate on offense, 32nd, 30th on defense. So if you believe in pressure counting, they were terrible on offense. They were just a little bit less terrible on defense. So I appreciate all the love.
And I'm not even willing to say they were less
snaps for Deuce.
I'm not even
snaps for Deuce.
And I'm with them.
Snaps for Deuce.
Because I don't think they were a little bit worse on offense.
Do. They don't clap. They snap.
It's like a poetry. It's a poetry slam.
Musicians stomp their feet because
that's how I say I'm agreeing with you.
I think the defense has been awful. Did another one of your edge guys just go?
Yeah, come on, Paul. Like, you're just jinxing it now.
I mean, he was the one that was going to be good.
No, I was just going to say they just lost Terrell Suggs in his prime.
We're having fun.
Okay, I'm not saying that any of the guys.
Although he is 52 on the.
I'm not saying any of these guys are going to be Terrell Suggs, but this was the strength of the draft. This was the depth of the edge class and the defensive line class was the strength of the draft, and that means that in the third round at this point, there are still players that people are really excited about as prospects and are really high on them as prospects. Again, I'm not saying that they're going to be stars, but like Kyle Kennard in South Carolina last year had a huge season in the SEC. Like he's a a good rusher. He's a good player.
Just ask Will Campbell.
That was in practice.
Right, I wasn't going to go there, but this is exactly what I was hoping that they were going to do. Was they were going to target some of the positions that were thinner at the top of the draft, and now just let the edge guys fall to you, right? Let the guys at 85 and 106 fall to you that have some upside and have some tools and have some ability, and give them to Terrell Williams and Mike Vrabel and let them develop them and see what happens.
Dan in Boston says, tell Paul to get off his high horse with his Chris Sims take. Paul's the guy who's most dismissive of other people's opinions, but in this case, he's on Chris Sims' side because he's so enlightened and everyone else is stupid.
Chris Sims loves Kyle Williams. Do you hate him?
The only reason he's saying that because
Yes.
he likes to be the contrarian. Good job, Paul. You win.
So Jalen Noel is going to the Texans.
I'm sorry.
I like that for them.
Take your little binky and go home.
But again, isn't it funny? Do you feel like Nick Caserio had a heel turn and he was like, I don't know, we got to draft wide receivers. Like we just have to do it.
They drafted both Iowa State wide receivers.
I actually don't love this because they just signed Christian Kirk. He's Christian Kirk.
Yeah, that's true.
Jalen Noel, yeah.
They didn't even put Christian Kirk on the graphic.
Look, he just got bumped off the graphic.
Yeah, well, he got
For a
bumped.
third round?
Christian Kirk's kind of running out of steam. Christian Kirk's best football is behind him, probably.
And Tank Dell probably out for the year.
Yeah, Tank Dell's probably out for the year, and maybe you don't know long term at all what's going to happen.
And just to clarify the whole Chris Sims thing, I disagree with him. I think that Mike Vrabel thinks that he can play tackle. I just don't dismiss people's opinions that are different than mine. That's all.
You don't?
I don't. I don't agree with them, and I'm not afraid to tell you that I don't agree with it.
Well, that's okay. Isn't that dismissing it?
No.
No?
Doesn't because I'm not telling you I'm right. I thought Vernon Golston was an unbelievable
So if people
prospect.
disagree
I
with
was
Chris
wrong.
Sims, are they dismissing him or not agreeing with him?
No, I got so mad I had to turn it off. Why? Because he said something I didn't agree
Right.
with.
Well, why would you get mad and turn it off if you agreed with him? Of course he disagreed with him.
No, but you're turning it off because, you're not going to get. Why wouldn't you turn it off if you disagree with him that Kyle Williams is a really good prospect? Because he's saying something good about your guy.
Well, yeah, right.
That's
if
my
you,
only
if you agree
point.
with the guy, why are you getting mad?
But what if you disagree with him, but it's positive for your team?
Well, if
You're not going to get mad about it. Oh, well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Kyle Williams really is good. I didn't like him, but Chris Sims likes him, and the Patriots picked him. So
Okay,
maybe I'm wrong.
I see what you're saying.
That's
but,
that's how you form your opinions.
Okay,
You people.
You guys have so many who's on first.
That's how
arguments.
that's how you people formulate your opinions.
Who's on first?
You know that it's 10:15 on day 2 because we're getting a little.
It's not that
snippy.
hard.
That's what I
That's how you
a
people
little
formulate
snippy
your
tonight.
opinions. They said something bad about the guy we drafted.
Kyle Williams, good player.
Are the
excited
Jets
about
having
that.
a good draft?
Having an alright draft, yeah. I
all
like
right.
what the
I
Jets
think
have done.
Houston is having a good draft. But I think the Patriots are
No,
having.
the Jets.
Oh, I thought you said Houston.
No, I said the Jets.
Can you run down
well,
who they got? Membo, I have zoned out a little
Membo
bit on-
and Mason Taylor. were the
Mason
first
Taylor
two I
and
was.
Azare Thomas.
Because no one,
the
Kentucky,
corner.
please help me cope with this Jets draft. Feels like it's wicked good. I'm worried. Break it down for me, please.
Really?
I don't know
if
if
it's wicked good.
I think it's a good draft, but
They've had a
if
good draft.
Justin Fields can play, they'll be
Yeah, no,
competitive.
they've picked good players. I mean, we'll see. They
It
picked good
doesn't.
players.
It doesn't bother me. Like sometimes when I feel like
Not until they have
like
the quarterback.
The Ravens do it all the time. Ravens draft a bunch of my guys. It bothers me.
If Justin Fields can't play, it won't matter.
Right.
That's. I mean,
Yeah.
and you know,
If he
for
can
Mason Taylor, great stats. Hasn't really ever lived up to what he.
But this
should
is Fred's
theoretically
theory
be.
on defense. I think the Jets have the pieces to have a good defense. They
always,
seem like they're always flaming out and playing terrible defense by the middle of the year because they never get any support from their offense.
Yeah.
If Justin Fields can play with Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson and now Mason Taylor and they got a few pieces in place, maybe they can be okay. They
Bengals took Dylan Fairchild.
They have a good offensive
He's
line.
One of my interior people.
Rio's in Texas. What's up, Rio?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. How you doing?
Good.
Great.
Well,
Jesus,
I just kind of want to take a little bit of a victory lap and offer a bit of constructive criticism for Evan.
Oh, no.
Okay.
On the victory lap, first time I called into Catch 22s to discuss Kyle Williams. Absolutely love that pick. I'm going to declare here and now they broke the wide receiver curse. This guy is going to play. He's going to be good.
Okay.
I know Barth is, on cloud nine right now.
I'm not mad at
for
you
that.
because I agree with you.
You and Dave in the Philippines.
All right.
Well, I would hope not. But on that topic, that was my criticism for Evan. And again, I have zero problem with Evan's takes. I think he's really good at what he does. But he does tend to come across a little bit dismissive when somebody brings up something that he's not on board with. I called you guys.
That's
last
why he
week,
got mad at the
and,
Chris Sims take.
I 100%
well, I don't
agree
blame
with
him for that because Chris Sims is a douche.
Oh.
What?
There you go.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with other people's
I do
opinions.
like all the Texas
That's true.
guys that hate Chris Sims because
What do they hold against him? What did he play bad for them or something?
Well, and he kind of was entitled. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. No. Aside from that, though, I called you guys last night. I listed off some players as my top players at the top of round 2. Carson Schlesinger, that you guys didn't actually say anything about. He went at the top. Jaden Higgins was my favorite X in this draft. Kyle Williams was my favorite receiver, but specifically for the X, I like Higgins. But then I brought up Nick Emenwari, and Evan looked like somebody shot his dog. And
Don't talk about my dog.
Not well, your imaginary dog.
I'm just messing with you.
And that was the sort of thing where I think for about the third or fourth time you said, "Well, I'm not picking on Rio." Well, a little bit you were. So I'll take that victory lap when he's making splash play after splash play in Seattle.
Okay.
But to kind of segue off of that, I still think I'll agree with Deuce that 100% they need an edge. Like they've got some temporary pieces there now, but they need somebody long term to develop. But I think there's another position where that's really true, and I've brought it up a bunch of times, and I haven't really seen anybody addressing it. That's the safety position. To me, they've got 2 box safeties, and I think Duggar is done. Like I just don't think he's coming back from that injury. I think his brain's broken, honestly, the way I saw him play last year. What do you guys think of Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame? I think he's polar opposite of Emenwari, but I think he's the kind of guy that might appeal to Rabel as far as
we just talked about him a little bit. Yeah. Thanks, Rio.
And honestly, Rio, we actually agree on more players than you think. We like a lot of the same players, just not Emenwari, who I've argued with this one about too. So it's not like just you.
This one.
So I hate Evan. I can't listen to him anymore because he disagrees with me.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I agree with the caller. He's 100% right. Like if we have a disagreement on a player, I'm not going to agree with you. Like I'm going to disagree. I'm going to stick to my guns. I don't think he's a good. I didn't like him. Didn't like the tape. What can I say?
And I don't need you to take a victory lap either if you're right.
Well, if anybody should take a victory lap on Kyle Williams, it's Bart. I mean, Bart told me about Kyle Williams a year ago. So, like, if anybody's going to take a victory lap on him, it's
Rio.
Yeah, that's it.
Will's on Cape Cod. Hey, Will.
Hey, how are you? I know it's been a long night. Thank you for the hard work. First of all, I'm very happy with the Kyle Williams pick. I'm stoked to get some speed, and I like Henderson too. For sake of argument, with Dylan Sampson still being on the board, would you have preferred getting Burden and Sampson? I mean, I might have, but I'm fine with this as well. And I was wondering if you guys saw that Steve Smith Sr. compared Kyle Williams to himself. I thought that was pretty high praise. And I still like a lot of players that are available. I know Paul was a little, he didn't really like the edges that are still there, but I like Josiah Stewart. I like Milam at guard. I think there's some good players to get here at 85.
Okay.
But thank you, guys.
Thanks, Will.
Go get the other line.
Winston.
Yeah, Winston.
Liked him.
Yeah, he was a fun study. He got hurt, but he was gonna be a higher pick, I think, if he didn't get hurt. But
he had that Jalen Walker presence vibes. Just this guy's a dude, and he's gonna be an NFL player.
Super athletic too, and just
fumble.
A really fluid, loose mover in space. Like I really liked what I saw out of him. If he didn't get hurt, but he played like 3 games last year and then got hurt. So, who was the player he said? I totally forgot.
Yeah, and there's still going to be more good players taken.
What?
I didn't, just to stay like there will be guys taken. In the next 100 picks, that will be good players in the NFL.
Yeah. Are you sure?
I am pretty sure.
Joe from the darkness, the way everyone talks about Kyle Williams sounds like a first-round pick. What's the catch? Why is he a third-round guy?
Yeah, so he's an older player. He's 23. 6-year player in college. So that definitely hurt him. He's not the biggest guy. I would agree with that as well. Probably not going to be a full-time X or outside receiver. He's probably more of a Z or a move receiver at the next level. I would say age, position, flex would probably be the 2 biggest things.
No special teams, something noted in the beast.
Yeah, there was he's a great separator. I wouldn't say he's a great route runner. Like, he's not a technician. He's just got great burst and suddenness and separation ability. So there were some drifting on some of his routes I saw on tape, especially coming across the middle of the field, like things they'll have to clean up in terms of his route running. But he's got great natural separation skills to him. So I'd rather do that, or I'd have to fix that than have to fix. Well, he's running a 4.55, So
Kendall in San Diego, Stephon Diggs, Kyle Williams on the outside, Demario Douglas in the slot. How's the offense looking now? What do you think?
Feeling much better about it, yeah. I mean, I think it comes back to the thing Paul keeps saying. Like, at this point, you have enough, toys to play with, but it's that next step for Drake May. Like, if Drake May takes the next step with the pieces that they've added, then they should be marketably better.
I've connected exactly.
That's a Patriots running back. I mean, that's a Pittsburgh running back.
Caleb Johnson. Yeah, well, he's wearing Iowa, same colors. But shoot, I just forgot what I was going to say.
I'm sorry. That was my fault.
What did you say, Evan? What were you talking about?
I said it's up to Drake May now.
Toys. Yeah. Well, I said it goes back to, I think, what just Paul said about the Jets. Like, if Justin Fields can play, they'll be pretty good. If Drake May takes a step this year, cuts down on the turnovers, in clutch time, he's making plays to win games, then they're going to be good.
Anthony in Seattle, I'm watching you guys on TV, following along. Anyway, I just want to say how pumped I am that we're addressing needs with name brand players. No head scratchers, no trying to be smarter than everyone else. 13 points per game, can't protect our quarterback. We went protection, explosion, explosion. It's officially a new regime.
So the Patriots traded down again.
Oh, dear Lord. Oh, dear Lord.
Really?
So we're never getting off the air, are we?
Seems like they're still in the third round, though, based off of that. But Kansas City is now on the clock at 85. They have made a trade with the Patriots, and the Patriots have traded down. I'm waiting.
Where, though?
I'm trying to figure out.
It hasn't been filled in yet.
Yeah, it's 95.
95.
Right?
So the Chiefs. So we traded
wherever the Chiefs were in the third round is where
95.
they're.
I mean, I think that's where they are, but I'm not positive.
Yep, we are at 95 now.
95 it is.
Okay, well, we're doing a marathon.
And the Bucks took Jacob Parrish, who's a player I really liked, to play the nickel for the Patriots. So, good pick by Tampa. The Agbuka pick by Tampa was kind of weird to me. Like, they just paid Chris Godwin, and now they have redundant Chris Godwin.
Because I really like Jalen McMillan, too. So they had two older receivers, a good young receiver. They get a good, decent tight end.
Yeah.
Cade Otton.
So I actually really like this trade that the Patriots just made. They actually added a pick in 2026.
Hey, what do we got?
So the Patriots have moved back 10 spots to 95 overall and added a 2026 fourth-round pick from Kansas City. So they added a fourth-round pick next year to this trade. So I actually kind of like that.
Fourth, is that a?
Is that
a third this year, Paul?
A pick swap, and then they got a fourth rounder next year.
Other way.
I believe so. Yes.
So they got nothing extra this year for it.
They did not. They got a 2026
They got a fourth-round pick.
So they probably would have gotten a.
They probably would have been a third-round pick next year.
Well, they would have gotten a fifth-round pick this year, so they got a fourth-round pick next year.
A what?
So that's actually pretty good value when you think about it.
I guess.
Huh?
Yeah.
Evan's having a good weekend selling me on stuff, and I'm really tired, so I'm just going to go with this.
Wait, what do you mean? If the pick in the year ahead
usually you get an extra round.
The other way.
Yeah. Didn't it go the other way?
Are we in the third now?
he's saying
to drop down 10 spots, it would have cost you a fifth-round pick, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what
so
I'm
instead of that, they got a fourth-round pick. Okay,
next year.
That's what I said. He's doing a good job selling me on stuff.
Okay.
I gave him credit. He explained it to me in like 15 seconds.
See, now imagine
I'm too tired to do these things.
Let's go to Florida. Dave's there. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hey.
I got a question. Am I living in the Twilight Zone? Because this might be the happiest draft Patriots Unfiltered I've ever tuned into, and I'm actually happy myself. This is a strange feeling for the last 5 years.
This is an old-school Belichick draft for me. I haven't been happy like this since like the heyday of...
Paul lost his weight, and he lost all his anger. So I
haven't lost the anger, but I like this draft.
Yeah.
I like this draft a lot.
I mean, when
I
you...
also add real quick.
Yeah.
I got to disagree with Mike real quick on if Fields plays well for the Jets will be good. Fred, you'll be with me. The Jets will never be good.
Yeah.
I'll take it off your air.
Fair enough. I'll take you're right.
There's always something with them.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. No, I think when you pair this draft up with the addition of Mike Vrabel, Josh McDaniels is back. all new coaching staff, what they did in free agency, and now 3 people that on paper are going to help this offense. I think there's a lot to be excited about.
I do too. Unfortunately,
I don't know, but you can't be.
No. Well,
it's not enough defense.
No, but but those are long-term needs, and at this point, you're just trying to say like what makes sense to grab, and that so it's not like, oh my God, the season hinges on if they get a 3rd-round defensive end. But I would just say I'm going to give Paul a little credit right now because I think last year
a lot of credit going around.
This is stunning.
Yeah, stunning. Last year, I mean, he was right. They didn't really change the team. Like the team that came back from 23 to 24. Essentially the same team, and
it's 2 things from last year.
And now I understand a little bit to some extent, which I think Paul would probably agree with, that they had to keep some of those guys. Like it makes sense to some of them, but probably not.
You needed to field the
Hunter
team.
Henry, Owenu. Like I wasn't opposed to bringing any of them back, but they just brought all of them back.
Right, and so they didn't really do that this year. They've changed the team. They've added some new elements. They've added some things that we don't know how it's going to work out in a good way. It's like you have some options. It's not like, Jesus, God, please, Kendrick Bourne, come back and be healthy last year. Like that. You were so reliant on that, and now it's, all right, well, maybe it all clicks for Javon Baker. Maybe not, but then maybe Kyle Williams. Maybe he pops out.
Right, instead of going into a season having to rely on one of those things happening, well, no, I'm probably going to rely on having Stephon Diggs and Kyle Williams to go with Demario Douglas as opposed to Javon Baker and Jalen Polk getting it.
Yeah.
If they get it, great. Now I have a really strong wide receiver room.
But all the pressure's on them to do it and to prove it.
And if not, they're going to go.
Yep.
And, Vrabel said when he first got here, this team's going to look really different in August.
We're in
the level of
we were
excitement.
Like, okay, let's see. And it will.
It will.
Yeah.
And you guys are right. Going back to teasing me about the defense, like you're right. Like the defensive front, is going to be completely different than
and
it
it's
was
not
last
done.
year.
That's why I keep saying like I'm not going to be like upset and say, well, forget about what I said about how good the draft is if they start taking some defensive players. They need help there too.
Yeah.
I just don't expect to fill all the holes. I think that they've only won 8 games the last 2 years, and I think they have significant ground to make up.
Yeah.
I think they've done a good job of starting to make up some of that ground. I don't think it's going to be magic that they're going to win 10 games this year.
What?
Like this.
I'm mad at you. I'm not listening.
Like they
anymore.
have a coach, so all of a sudden, you're not going to lose all these games. Nah, you probably are.
Yeah.
But you're going to be much more poised to compete with the Milton Williams and the Carlton Davis, and Robert Spillanes of the world, as opposed to just running it back with, all the same cast of characters.
Yeah, and having really no depth once injury struck the defense. I think that's what exposed them.
Right.
Those are things you can't
and by
really
the way,
predict right now.
That's going to be an issue too, because
Always
you've
is.
replaced players, but again, when those players inevitably start to get banged up, you have to stack these kinds of classes.
Yeah, and it's
to get depth.
Yeah, the easiest way I'd say it right now is you have Spillane, but you also went and got what's his name, Jack Gibbons as well, like another similar kind of play. You're building some depth, you're building in some options, and I think you can see like what direction they're going. They've got a style. They have. It's just. I don't want to crap on last year, but it's just this year you really feel a sense of.
They lost their North Star last year.
Well,
see, Fred will. He's not here anymore.
I just like the process of what this offseason has, the way that they've got about the offseason. I think it's been, they've targeted players that fit the style of play that they want to play. And they've targeted guys that were at the top of the market in free agency, and they were actually able to sign some of those players and convince some of those guys to come to New England and be Patriots. And then here in the draft, I just think that they've played the value pretty well. And all we can grade them on right now is the process. Like, we'll see what happens with all these picks, over the course of the next 2 to 3 years. But I said it earlier, like, I feel like Kyle Williams in other years, they would have picked him at 38. Like, they would have reached on Kyle Williams, and they would have picked him around earlier than they had to. Jalen Polk, Tyquan Thornton, like, they would have reached on the player. And this year, they've been good at sticking true to the board. Henderson was the best player available for most people at 38, and they took the best player available at 38.
So they've traded down twice now. in all fairness, are there players that they passed up during this trade down period that you're like, I wish they had taken that
Look,
guy?
I mean,
So let's see.
Revel went.
Umanellan went 77.
Birch, Noel.
Yeah.
I already got a guy. Winston probably wasn't really a fit. Yeah, I mean, not really.
Yeah, it was
Not really.
Princely, Birch, Noel, Whaley, Fairchild, Kevin Winston, Caleb Johnson, Jacob Parrish, Noel Williams, and Jamari Caldwell have gone so far in this stretch of picks from 77 to 85. Jacob Parrish was a player I really liked, and they were sitting there at 85, and he went 84, and then they traded out of 85. So if you want to, if you want to kind of sit here and play that side of the fence, was Jacob Parrish their guy? And when he got taken by Tampa Bay, they traded out again.
Yeah.
I think that could be possible. He's a slot corner, man coverage corner. I compared him to Jonathan Jones. I think he could play a similar style, play like that. Would have been a nice, complete secondary at that point with Gonzo and Carlton Davis on the outside and Jacob Parrish playing the nickel. So maybe they wanted Parrish, and he went there, that pick. So that would be the one guy that I would look at in that cluster and say, if there's anyone that I thought that they might actually draft coming in, it was probably Parrish, and it does make sense, that they picked him the pick before.
Adam in Louisiana, I emailed into PU earlier this year about how I thought the Giants had to take Sanders at 3 overall to save their jobs. On reflection, there was a lot of coping going on in that line of thought. He might not go in the first 3 rounds, much less the first 3 picks. Love the draft coverage and this slow, decent descent into insanity on the air.
We'll get there.
Yeah, we'll
Tomorrow's
get there.
gonna be
They're running out of a runway to trade down, though. So, but we're going to get an interview, too, aren't we, after the conclusion of this round?
Do we have something ready? Yeah, let's
Yeah,
think once
I thought
once
you were
the
saying
pick-
after we make the pick, we have that interview.
Well, we have we're going to have Ryan Cowden after our last pick on this show. That's kind of a reason why we have to stay on the air. But also, we don't have Kyle Williams yet?
I can get it ready.
Okay, yeah. That'd be nice.
So Savion Williams just went to the Packers just to filibuster here for a second.
Good.
So the Packers took Matthew Golden in the first round, and then they took Savion Williams here in the third round. So clearly the Packers thought they had to completely rebuild their wide receiver room because they just double dipped at wide receiver. Savion Williams is a really fun player, kind of like a Cordero Patterson type of player where, scheme touch guy and big, fast, explosive receiver. Probably needs to be schemed open and helped and things like that. He's not a pure receiver, but he's a fun player. And with LaFleur and his creativity, I'm sure he'll be able to figure out ways to get the ball in his hands and how to use them.
Did you say Cordero Patterson?
Yeah,
Tom?
yeah, Cordero Patterson. Brashard Perryman. those types of guys. Yeah,
he was a fun guy to watch. I was like, what's this guy doing? I mean, I don't know. I got to figure out what the number is, but handoffs that he took. He did
and straight out of the backfield too, as a running back. And I think the one thing that really could put him over the top is that he has better contested catch skills than I would say Patterson did. He can climb the ladder and catch the ball over guys and use his size in that way. But it's funny because he'll drop a 5-yard slant where he's uncovered and there's nobody around him, and he'll just drop the ball, and then he'll go and moss somebody on the next play. He's one of those kinds of guys.
Do you guys look at what's happening in the NFC West a little bit as an arms race? It's an arms race right now. I mean, all these receivers have gone. I mean, Detroit, super explosive offense last year. Chicago seemingly can't get enough receivers. We've seen Packers have added a couple as well. I wonder how much the team inside the division kind of dictates how the rest of the teams kind of play. When the Patriots were dominating, I always felt like the Jets, the Bills, they're always, how do we get to Tom Brady? We would get interior pressure. Do we try to target those guys? I wonder in that division if Detroit's really kind of setting the bar, and all these other teams are like, man, we are going to have to score a bunch of points to keep up with those guys the way they play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chad in Atlanta, will there ever be an answer, a true answer, to the exposition for the Patriots? Yeah, Evans says Kyle Williams can play on the outside, but he's a small guy. Are they really going to go into the season with 31-year-old Matt Collins at that spot?
I would say that just because the guy is not 6'4" doesn't mean he can't be an X-receiver. Stephon Diggs has played X-receiver plenty of in his career, in Buffalo especially, and Minnesota when he was playing next to Thielen. So it's not it's not just a size thing. Like you can play on the outside with a different set of skills than just being a big body X receiver that can play outside the numbers. So in this kind of offense with McDaniels, I mean, there's a lot of guys that weren't big guys that played the X for Josh McDaniels. Like I go back to like Brandon Lloyd was like he was 180 pounds soaking wet. Like I mean he was not
Lloyd
a big
and
dude.
LaFell. I mean I know LaFell was bigger than Lloyd, but even Josh had got a good year out of Bourne, and I know he's not an X. Like he's not really in that, but he's not afraid to be unconventional.
Yeah,
and I think Josh likes Kendrick Bourne. For whatever reason, we talked about this, I would make him expendable before I would make a younger guy expendable. But
sure.
I don't think Josh looks at it that way.
No,
and someone's going to go now. I mean, they added Kyle Williams. Someone's going to go.
To me, it's just about I'd like a spectrum of options, and of course, competition's got to be part of it, and you want to let these guys all duke it out. And there is some overlap with the position group, but I want a guy with speed. I want a guy who, good after the catch. I want some size, like with Matt Collins. I mean, you joke about it, but Matt Collins being like your fifth receiver and being a key special teams guy, like that's an important role on the team, and somebody who can contribute in both phases. So, and that's why I'm excited about Williams. I mean, I said it before they picked him. I wanted a guy in that mold. That was what I was interested in this year. Not the little slot guys, not the tough guys, but the guys who's just going to bring an element of separation and speed. And I think they've really got a good spectrum in this room. I don't know how it'll work out. I don't know who the 1 and the 2 and all that stuff will be, but I think they have enough to work with that foster some competition this summer in camp, get some joint practices, start to see who stands out and who rises.
And again, I keep saying it, you can't fill they probably still have a hole there at that one, but you can't fill them all at once. Someone wrote in, like a half hour ago, the idea of Diggs with Kyle Williams and Demario Douglas. It's not the worst.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like there's room for a 1 there to knock all those guys down a spot, but I that's better than they've had out there the last couple of years.
Sure.
Yeah, and like you said, Paul, if Stephon Diggs is just like a bridge 1 for now, this year he's a bridge 1, and you got the left tackle this year. Maybe next year in the first round, there's a stud wide receiver that comes out that you feel is worthy of a pick. In the wherever they end up.
Let's say that you get better. And he's a bridge guy 1 year, but you're picking in the teens next year. You can be in line to get a top wide receiver. Maybe not like a Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors type, because they're going to go at the top of the round. But you can get a good player in the teens.
Yeah.
At that position. You got to You got to take them as they come. It's like Cleveland's not forcing the quarterback. They still need a quarterback.
Wait, did Shedeur Sanders get drafted yet?
No,
I keep forgetting.
No.
Oh my God! Wow.
If Henderson comes in and has 40 catches this year,
baby,
what does that mean?
Who
gets
Henderson.
the offensive rookie
40
of the year?
catches?
Yeah,
that would be awesome. I don't know if he's gonna have 40 catches, but that would be great. I mean, he's got that kind of ability. There's no doubt about it. Like he's got that kind of pass catching ability, and if he's truly good enough in pass protection, and they keep aces the test mentally in that respect. Then they can keep him on the field for third downs, and maybe it's possible.
It's kind of an interesting experiment. I mean, you guys would know that it took some time for Shane Vereen to kind of develop with Kevin Falk.
I was just going to say
took some time, for James White to then develop.
Both of those guys basically redshirted. This is a difficult offense for that.
Yeah,
but
Henderson has like pass protection skills.
He comes in with that
hands.
Probably at a higher level than most.
Yeah. So it'll just an interesting experiment. I don't know how it's going to work out.
When Vereen came, it was Falk, and then when White came, it was Vereen. So they had to wait their turn. Am I right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
this guy doesn't have to wait for anybody.
No. I mean, and I kind of like Antonio Gibson. I mean, I was probably liked him a little more than anybody else, but it's just young legs and running backs.
If he's not ready, he's not ready.
Yeah. No, I think you're gonna. As a team like the Patriots that are starving for big plays on offense, you're going to want to find ways to get Travion Henderson the ball in space. Like even if it's has to be really orchestrated because he can't handle just playing every single third down right out of the gate with the pass protection responsibilities. I think you're still going to try to find ways on first and second down, throw them screens, throw them passes into the flats, swings, things like that, and just to see if you can get them loose and get them into some space.
Yeah, and I think if they felt like Shane Vereen was ready, like Kevin Falk did nothing really that last year.
He got hurt.
That 2011 year, wasn't really a big part. I don't think he was even active in the playoffs.
Yeah, well, they had Danny Woodhead kind of had to like a stopgap a little bit.
That's right. It was Woodhead
for
that
like
he got
a
away
season
behind.
or two.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Vereen was really good in that Super Bowl. But then I remember we get to 2015, and in the playoffs in 2015, and James White had like 15 targets or something crazy like that. Just a bunch of touches
I think he had
out of
6.
nowhere.
Didn't he have like a million catches in that Denver game?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Except for that wheel route.
Right, and I remember kind of like going into that. I remember going to that offseason.
It's amazing how Brady's never made a bad pass. It's unbelievable.
It's funny as I remember being kind of frustrated by that game and like, what are we doing? We're trying to force the ball to James White.
They targeted him a million times in that game.
Cut to 1 year later in the Super Bowl, and James White is got 2-point conversions and the game-winning touchdown. It's funny how it works out.
Ryan says saying the Patriots would have picked Kyle Williams in the second is outrageous. They would have picked Nick Nash in the second. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I said this before the draft, and that's why I think I'm mostly excited because, Paul, you say this a lot, but like we don't really know what these guys are going to turn into. Like we all hope that we have hope that they're going to turn into great players, but they've stuck to the board here. Like Campbell, Henderson, Williams they picked them exactly where everyone had them projected to go. First, second, third round, and there's no reaches. There's no they picked who in the second round? Like there's nothing going on like that. That's a refreshing feeling because I didn't really necessarily feel that way the last couple of years.
Yeah, and again, we don't know that the projections are right, but there's two things. Number one, you inherently feel better when they're picking guys that you're really familiar with in the skill positions.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
For sure. Kyle Williams, you've been talking about
a
all
running
night.
back, a wide receiver. Yeah, like I know these guys. I know these names. I watch the highlights of these guys as opposed to the guard.
There he is. I know. Well, that was last year with day 2 when they had a bunch of guards going, and you're like,
Leighton Robinson, road grader, he looks but it's harder. It's harder to make the projection.
Matt, might be a good time to take a break, but before we do, just want to remind you that Patriots Unfiltered Draft Special is sponsored by the Massachusetts 250 campaign, commemorating a history of possibility. Plan your revolutionary weekend at massachusetts250.org.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
With FedEx One Rate, you can ship to your student for a simple, predictable flat rate. Send a box full of home-baked treats that say, "Your father and I miss you." Or send a box full of instant noodles that says, "Your father and I would like you to stop asking us for money." Either way, one rate fits all. FedEx One Rate. 2-day shipping, one flat rate. Starting at $14.50. Visit FedEx.com/OneRate for details. Exclusions apply.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
With FedEx One Rate, you can ship to your student for a simple, predictable flat rate. Send a box full of home-baked treats that say, "Your father and I miss you." Or send a box full of instant noodles that says, "Your father and I would like you to stop asking us for money." Either way, one rate fits all. FedEx One Rate. 2-day shipping, one flat rate. Starting at $14.50. Visit FedEx.com/OneRate for details. Exclusions apply.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
With FedEx One Rate, you can ship to your student for a simple, predictable flat rate. Send a box full of home-baked treats that say, "Your father and I miss you." Or send a box full of instant noodles that says, "Your father and I would like you to stop asking us for money." Either way, one rate fits all. FedEx One Rate. 2-day shipping, one flat rate. Starting at $14.50. Visit FedEx.com/OneRate for details. Exclusions apply.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
With FedEx One Rate, you can ship to your student for a simple, predictable flat rate. Send a box full of home-baked treats that say, "Your father and I miss you." Or send a box full of instant noodles that says, "Your father and I would like you to stop asking us for money." Either way, one rate fits all. FedEx One Rate. 2-day shipping, one flat rate. Starting at $14.50. Visit FedEx.com/OneRate for details. Exclusions apply.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like my plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get my plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get my plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
This is Patriots Unfiltered.
Presented by Toyota's official website for deals, buyatoyota.com.
Patriots Unfiltered.
All right, back here. Jalen Milroe just got taken.
Hey.
Thanks.
And Shedeur Sanders is still out there.
This is a repudiation.
At this point, it's
of all
like
things
it's
Sanders.
not even like a story.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
it's a story like for these NFL people that are like aghast.
I wonder, are they talking
like
about
on
it?
Twitter? They keep writing all like the players that are available at all, and every one of them, you know, he's the top
Best
of the
available.
list.
Yeah,
It's a little bit of a psychological experiment to me because after I heard Sanders talk at the combine and just, you know, couldn't have been more self-assured, more confident in himself. And it's like, this is going to go one of two ways. And now I just want to see how he deals with this. What does this do to him? He seemed to completely believe that he was ready to come in and turn a franchise around. And now he's going to have to, you know, take a long look at going into a team and working his way in, waiting for an opportunity, trying to get better. I think it's a lot different. I just can't imagine that there was anyone telling him that he was going to end up being a day 3 selection. I made a bet with Paul he was going in the top 15.
But like, I didn't think he was that great, but I think he's better than Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, I just,
you know,
I mean,
I'm pretty sure
So I
there
do
has
too.
to be other things.
I think he's better than Jalen Milroe as well, but Jalen Milroe is a vastly superior athlete.
Sure.
And if you don't think that Sanders can throw well enough, he doesn't have the physical skills to make up for that. Now, I think that Sanders is better than Milroe. But I could understand why someone could look at Milroe and say, I can Lamar Jackson him. He's special. He's got a special skill that Sanders doesn't.
Special runner and really good arm. Like, you know,
Yes.
very inaccurate, but really good arm strength and power in his throws. Better at both those things, I would say, than Shedeur. But Shedeur is definitely a better pocket passer. Like, he definitely has a better
I think so.
innate feel for playing the position, for sure.
I am just fascinated by if this was just about the interviews and all that, which a lot of the talking heads are intimating, like, oh, this is all Deion Sanders. You know, they don't want the cocky, brash attitude. He rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. That can't be it. Like, it has to be people aren't sold on the skills, and then they're saying, I'm not going to bother taking a flyer on a guy who has limited skills because of how poorly he interviewed.
It's
not worth it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It has to be a combination of the two.
In that way, I kind of respect the NFL teams for doing it. I thought they'd all be duped. I thought they'd buy the confidence, and they would just say, we don't think this guy can really play, but it's Deion's kid. He seems like he really is confident. He seems to believe in himself. I think we need a quarterback. Let's just pull the trigger. That's how I saw it unfolding, but I think you're right, Paul. I think teams are scared away.
So the Saints pick is in, then it's the Browns, and then it's the Patriots at 95 in the third round.
And that ends the third round? Or no?
No.
There's still about 7 more. There's still a chance they could trade back down again, Paul.
Or trade back in from 106 to make 2 picks tonight.
Well, that's why I was asking.
Well, they do have
we haven't even gotten to the compensatory picks yet.
They do have 3 fifth-round picks now because they added a pick, and they have the 2 sevenths, so... in theory, they could.
I forgot about the comp picks.
Yeah, the third round
Jonas
ends at
Sanker.
102, and the Patriots will be at 95.
Jonas Sanker. Good
Got a little ways to go. Jonas Sanker went to the Saints from Virginia.
You want 2 guesses at the Patriots pick? I'll give you 2 guesses.
Well, one of them, no.
Joshua Farmer from Florida State, defensive end. Play a little bit of tackle as well. Long arms. Want arm length with the Patriots. I think he has like 35-inch arms. Like he's got real long arms. He's got good power, good 2-gapping ability. The other guy, similar player, similar position. Baron Sorrell from Texas. Really raw, toolsy, high upside, very athletic defensive end, 4-3 end. I think he plays mean. He plays nasty, angry, effort, finish, check. I think both those guys make a lot of sense for them right now. At this spot, and Deuce will finally get a player on defense.
Yeah, you think so?
No, I don't know. It's just my guess.
No, we're just trying to placate you.
So yeah, I mean, just a little highlight for tomorrow. So 4th round kickoff things. I guess at noon, 4th overall pick, and then in the 5th round, if you don't want to do the math, they'll pick 6th and 8th, and there should be one more.
So the Browns have taken a quarterback.
6th, 8th, and 35th.
Oh, is it Sanders?
It is not Shedeur Sanders.
Lord.
They have taken Dylan Gabriel, the quarterback from Oregon. So Dylan Gabriel's like 5'8", 5'9", like legitimately, like he's tiny.
So there's a guy with probably less physical skills than
100%. Like that, they just really did not like Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah.
Like this is a complete. I mean, Dylan Gabriel this high is honestly kind of crazy. Like this is kind of
Deion might just burn this league down. He might just
mad.
go. He might go to war with the NFL.
The Patriots are on the clock, by the way.
Yep.
Is it too late for Shedeur to go back to Colorado since they retired his number?
No.
No.
Well, you can always unretire what you retired. I mean,
just wear a different number, right?
Deion can do whatever he wants.
You're right.
Okay, so the Patriots are on the clock. The pick is in for Cleveland. So we await the Patriots pick here on Patriots Unfiltered. Getting into the wee hours here. This is bonus coverage.
Bonus coverage. I want to say, though, a shout out to the caller or emailer that picked the bone with me, and then you guys for kind of pile on me a little bit because I feel like it was the juice we needed
Energized.
at the end of the show.
You're taking credit for that. Okay,
no, I'm not.
good.
I'm thanking you.
Okay.
I'm thanking you for getting me a little angry, and it's not easy to do to get the Deuce fired up. But
the Deuce.
The Deuce.
But they did it, and it
referring
was
to himself in the third
boost.
person. I like it.
It's a lay Deuce.
Deuce, you brought some passion to an otherwise.
You attack the defense. I got to respond. That's how I am.
Freddie trying to tell you that the defense wasn't as bad as the offense. Really got under your skin.
At any point of that, did he turn to you and give you the eyebrows thing?
He didn't.
No, all right.
He didn't. Although at one point we both did look at each other and say how great it was that you were as passionate as you were.
Got me there.
Right?
Me there.
That's accurate, right?
That's right.
No, it's good. It's good. We need a little kick in the pants there post 10 p.m.
I still can't believe they took Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Like
Dylan Gabriel is the ultimate college quarterback.
Yeah, most people had Dylan Gabriel just pulling him up in the Beast right now. Dylan Gabriel had a 4th round grade in the Beast. So Dane Brugler had a 1st, 2nd on Shedeur Sanders, and they took a guy with a 4th round grade instead. So this is just.
It's basically in the 4th.
Did they? Is Shedeur having the draft party again tonight, or is that was just last night? They don't have like a Shedeur. He's just sitting at home on his recliner,
this guy. He's just like throwing dirt right on the grave.
He's not dead. He's gonna get a chance, but Someday.
I don't know. Is he?
I don't know.
Do you think he goes undrafted, period?
Oh, my,
No, there's-
oh my damn. I mean, at what point does he start wishing for that?
Belichick will take him at North Carolina.
I would have to think Pittsburgh, maybe at some point in the
Maybe Brady gets the Raiders to help him out as boy Shadur, like their
But
buddies
now,
that.
like, again, well, maybe he's humbled. I don't know. But, like, now you pick him in the 4th round, the 5th round as this project, but the clamor is going to be, get him out there, get him out there. And do you want that?
Well, that's a good question, Fred. I mean, do you think if he's taken,
the Patriots pick is in. We don't have.
Thank God, only an hour. Only an hour overdue.
It'll be the center of attention when we talk about
Very
it.
good, Fred.
Wow.
Very good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ooh.
Okay. I guess I should do something.
Okay.
We got our quarterback. Speaking of centers.
Deuce not happy.
Speaking of centers. All right.
Evan happy.
Yes.
No, I know it is what it is.
So was that 95?
95, yep. So why don't we just talk about it?
All right, so we're going to be the first ones to talk about it. Just
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No one else is?
No one else.
Okay, so let's wait.
Yeah.
Let's wait. Wow, I can't believe that.
Yeah. Well, maybe just you talk a little bit about David Andrews retired this year. Obviously a great player from Georgia. Snap the ball.
All right.
Well,
I mean,
So Jared Wilson.
I just thought it was a good time
Come
in the
on
show.
I tried to play.
I
tried to play
just
the
keeping
game.
my mouth shut.
I just wanted to honor David Andrews and the great job he did as a center from Georgia for the Patriots.
Adam and Louisiana said the networks are absolutely talking about Shedeur Sanders' slides, so much so that NFL Network was discussing if he could return to college, and he can't.
So, they were bringing that up too?
So I wonder, the team that I would really wonder about is Pittsburgh because of Tomlin and his strong, like I'm talking about the teams that need a quarterback, but his strong program, he can take them. And I think, Fred, you might be right. Like, this might end up being something that could be beneficial for him if he allows it to be and have it humble him a little bit.
Yeah.
And then for any of these people that are talking about how poorly he interviewed, you can't interview poorly in that regard after getting, snubbed for 3 rounds.
Right.
So maybe Pittsburgh looks to pick him up and, even if they do end up signing Aaron Rodgers, it's only a 1-year thing, more than likely. So you let him learn and let him be humble.
Yep.
And let him, get himself prepared under a guy like
Let's go to James White
at
the podium. He's going to be announcing the Patriots pick.
Here's the Pats' 95th overall selection.
What's going on, Wisco? Oh, yeah. With the 95th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots select Jared Wilson, center, Georgia.
Oh, this is so perfect, isn't it?
So we talked about it. Could they take a center in the 3rd round? And they did. They stick to offense, Deuce. I'm sorry.
No, it is what it is. That's all right. I mean, I do think – I would almost put the need at center vaguely in the position of where the edge need is. But I think at this point, this is the kind of position where I think I'd rather they go and get the player and not kind of sit there and wait. We've talked a lot about the depth that they have there, but is there really any depth there? We don't know for sure, behind Bradbury, what they have in Cole Strange, what they might have in Jake Andrews. So
they don't have a ton invested in Bradbury. It's
Yeah.
a 2-year deal. There's some guaranteed money. It's like $3 million. I mean, he's going to be on the team.
Yeah.
Barring something unforeseen. But it goes back to Fred's thing last night. Like if they or it might have been early tonight. I don't know. It all blends together. We were on the air so long. If they took a center, is that like a plug and play kind of a move? And
yeah.
I think there's competition. I mean, do I think that Garrett Bradbury is the starting center? Yes, I do. But if this kid comes in and he's really good and he makes Bradbury expendable, I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility. Fred's theory.
No, I mean, Patriots are no strangers to having centers come in and start as rookies, right?
And I think, Evan, you probably were right.
established
Like, they're moving down with an eye on a player that they probably knew a center is going to be available.
Yeah. So I really thought that Jared Wilson graded out really highly for me. I mean, he was my 67th player on the board. Obviously, he plays center, so probably docks him around or so there with that. But had a fantastic combine, 9.98 relative athletic score out of 10. That's elite athleticism at the position. Wide body, good athlete. Stout anchor to him in pass protection, and head up rushers, zero technique nose tackles, try to bull rush him and push him in the pocket. Box with a nice low center of gravity. I really think this is a starting center of the future, like a guy that has starting center caliber upside. Now, he only started 1 year at Georgia, so the Garrett Bradbury of it all. He's a pretty inexperienced player, especially for his center. Centers usually, you hear about centers that have been starting 40, 50 games in college, and they're cerebral, and they understand how to run the line of scrimmage and how to communicate pre-snap and do all that different type of stuff. So for now, Jared Wilson is a guy that maybe they develop in the short term and maybe get him in there midway through the season, late rookie season, maybe even year two, and let Garrett Bradbury
can he play guard?
Show him the ropes. I don't think he can play guard. That would be the one thing that I would say. Now, could he play it, and could they give him a chance? Like, of course, they could always give it and play it a chance, but I had him as a center. Dane Brugler had him as a center. Pretty much everybody you look across the board, everybody in the draft community had him as a center. So I think he is a true center prospect. But like I said, it's what I like about it is that you have Garrett Bradbury right now that can start day one, week 1 in September, and then Jared Wilson's got that upside and got that physical tools to potentially be the starter in year 2 or maybe halfway through his rookie season or something like that.
Yep.
But he's got upside. I think he's got tremendous upside with that athleticism.
Logan in Myrtle Beach writes in, I don't understand how you can't like this draft. They acknowledged and went for guys at positions of need, given not every prospect will hit, but the guys they've taken fit obvious holes they had on the roster. I think they couldn't have done much better with the issues they needed to fix. LFG, go Patriots Nation.
I think we're all on the same page for a change.
Yeah, just except for the edge position, but that's fine.
Yeah, I would say the one thing, about this pick, to Deuce's point over there, I don't know if Jared Wilson is an immediate contributor. I think the first 3 picks that they made are certainly the first 2 are immediate contributors. My guess is that Jared Wilson is more of a developmental play. He's a younger player. Like I said, he hasn't started a ton of games. That's not a position that you're going to make all the line calls and do all. You don't just throw those guys into the fire too often at that spot. So this is the first one out of the guys that they've taken that I feel like is we're more talking about the long game with a guy like Jared Wilson.
Gary in Ireland, Jared Wilson, not the sexy pick, but a very good pick. He'll be there at center for the next 10 years.
I don't know about 10 years, but
people love to use that line, and it makes me laugh.
10 years.
For the next decade.
Well, you just pencil them in for the next 10 years.
Forget about it.
Like you see these poor guys like Ryan Ramczyk for like New Orleans, excellent offensive lineman. He just had to retire because his knees are shot. He's been in the league like 7 years.
I know, but Paul, you do realize that this is a show for Patriots fans.
No. But I'm just saying, do you know how hard it is to play for 10 years?
I know.
Yeah, right.
That's what my point is. Not that these guys aren't good players,
especially in the NFL.
And nowadays, they're starting to make money, so they don't have to play that long.
Right.
But that offensive lineman especially.
Emery wants to know, does this mean Cole Strange goes back to left guard?
I think that Cole Strange was going back to left guard regardless. I've thought since the moment they signed Bradbury that he was the leader in the clubhouse to be the starting center, unless he had a real drop off in training camp and was really having a tough time of it in training camp. So that guard competition, it's Robinson, it's Cole Strange, it's City So right now. I think one of those 3 guys they hope will emerge out of the camp battle.
Couple just beast notes. Sorry, Evan, if I didn't hear you mention this, but led all offensive linemen in the 40-yard dash at the combine, 4.84, and hit 21.04 miles per hour, the fastest ever for a center. So he can run. He'll be running up those hills pretty good. pretty fast.
Okay.
You know, little nuggets.
So we got that going
Nuggets
for
from
us.
the beast, which is nice.
Be
running fast.
Little run on safeties. Xavier Watts, we talked about him, Notre Dame. Then Jalen Smith from USC. Earlier, Jonas Sanker from Virginia. So 3 out of the last 6 picks were safeties.
There's Jonas, Soft J, Yogging. I'm just kidding.
Raiders have 2 picks.
I'm not completely out of gas.
San Francisco's got a pick, the Eagles, and then Minnesota, and that closes out the 3rd round. So we're getting close. Let's see. Jeremiah says, I don't understand the Sanders fall. I can somewhat understand the argument for Jackson Dart being better, but I don't see it. Every other backup after that just seems like the league has this unreal dislike for him. It would seem that way. For whatever reason, that dislike.
I just think it's born out of ability. Because I don't think you just don't take, 3 rounds in, just because you don't like someone.
Yeah.
Like, that might be why Aaron Rodgers dropped from the top of the 1st round to, the middle of the 1st round or the end of the 1st round because maybe he rubbed people the wrong way. But obviously the ability, we're going to take him. He's too good to pass up. Someone took him.
He's a super athlete.
All right. Let's see. For Deuce. Ethan says, Sanders actually had a draft room built for the draft. It's on Twitter. Check it out.
Really? Be a good shot of him just sitting there by himself right now. But I don't know. I mean, interesting guy. And I just love to see people put in challenging situations. And that seems like this is kind of like the exact kind of challenge that Shedeur Sanders needed. And I don't know. Maybe the best will come out of this. Maybe he'll be humbled a little bit and he'll come in and he'll keep his mouth shut and he'll work hard, and then that's what teams are hoping for.
That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think teams are probably hoping that, he doesn't, get drafted in whatever day 3 somewhere and still come in with that kind of confidence on his shoulder, but also, too, that the fan base doesn't do, like we talked about before the show with Malik Cunningham and with Joe Milton, that there's always an intrigue with the backup quarterback. And the second there's some kind of, something going on with the starting quarterback, it's going to start with drum beats and, are there going to be fans of this team, even though Shedeur Sanders fell to the 3rd round, the NFL tells you what they think of his potential, at least out of the gate, and still kind of expect him to be well, they got him waiting, let's get him in now, that kind of thing.
Let's see. Let's go to the phone, and we'll go to
poor Deuce over there.
Alex in San Francisco. What's up,
buddy?
Alex?
I got a lot in free agency.
Alex.
Thank you, Mike.
Is Alex there?
Bro,
that's gross.
It was like me last night with the Peter Skoronski.
See, your line should have been, you got Milton Williams, just shut up.
But you got a lot more than Milton Williams.
Dave and Maine, I love this draft so far. It seems like the team finally realized that the days of finding diamonds in the rough are over. Vrabel probably gave Elliott 1 pick to use as he sees fit, and that's how they got the wide receiver. Vrabel made the rest of the picks and went with guys that are good at football. Now pick Sanders as the late-round quarterback, and we'll be all set. I think he's kidding. I hope.
That'd be funny.
I don't know who's making the picks, but I keep saying, I just love that they stuck to the board. We still have not had a Patriot reach yet, and that is just awesome. That's great. Jared Wilson, I just looked it up. Dane Brugler had a 2nd-round grade on Jared Wilson.
Yeah.
He had him firmly in the top 100.
So he has him on his beast at 57.
I had him at 60-something.
Now on the other side, Kyle Williams was down in the 90s, 91, but still in the same round.
Yeah.
So we're not talking about Tavon Wilson, kind of,
what?
Jordan Richards,
no, this is where they
rounds off.
This is where they belong. I mean, they're all
Cole Strange.
Easy when these guys have all been picked. It's been easy for us to say this is why they made the pick. This is how they fit in. This is why we're excited about it. And I think in years past there have been picks that have been really hard to explain it, or even to ourselves understand. Why Cole Strange right here? Explain it to me. I don't understand it. But there's no explanation needed for the picks that they've made. I think they all are seriously going to help this offense, and I hope that they're going to be able to get them out of the basement, because that's where they were last year. So they've got some options to play with. For sure.
The only position, and I don't mean to keep on supporting Deuce over here. At 106, I really feel like the cherry on top right now would be an edge rusher. Just to add one of these guys that's going to slip through the cracks here in the 3rd round. Jack Sawyer's still there.
It'd be hard to get mad at Jack Sawyer right now. Which, I mean, just again, Vrabel. what I like about this is just going back to when they signed those free agents, and we met those free agents, and you watch how Robert Spillane plays, and you watch how Milton Williams plays, and then you look how all of these players play, and you talk to Will Campbell today sitting here, and it's clear that they have a type, they know what they want, and they're trying to build. And I think, my experience professionally, when you actually know that there's a vision and somebody, driving the bus and saying, this are the kind of guys I want, this is how I want to play. Even Vrabel talked to the fans up at the party. He said, we're going to be the kind of team that you guys understand and can get behind and be proud of. And, we have a style. And I think you see that coming to fruition. It has to translate onto the field, of course. That's what's important. But I just think all these pieces, they all fit together into a puzzle. And it's easy to see the picture that Mike Vrabel and company are putting together.
Yeah, it is. All coaches want that. They want to build a culture. They want guys to be proud of playing for the team and all that, but not all of them can do it, obviously. So
it's hard. I mean, I think you need to have a unity of vision. You need somebody at the top of the pyramid that can really communicate what they want, and you have people below you that understand and support what you're looking for as well. So it seems like they've really had a good first offseason here under Mike Vrabel, and to reset, recalibrate the whole direction of the franchise. And I would hope that Patriot fans out there, I would hope the majority of them are pretty excited. It seems hard to be, miserable after this offseason between Milton Williams, Stephon Diggs, Will Campbell up top, Kyle Williams, the guy we talked about for, 2 hours leading up to when they finally took him. We had no idea that they liked him as much as we did. It's all coming together. It's pretty exciting to see.
3 more picks, and then this round is over. The 49ers pick is in. Oh, no, they're on the clock, but probably in. Then it's the Eagles and the Vikings. And then we're supposed to be talking to Ryan Cowden. So right after this.
Kind of worried about that at this stage.
No.
Yeah.
Last I heard, it was still happening.
Okay. All right.
Maybe he's trying to trade in. He wants that last 2 picks.
Yeah. I mean, well, you never know. They could trade back up. Who knows?
I mean, at this point, I'd take it. Get rid of a couple of those 5th-rounders tomorrow,
Yeah, I do wonder, there's a lot of conversation about, who was truly running this draft, right? Who was really the guy that was making these final picks. And I got to say, a lot of these guys, feel like Vrabel picks, and I know that that's sometimes not the best way to read it, but it just feels like, some of these players that they've taken. I mean, they took Campbell, who's just such a Vrabel guy from through and through, and then they took an Ohio State guy, with the next pick. So that feels like it. And you go back with the center there in the 4th round. I feel like this. To Deuce's point, a lot of these guys are sort of building that identity and building a vision of the type of players that he's looking for. And you can tell that his fingerprints are all over a lot of these. And I said to go back to the trenches, and they did. I didn't think it was going to be a center, to be honest with you, but they did go back to the trenches. So,
John in L.A., he says that pick from KC is, I'm told, the 4th KC got from the Bears for Tooney. So it's better than a KC 4th. Can you confirm, then discuss?
No, I can't confirm that.
Yeah, I haven't seen any information yet on which 4th exactly it is, but I'll try to figure that out.
I love when you get into the trades and then you start to actually calculate, how bad are they going to be? How good is this pick going to actually be in the round? So it matters a lot.
They're talking about the future one?
Yeah.
And they think it's Chicago's. So you're assuming Chicago will finish behind Kansas City in terms of record.
Yeah, maybe,
so it'll be a higher pick.
Maybe not that far, though. Could be 32 and 27 or something.
Yeah, I mean, Chicago, I don't know how good they'll be, but they should be better. I mean, what did they were 10th this year in the draft? Yeah. They should improve.
David in Madrid, loving this draft. If the Patriots get the massive Holland Pierce, the big X Thornton Jr., and a tight end like Gunnar Helm, I'll give this draft a 10 out of 10. An edge guy from Mike that I like as a lottery pick is Ahmed Hassanain. Have you heard him?
Mike just threw his hands up in disgust.
I don't know. I mean, we're getting to day 3. I'm not going to claim to know everybody. Try to get those first 100 picks, know those pretty well inside and out. But there's a lot of dudes. And then on Sunday, get some UDFAs, and then you just try to forget everything that you've done the last couple months.
Listen, this is Jessica. She says, I'm the wife of Anthony in Seattle. I saw you guys read his email on air, and I thought it'd be fun if I could get my email read, too. So you just did.
Wow.
Good for you, Jess.
Happy couple out in Seattle getting
Yeah.
emails read here.
Is her husband's name Evan? No.
On the phone is Spee in Fresno. What's up, Spee?
Wow, you guys got me a little deep in the bottle, but it's all right.
Good
for you.
So, this is great. It's awesome. I'm happy with the draft. I wanted to. This is a little bit too cerebral for the moment, but wanted to ask. So, you're thinking that Will Campbell. I guess you're saying that maybe he sets up outside, it's noticeable, and then guys make little moves inside, so they get around him. If I heard that right. So, if you're trying to scheme for a player in the first round like that, you're asking coaches to fix a player like that. Like, is there a downstream effect of that? So you'd almost like to be able to set it and forget it for a premier position in the first round. But if you start to have to sort of scheme around somebody at that position, is there a downstream effect where now you can't make as many adjustments for other guys who maybe aren't as inherently talented at lower positions? Does that make sense?
Oh, it does. I mean, listen, if you have to help out a tackle or any guy in the line, that's taking up a body. That's adjusting. That's not giving you as many options as you would have otherwise. But hopefully, even with, if that's true, it's not every game against every player he comes up with.
Right.
There's just going to be certain players in this league that I think, unless you're, Jonathan Ogden, you're going to have trouble with. And we mentioned Matt Light. If Matt Light had trouble with Jason Taylor, and I'm sure the Patriots at times had to listen. He's getting killed. We got to help him out here. You can't just be blind to it. He's going to have trouble against certain guys. At least at first. That's just the way it is. And yes, there is a trickle down. You're right. There is, and it's a sacrifice that you make when you have to, leave somebody in for max protect or whatever. That limits your offense. It takes things away.
Yeah,
I guess the idea is that if it's a first round pick, you'd hope that you wouldn't have to make that many adjustments.
Yeah, no, you hope that you don't have to. You hope you don't have to, man. You hope that you don't have to, but if you do, the only reason why I brought it up is because if you do, it's not impossible to do it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not hoping that they're going to have to do it.
Is there a consequence? Is there a consequence downstream?
Well, I would say the biggest consequence.
If you're relying on Josh to scheme it up at that point. Does that mean it takes away?
Yeah, let me answer your question.
It does.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that you look at is that if the tight end is chipping, then he's not releasing into the pattern, right? Or he's not releasing into the pattern right away. Yeah. So it's a chip and release. Yeah. So basically, you're running 4 guys into the pattern, or you're running 4.5, if you want to call it that way, because once you chip and release, you're probably only going to release the guy into the flat as kind of like a check down on the backside type of thing. So you are taking a receiver, in theory, out of the pattern. But that, like Fred said, it doesn't have to be every single play, and it doesn't necessarily have to be at all. The point I was just trying to make was that if it does come to that I have faith in the coaching staff that they have now in place, especially Josh, to be able to do stuff like that like they used to do in the past. I mean, there's a million examples of them doing this in the past with Bill, where they faced a dominant edge rusher and they just said, we're going to put 2 guys on this guy and we're going to make sure that he doesn't wreck the game. It's just, that's the way it is. Some guys are just that great.
Evan, let me ask you one more question. So, given that we just drafted a center, right? And so now we're talking about center a little bit. So now we're talking about the left guard helping the left tackle in those specific situations, maybe, here and there. But, what if the center needs some help? What if, what is the left guard doing to, if the left tackle is dragging the left guard out a little bit to help in the or the tight end or whatever in that situation, does that create an imbalance now? You're
Sure.
Or under the center has to deal with
so I mean, not to get too bogged down in all of it, but basically most most standard pass protection systems run a half slide protection, right? So you're going to have the center fan out with 3 guys to one side, and then you're going to block man to man on the other side. So in theory, you can kind of bump over a gap, right, with every guy that's in the slide side of the protection. So the center can bump over, the guard can bump over, and then the tackle can set out and bump over. So you can go about it that way, and maybe in just saying if it has to come to that, then you have Mike Onwenu and Morgan Moses on the right side, who are 2 guys that are veteran players that you feel pretty good about being one-on-one, and you trust those guys to win their blocks, and that's what it comes to. But like I keep saying, I'm not saying that it's automatic that that's going to have to happen. I'm just saying if it does have to happen, it's not the end of the world.
I miss Dante. It'd be good. You get to have that man here. But anyway, this is awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Awesome shows. Rock and roll. I love the picks. Rock and roll.
Okay.
Thanks, Spee. Some real ball talk there with Spee. I like that.
No, I mean, listen, he's, of course, when you have to adjust for somebody not being able to go one-on-one, that takes away from something else.
Yeah.
There is a trickle-down.
And if every offensive lineman that they have needs help, then obviously you need upgrades on your offensive line.
Now
I think that it was one of those things that Evan sort of brought up last night that is sort of mushroomed into something I don't think you intended, Ev.
Correct. That's okay.
He's going to be a rookie who might need some help with specific matchups. If we need help on every play, every game, then he ain't the right guy.
Right.
And I don't think that will be the case. I don't think he'll need help all the time, every game, against every matchup.
Right.
So I don't think that you necessarily intended it that way.
No.
I mean, if he can come in, think of it the other way. If he comes into this league and he never needs help against anybody, we've just got a Hall of Famer. I don't think that's the case either. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Paul's right. I didn't intend to alarm anybody that he was going to constantly need help. The only point I was making was that kind of what Fred just said is that a lot of great tackles have needed help against great pass rushers. There's a lot of great pass rushers in this league, and it's really a time right now where there's particularly a lot of them, and sometimes everybody's going to need a little bit of help for the most part. Tristan Wirfs probably doesn't need any help, but we're talking about the best left tackle in football.
Right.
And I don't know if Will Campbell will be day one. He's not going to be the best left tackle in football. But eventually, hopefully, he gets to the point where he is on an island a ton. LSU left him on an island a ton. They left him one-on-one on the backside all the time. And he held up in the SEC. So hopefully that skill translates. That's what we're all hoping for.
One thing we know about him is whatever he needs to do to get there, he's going to be willing to do it. He's going to work hard. So, and he's going to probably take to coaching really well. And I think, as compared to the last couple of years, I think we've got some better coaching along the offensive line.
Yeah, and I'm optimistic, and I'm sure that people that are way smarter about this type of stuff than me, Doug Marrone and Mike Vrabel and those types of guys, I'm sure there are ways that they can coach his technique and help him protect the inside a little bit more consistently than he did at LSU. That was the fatal flaw on tape with him. That's it.
Ryan Cowden. Okay, so let's go to Ryan. There he is. Ryan Cowden, Vice President of Player Personnel for the New England Patriots. Hey, Ryan, thanks for joining us. I know it's been a long night for you.
Oh, that's okay. It's great. Appreciate you having me. It's good to see you guys. And hello, I guess, as some of you haven't actually met in person yet with everything going on.
Yeah, so it's Mike Dussault, Evan Lazar, Paul Perillo, myself, Fred Kirsch. I'll just start it out. When this night started out, did you know you were going to go all offense?
I think that the great thing about the draft is you can always have a plan, but ultimately the draft creates situations where you have to react. I don't think you ever go in saying, "Man, we're gonna hammer this out on one side of the ball or the other." The key is following your board, trusting the board, and leading yourself to the picks based off where you've evaluated players. You never think I'm going to go heavy on this side, so it just sometimes works out.
It just turned out that way. Yep.
Yeah, Ryan, I wanted to ask you just about this running back group. We've been talking about them all spring. Everyone talked about how there's going to be good players from, top of the draft with Genty all the way into tomorrow. How did you guys land on Henderson and make him your guy out of that big, impressive group?
Sure, it is an impressive group. And, I think with Trayvon's been a really explosive player his whole career at Ohio State. I know there's been times in his career where he's worked in tandem with other backs. But I think one of the things that jumps out is his ability to flip the field, his ability to create explosives. I think this year he took a huge step in his pass protection. You'll find some evidence of him on tape, not afraid to deliver a blow, to play square. And I think over his career, he's grown as a player. He's gone through some adversity in his life. He's dealt with some stuff on the field, off the field, just that's calloused him. And I think this year he was just a guy that he's a real matchup problem. And I think when he's on the field, defenses have to account for him.
Ryan, the next pick you guys made was Kyle Williams, the wide receiver. What specifically attracted you guys to him? And what about his skill set did you guys like? Yeah,
so I think when you take a look at Kyle, there's an explosive, dynamic playmaker element to his game. I think if you look over the last 2 years, he played with Cam Ward last year after transferring over from UNLV to Washington State and played with Cam last year. I think Cam probably heavily tried to recruit him to go to Miami as well. But, Kyle stayed, and this year he had a great year. I think he ended up somewhere around close to 1,200 yards and 14 touchdowns. And I think when you watch what he does and the way he runs routes, and there's a suddenness to his game. And I think as receivers, one of the biggest things their job to do is we always say a couple things, right? One's get open and the other's catch it. And I think Kyle, when you look at the get open phase, Kyle has some unique skills physically to really create windows for the quarterback to throw to him.
Do you see a little versatility there in terms of his alignment? Can he go inside, outside maybe a little bit, or do you like him just as a slot?
No, I think actually probably Kyle, I don't ever want to try to pigeonhole guys. I think the biggest thing is playing receiver. And I know that sounds like a very generic idea, but I think when you say he's an inside guy, he's an outside guy, well, formations dictate a lot of different things. And sometimes outside guys, you go one side for a matchup, or then you get into saying, what do you want certain plays to look like? What are you going to ask from those roles? I think Kyle does not. His physical skills don't limit him to either inside, outside, any of that stuff, in my opinion. So,
Ryan, what can you tell us about Jared Wilson and with Garrett Bradbury obviously on the roster already? How do you kind of envision that center position looking right now?
So it falls in, and Jared's a young player. Stepped in this year, his first year to start in the SEC. Had a good year. Obviously, everybody can point to some of the testing athletically, what's in his body, what he's capable of. And I think he's a player it's just kind of scratching the surface. Speaking to the guys on our team, we have a bunch of guys, or a handful of guys that, will compete at that center position. And I think Jared falls into that mix. I think anytime you're trying to do this in the draft, you're always trying to create competition. And I think if we don't do that, then it's a flaw on our part to create as much competition as possible across the board. And I think we just see that there's a lot of upside to Jared's game. We have some veteran guys that, we just envision those guys competing. And as you guys know with Coach Vrabel, I really think the way it should be, competition across the board is what's going to bring out the best of all of us. And I think he'll just add to that room.
Do you think he has any flexibility to play some guard, or do you guys see him as a center-only prospect?
He has some experience playing guard. I think, again, that's one of those kind of similar to the receiver part. Anytime we, try to take offensive linemen, you would love the versatility, right? You don't want as many guys being stuck into one spot, whether that's how it factors into your game day stuff, how you can manipulate stuff in practice, how you can work through injuries. Jared has experience playing guard. Obviously started this year playing center. So I think we would look at both those things, and we'll end up doing ultimately what's best to get the best five in his rotation, however we see fit.
All right. Well, we'll let you get back to work. I know you got to restack the board, get ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow's all defense, right? I'm only.
Well, yeah, you want to just counter that by saying defense, right?
Right.
It is, though. Tomorrow's exciting. I think everybody does get caught up into, the first round, and rightfully so, and then tonight. And I think, fortunate for me, I think this is my 26th draft, and I think the fun part is tomorrow. And not only is it with the draft selections, it's what happens after the draft. There's an organic part to scouting that happens after the draft, and there's a lot of work by our staff. I've been impressed with the college staff, the pro staff over my couple months here, the time they put in, and just really excited to see them kind of go to work tomorrow through the post-draft. That's where you can make a difference, and I'm excited to be able to do that tomorrow with this group.
Well, Ryan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
Okay.
Thank you,
Ryan.
Okay.
Ryan Cowden, Vice President of Player Personnel for the
It's
New
my
England
26th
Patriots.
draft, too.
Yeah.
Wow, you're just like Ryan Cowden.
Yeah, I don't look as young as he does, though, I'll tell you that.
Well, he didn't.
He was 3
we
years
didn't
old when
Start
he
at the
started.
Herald. You know.
Oh, I didn't count those drafts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that would be like 36 drafts
Right.
if I counted the Herald.
I'm just saying that your career at the Herald preceded all this.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So so that was good to hear from him.
Yeah, I've been impressed with him. I got to talk to him at the Senior Bowl for the first time, and I think him and Elliott Wolf are both kind of cut from the same cloth as like true scouts. Like him talking about undrafted free agency is his favorite part, right? Like that's a true scout. Like these guys like that element of it, I think, more than anything, of just going on the road and scouting players and stacking boards and finding those hidden gems. So it's cool to hear what he has to say about that element of it.
All right. So the Patriots had it's late. The Patriots ended up with 3 players tonight. They got a running back, they got a wide receiver, and they got a center. Tomorrow is the rest of the draft, rounds 4, 5, 6, and 7. We will be on at noon tomorrow for at least a couple hours. These guys eventually have to do some other work, start writing about these guys.
Like sleep.
Yeah. But we will be back at noon. Thank you for watching and listening tonight. We really enjoyed it. Hope you did too. See you tomorrow. Hey, this is Fred. Thanks for tuning into the show. If you really want to help us, make sure that you like us wherever you get your podcasts, like Apple Podcasts or Spotify. And also, make sure you follow us on the New England Patriots YouTube page to see this show and everything else that we do here at the Patriots. Thanks a lot.